Made by Shredder Fanfiction. Like, subscribe and hype video.
The MC is reborn as Archangel Michael inside of Hazbin Hotel after dying in his previous life. Archangel Michael is a powerful archangel revered in Judaism, Christianity, and Islam as a divine warrior, protector, and leader of the heavenly hosts, whose name means, who is like God. He is known as a champion of justice, defender against evil, especially Satan, and a guide for souls, often depicted with a sword, scales, or armor, vanquishing demons. Michael serves as a guardian of Israel in Judaism, a leader of God's army against Lucifer in Christianity, and a significant angel, Michael, in the Quran.
Hazbin Hotel, what if I am reborn as the Archangel Michael? Chapter 1, The Descent begins. The moment of death had been fast breaks, impact, nothing else. No pain, only the sound of crushing metal before everything vanished. When I opened my eyes, I was no longer human. My vision adjusted to the glow around me, a gold radiance that pulsed through everything like light passing through glass. My wings unfolded on instinct, wide and steady, their edges gleaming faintly. 6 of them. The air bent under their weight. I didn't need to wonder who I was. Memories surged: heaven, armies, judgment, my brothers, the fall. I stood as Michael, Archangel of Heaven, commander, tactician, and lawkeeper. The sensation was absolute. Grace filled my body, each movement deliberate and sure. The calm that followed wasn't human calm, it was order, balance, clarity. My lips curved faintly as I looked upward, feeling the power hum in my chest like quiet thunder. I recognized the architecture around me. This wasn't heaven proper. The sky was pale gold, the ground a layer of translucent cloud beneath my boots. Beyond it stretched an endless glow, warm and cold at once. My awareness sharpened. I knew where I was supposed to be. I had knowledge beyond memory now, memory that didn't belong to the Michael of this world. I knew this world. Hazbin Hotel. I knew every character, every moment, the rhythm of it all. This was episode 4. The one where the threads started to shift. I turned toward the lower horizon. Beneath the glowing barrier of heaven, the layers of hell churned faintly red, thick with smoke. Somewhere down there stood the hotel. I felt the faint hum of celestial law run through my veins. Descending to hell wasn't done lightly. But the gate recognized me, the air parted on command. I spread my wings, lifted slightly from the platform, and then descended. The clouds folded away. As I passed through the barrier, the light dimmed. Heat rose through the layers of atmosphere until the world below became visible in detail. The sharp outline of Pentagram City stretched below, buildings twisted by sin, signs glowing harsh neon, the air red with haze. The closer I got, the louder the city's sound became. Screams, laughter, and static mixed into a constant background hum. When I landed, the air shook faintly. Dust scattered across the street, a few demons pausing to look up in alarm. None of them knew my name, but they felt it. Power radiated outward in a subtle wave that pressed on their spines. I folded my wings close, their tips brushing the ground before I drew them in fully. The hotel stood ahead, its crooked tower of red and cream, the bright Hazbin Hotel sign flickering at the top, one bulb short. I knew what scene this was. The arrival of Sir Pentius's redemption checkup, the tension between Angel Dust and Husk, Charlie's nervous smile as she tried to keep everything running. My appearance wasn't supposed to happen here, but I was in control now. I approached the doors. The sound of muffled voices carried through the walls: Charlie's cheerful tone, Vaggy's clipped frustration, and Angel Dust's lazy laughter. I placed a hand on the door and pushed it open slowly. The light inside was softer than outside, golden red from the lamps. The air smelled faintly of dust and alcohol. Charlie looked up first. Her eyes widened instantly. "Oh, hello," she said brightly, startled but still trying to maintain her polite tone. "Welcome to the Hazbin Hotel. How can we help you today?" I stepped forward, each movement measured, voice smooth and resonant. This place holds promise, I said simply. I came to see it myself. Vaggi's brows furrowed. Who exactly are you? She positioned herself slightly in front of Charlie. The defensive motion was instinctive, protective. I could sense her tension like static in the air. Angel Dust leaned against the counter, smirking. Well, ain't you a tall glass of judgment, he said, eyes flicking up and down. You here for the tour or the smitten? My wings shifted faintly, feathers rustling. Neither, I replied. I am here to observe. My tone stayed calm, firm, deliberate. You may call me Michael. The room went still. Husk, who had been dozing near the bar, cracked an eye open. You serious? He grumbled. That Michael. Charlie's eyes brightened instead of dimming. Her optimism pushed through uncertainty as usual. Wait, you mean, like, the Archangel Michael? She asked. Wow. That's incredible. I didn't think heaven even came here anymore. I nodded. Rarely. But it seems worth the attention. My gaze swept across the lobby, taking in the patched carpet, the faded wallpaper, the way Charlie's hands nervously twisted in front of her dress. Your project interests me. Vaggie narrowed her eyes. You came all the way from heaven just to look at it. Yes, I said. Observation is the first step before judgment. That answer made her stiffen slightly. Charlie stepped in quickly, her voice soft but steady. There's no need for judgment here, we're trying to help souls find redemption, not condemn them again. I looked at her for a long moment. Her sincerity was pure, unshaken by my presence. I recognized that tone from memory, it matched every scene she had ever spoken in. It made sense. I am aware, I said finally. Your purpose is known to me. Angel Dust gave a low whistle. Man, heaven's sending inspectors now? What's next? A divine Yelp review. I let a faint smile show. If such a thing existed, I would not use it. Charlie blinked, surprised by the faint humor. Vaggie, still tense, folded her arms. So what are you doing here exactly? Watching us? Waiting for us to mess up? I am here to understand, I said. That requires being among you. Charlie's face brightened again. Then you're welcome here. Please. You can stay as long as you need. We're always open to visitors who want to learn about what we're doing. She gestured toward the staircase. We have a few empty rooms. That will not be necessary, I said. I will remain near. My gaze turned toward the window. I prefer to see the work as it happens. Angel Dust tilted his head. You some kinda silent guardian type or what? Not silent, I said evenly. Just precise. Charlie nodded quickly. We're glad to have you here, Michael. Her voice was genuine. If someone from heaven sees what we're doing, maybe others will, too. That would be, she caught herself, smiling nervously, that would be really great. Perhaps, I said, my tone softer. We will see. She exhaled a little, relieved. Well, I guess I feel free to look around. Husk can get you something to drink if you want. Husk muttered from behind the counter. Yeah, sure, Angel Boy, what'll it be? Holy water neat. Water is fine, I said. He poured it without argument. I accepted the glass, felt the faint taint of the realm's energy in it, but it didn't bother me. The temperature was perfect. Charlie began explaining the daily structure of the hotel, how each guest had therapy sessions, chores, group activities. I listened closely, though I already knew what she would say. Still, hearing it in her own voice gave the space weight. She spoke with hope unbroken by rejection. Vaggie occasionally interjected, adding practical points about keeping the demons on schedule, her irritation showing whenever Angel Dust interrupted. Angel, of course, couldn't resist. So, big guy, he said lazily, what's heaven think of all this? Bet they're just thrilled their star general's slumming it with us degenerates. They are aware of my presence, I said. Their opinion is irrelevant to my decision. That made the room fall silent again. Charlie gave a quick, nervous smile. Well, thank you for giving us a chance. Her tone was warm, earnest, almost fragile. I studied her for a moment longer. The difference between heaven and hell felt thinner here than it ever had. She turned to Vaggie. I'll show Michael the rooftop. It's where I like to look out and plan things. It's got a really nice view. Vaggie hesitated. You sure that's a good idea? He's an archangel, Charlie said with a small laugh. I think I'll be fine. I followed her up the stairs. The hallways were narrow, wallpaper torn, light bulbs dim. Charlie spoke softly as we climbed. You really are Michael, hey? Yes, I said. That name belongs to me. She smiled a little. I've read about you. In some of the old books that survived down here. The stories always said you were fair. Strong, but fair. I have done what needed to be done, I answered. At the top, she pushed open the door. The rooftop opened into red clouds glowing against the city's neon lights. The skyline was chaotic tilted towers, glowing billboards, the distant ring of laughter from below. Charlie leaned on the railing, watching the city. It's a mess down there, she said quietly. But I still think it can change. You believe in redemption, I said. I know it's possible, she replied. It has to be. Otherwise, what's the point of all this? I studied her expression. Hope without proof. Yet it burns strong. You are not wrong to try, I said. She turned toward me, eyes bright. So you think it can work? Perhaps, I said. But it will take more than intent. The system below resists change. Even here, small efforts meet great opposition. Charlie nodded. I know. But we'll keep going anyway. Then I will observe. She smiled. I'm glad you're here. Her tone was simple, honest. The wind shifted, carrying the faint scent of sulfur from below. I stood still, wings folded tightly, the faint hum of power in my spine steady. For a few moments, neither of us spoke. The city glowed beneath us, flickering with its restless noise. I turned slightly. The others will wonder if you are safe alone. She laughed quietly. Vaggie always worries. But she means well. I can tell. She looked at me for a moment, then back at the city. Thank you, Michael. I inclined my head slightly. Your effort deserves acknowledgement. Her smile deepened. Then maybe you'll see something worth reporting back to heaven someday. Perhaps, I said. Or perhaps heaven will come to understand on its own. She didn't answer. Her gaze lingered on the horizon where the red clouds met the dark edge of sky. Behind us, the faint noise of angel dust yelling at Husk carried up through the building, followed by Husk's muttered curses. Charlie sighed softly, amused. They're trying, she said. I see that, I replied. We stood there a while longer, quiet, the city alive below. My hand rested lightly against the railing, metal cool against my skin. The air was heavy but still. Charlie finally straightened. I should check on them before they wreck the lobby again. I nodded. Go. I will remain here a while. She smiled once more and went back down the stairs. The door shut gently behind her. I stayed where I was, watching the skyline shift under the glow of neon. My wings unfolded slightly, stretching out until their tips brushed the air. The power in me stayed contained, calm. I knew what was coming, what the season would bring, the turns ahead, but I also knew how easily one presence could shift balance. The faint echo of laughter rose from below again. I turned my gaze toward the city's center. Somewhere out there, Lucifer still wandered unseen. The night stretched long, but I didn't move. The descent had only begun. Chapter 2, The Rooftop Visit. The city had gone quieter. I could still hear the distant noise of shouting, music, and laughter coming from below, but the air around the hotel was still. The red haze of the sky mixed with the yellow light from the hotel sign, giving the rooftop a soft glow. My wings shifted slightly behind me as I looked down at the streets. I didn't need rest, but I stayed motionless for a while, thinking. I knew what came next. Around this time, in this episode, Lucifer would appear near the hotel, not to interfere directly but to check on his daughter from a distance. His visits were always discreet. In this world, his power was no less than before, but his manner had changed. He hid it under charm, always smiling, always making light of everything. That smile didn't fool me. I knew what sat under it. The air trembled faintly. A subtle disturbance passed through the rooftop. The space behind me changed before any sound reached it. I turned my head slightly, keeping my expression calm. The air shimmered once, and then he was there. Lucifer Morningstar stood at the far end of the roof, his posture relaxed, hands tucked into his coat pockets. His blonde hair caught the red glow of the sky. His eyes were half-lidded, sharp, watchful. He smiled immediately, but it was the kind of smile that carried amusement and control at once. "Well," he said smoothly, his voice light. I thought I felt something familiar in the air. Imagine my surprise. I stayed still for a moment before speaking. "Lucifer." My tone stayed even. "You came." "Of course I did," he said casually, stepping forward. "You think I wouldn't notice when Heaven's finest decides to drop by my backyard? You really do like making an entrance." He stopped a few feet away, his smile widening slightly. "Didn't expect you to show up in person, brother." "I came to observe," I said. My voice stayed steady, unshaken. "This place deserves attention." He laughed quietly. "You? Observing Hell's little self-help project? Now that's something I didn't see coming." He tilted his head. "What's the matter? Heaven getting bored?" "I go where my judgment is needed." He smirked. "Oh, I bet." His tone softened slightly. "You found my daughter, I take it." "She greeted me," I said. "She seems determined." Lucifer's eyes flicked toward the open door that led down into the hotel. "That's one way to put it. Determined. Optimistic to the point of danger, maybe." His smile eased, his voice lowering. "But she's happy. That's something I didn't think I'd see again." I watched him closely. "You watch her from a distance." "Better that way," he said simply. "Let her think I'm not hovering." "She doesn't like that." He looked at me again. "So what's Heaven's stance on all this? Don't tell me they finally decided to send the big guns down to shut it all down." "They did not send me," I said. "I came by choice." Lucifer raised a brow. "That's so?" "Yes." He chuckled. "That's a first. You never were the type to act outside protocol." I took a few steps toward the railing. "The rules remain clear. But I decide where to apply them." Lucifer studied me for a moment, his expression shifting slightly, though his voice stayed smooth. "You really are here to see if this whole redemption thing can work, hey?" "I am," I said. "Her intent is sincere." "She gets that from her mother," he said softly, almost to himself. Then, louder, I suppose heaven will want a report, won't they? They will, I said. Eventually. He laughed again, quietly this time. They always do. Never satisfied until they've got everything on record. I looked at him directly. Why haven't you told her you're here? Because she'd try to make me come inside, he said. And I can't. You know that. His tone had lost some of its lightness. She doesn't need to be reminded of what I am. She already knows, I said. It changes nothing. Lucifer's smile faded for a moment. You think so? I do, I said. He looked away, leaning against the railing with his elbows resting loosely on it. You really think this hotel has a chance? His voice carried less sarcasm than before. That any of them do? Perhaps, I said. But results are not made in a day. He gave a small laugh under his breath. That's the Michael I know. Always measured. Always calm. His expression softened slightly. I'll admit, though, I didn't expect to see you down here. You always hated this place. I do not hate, I said. I recognize what it is. Still as literal as ever, he muttered. Then, more clearly, you look different. This form matches this realm, I said. It is sufficient. He smiled faintly. Still sound like you swallowed a hymn book. I glanced back toward the sky, watching the faint gold shimmer far above the clouds. You have not changed. He shrugged. I like to think I've mellowed out. Unlikely. He grinned. You wound me. Silence settled for a moment. The sounds of the city drifted up again, laughter, traffic, distant music. Lucifer's expression turned thoughtful as he looked at the hotel sign. She really built this thing from nothing, he said. Said she wanted to help souls find redemption. Said she wanted to show heaven it could be done. She believes in it, I said. She does, he agreed quietly. And that belief is the only reason this place hasn't fallen apart yet. She has support, I said. Vaggie, Angel Dust, the others. He smiled. You've met them, hey? Yes. Let me guess, he said, counting off on his fingers. Vaggie's the cautious one, Angel Dust can't stop talking, Husk acts like he doesn't care but does, and Nifty's somewhere cleaning things that don't need it. That is correct, I said. Lucifer laughed, leaning back from the railing. And yet you stayed. I was invited, I said. By Charlie, he said knowingly. She probably thought having an angel around would help her cause. She spoke honestly, I said. That was reason enough. He tilted his head, studying me. You're really taking this seriously. I do not waste time, I said. If her method succeeds, it matters. He let out a quiet sigh. You always did like to measure results. Order requires structure, I said. Without it, meaning is lost. Lucifer gave a short chuckle. Still sound like heaven's old counsel. He crossed his arms. So, brother, what happens when heaven decides they don't like you being here? I will deal with them, I said simply. He smiled faintly again. Of course you will. The wind shifted, ruffling his coat and brushing against my wings. For a few moments, neither of us spoke. The silence wasn't uncomfortable, but it carried weight. Lucifer eventually straightened. You know, part of me's glad you came. She needs someone like you around. She needs belief, I said. Not command. He nodded slowly. Yeah. But belief needs proof. Maybe you can give her that. She must earn it herself. He smiled slightly. You always were strict. It keeps things aligned, I said. He let out a quiet laugh. You and your alignment. My gaze shifted toward the hotel's upper windows. She will notice if you stay much longer. Probably, he said. She's sharper than she looks. Then you should go, I said. He didn't move immediately. Still ordering me around. Hey. I am reminding you, I said. Not ordering. He smiled again, more genuinely this time. Sure. Reminding. He adjusted his coat and stepped back. Well, I suppose I'll leave you to your observing. Don't smite anyone on the way down. I do not smite without cause, I said. He chuckled as he turned. Yeah, I remember. He started walking toward the far edge of the roof. The air shimmered faintly around him as the light bent. He paused once, looking back at me. Take care of her, will you? She is capable, I said. Yeah, he said softly. She is. He vanished in a quiet ripple of energy, the rooftop returning to stillness. I looked toward the door that led down into the hotel. I could hear faint laughter from inside again, Charlie's voice mixed with Angel Dust's louder tone. My hand rested briefly on the railing as I looked down at the city below, then back at the hotel sign flickering in the wind. I stayed where I was for a long while, wings folded, the faint light of the sky brushing against the edge of their feathers. Chapter 3, The Signal and the Visit. The night stretched long after Lucifer's departure. His presence lingered faintly in the air, subtle, but distinct. The residue of his energy carried the same signature it always had, sharp at the edges, wrapped in warmth that disguised its intensity. I stayed on the rooftop, wings folded, watching the glow fade completely. The stillness afterward was heavy but calm. I could hear the quiet hum of conversation from inside the hotel, mixed with laughter and the occasional slam of a door. The moment passed slowly. I could sense the faint hum of heaven far above the clouds, that soft connection that never fully broke, but something inside it shifted. A pulse, light but noticeable, brushed against the core of my grace. It wasn't a call, not yet a check, a trace, a question. They had noticed my descent. I expected this. A few minutes later, the rooftop door creaked open behind me. The sound was light. Charlie stepped out, her hands clasped in front of her. Her hair was slightly out of place, likely from dealing with Angel Dust or Husk again. Oh. You're still up here, she said with a small, nervous laugh. I thought you might have gone back to heaven or something. It's been a while. I turned to face her, my tone calm and even. I do not leave without purpose. She smiled a little, though the expression was careful. Right. I just wanted to check on you. It's been a bit quiet, and I felt something earlier like a pulse. The air felt different for a second. Did you feel that too? I nodded slightly. I did. She looked out toward the sky, resting her arms on the railing beside me. It was like just for a moment something brushed against everything. Kind of like static. She laughed lightly, trying to make it sound casual. Sorry, that probably sounds silly. It was not your imagination, I said. Her eyes widened a little. Really? Then what was it? Heaven noticed, I said. They reached to confirm my position. Oh, she said quietly. So they know you're here? Yes. She hesitated. And they're okay with that? They have not decided yet, I said. They will not act without consideration. Her expression softened. That sounds tense. It is procedure, I said. She nodded slowly. Well, if they ask you to leave. They will not dictate my movement, I said firmly. Charlie blinked, surprised by the certainty in my tone. Right. Sorry. I don't want you to get in trouble because of us. I do not concern myself with reprimand, I said. I came here to observe. That remains unchanged. Her shoulders relaxed a little, and she smiled again, though faintly. Okay. Thank you, then. She turned her gaze back toward the city. The red glow reflected faintly in her eyes. I'm still trying to figure out how to make all of this work. Some days it feels like we're making progress, and then it all falls apart again. Angel and Husk had another argument earlier. Husk threw a glass. I heard it, I said. Yeah, she said with a sigh. But they're still here. That's something. They are trying, I said. She nodded, leaning forward on the railing. That's what matters to me. Even if they mess up, as long as they try, it's worth it. I didn't answer immediately. The faint hum of heaven pressed again, stronger this time, clear enough that even Charlie flinched slightly at the change in the air. What was that? She asked quickly, straightening. I looked up toward the faint shimmer beyond the clouds. They are preparing to send a messenger. From heaven, she said, her voice uncertain. Here. Yes, I said. They will arrive soon. Charlie took a half step back. Should I go inside? That would be wise, I said. She hesitated. Are they going to be angry? They will be measured, I said. I will speak to them. She nodded quickly. Okay. I'll, be downstairs if you need anything. She turned and left, closing the door quietly behind her. The air shifted again. Light condensed in front of me, faint at first, then bright enough to cast clear edges on the rooftop. The energy carried the familiar weight of heaven's orders, structured, clean, unwavering. When it faded enough to reveal shape, a figure stood there. He wore silver armor that gleamed even in the dim light, white wings folded tightly behind him. His hair was pale, his expression serious. I recognized him instantly. Gabriel, I said. He gave a short nod. Michael. His voice was steady, formal. We received your signal. It was not sent deliberately, I said. It was strong enough, he replied. Heaven requests confirmation of your location and intent. I am in Pentagram City, I said. At the Hazbin Hotel. Gabriel's expression didn't change, but his tone gained a note of curiosity. You are aware of the nature of that place? I am, I said. And yet you remain, he said. Yes, I said. I am observing the project. He frowned slightly. Observation from within Hell's boundaries is unusual. I chose to see it myself, I said. Direct experience provides clarity. Gabriel looked around the rooftop briefly, then back at me. Heaven is concerned. Your presence has drawn attention. Some of the lower angels question the necessity of this visit. I will manage it, I said. They wish to know if this experiment poses a threat to stability. It does not, I said. There is no risk to Heaven's order. Gabriel's wings shifted slightly, feathers brushing. Then you intend to remain? For now, I said. He nodded once. Heaven will expect regular updates. I will provide them when appropriate. Gabriel hesitated. And the princess? She is sincere, I said. Her intentions are consistent. He studied me quietly for a moment. That aligns with the reports from the Watchers. It should, I said. They are accurate. He adjusted his posture slightly. Then we will not interfere. But your presence must remain discreet. It will, I said. Gabriel gave a short nod again. Very well. I will relay your statement. He paused. You have been thorough, as always. I do not act without reason, I said. A faint smile flickered across his face, brief, professional. Of that, I have no doubt. The light around him began to brighten again. Before he left, he added, Heaven is watching closely, Michael. They will await your assessment. They will receive it, I said. The light folded in on itself, and he vanished, leaving the rooftop silent again. The faint pressure of celestial energy faded. I turned toward the door. I could sense Charlie's energy through the walls, her nervous curiosity holding her near the staircase. I walked back inside slowly. The hallways were dimly lit, the air warm from the building's age. When I reached the main lobby, Charlie stood behind the reception counter, fidgeting slightly with her hands. Vaggie was nearby, standing alert, her expression cautious. Charlie looked up immediately when she saw me. Was that? It is done, I said. Her shoulders relaxed, though her voice was still uneasy. Was everything okay? Yes, I said. They will not interfere. Vaggie frowned. They? You mean heaven? Yes, I said. Charlie exchanged a quick look with Vaggie before focusing on me again. They're not mad. They are cautious, I said. But not hostile. She smiled with visible relief. That's good. I was worried they might think we were doing something wrong. You are not, I said. Her smile grew. Thank you. Really? Vaggie crossed her arms. So they're just going to watch from above. For now, I said. Vaggie huffed quietly. Figures. Charlie placed a hand on her arm. At least it's not bad news. Vaggie nodded reluctantly. Yet. Guess so. Charlie looked back at me. I'm really glad you're staying, Michael. It means a lot. I will remain until the observation is complete, I said. She smiled again. That's fine by me. I watched her expression for a moment. Your staff requires your attention. The tension among them is increasing. She sighed. Yeah, I know. Angel and Husk again. Yes, I said. She gave a tired laugh. They've been like that all day. I'll talk to them. Again. Vaggie nodded. I'll make sure they don't start another fight. Charlie turned toward the hallway that led to the bar. Okay, let's go. Before she walked away, she glanced back at me. Thanks for talking to, whoever that was. I inclined my head slightly. It was necessary. She smiled again, genuine this time, and followed Vaggie into the next room. The lobby quieted once they left. I remained standing near the reception counter, listening to the muffled sounds of their voices down the hall. The air felt stable again, no trace of heaven's pulse, no lingering demonic energy from Lucifer's visit. For now, everything was balanced. Chapter 4, The Command of Silence. The night passed quietly after Gabriel's departure, but the quiet inside the hotel did not last. By the time dawn bled across the red haze of the city, noise had already begun to rise from the lower floors. The sound was loud, uneven, and grating. I could hear Angel Dust's laughter, Husk's irritated growl, and the sharp sound of glass breaking. It repeated, the same rhythm of chaos as before. I stepped down from the upper hall. The air in the hotel was heavy from smoke and alcohol. Vaggie's voice carried from the bar, her tone clipped. Angel, could you not start this again? It's too early. Angel Dust laughed, leaning over the counter, one elbow planted against the surface. Relax, sugar, I'm just having a little fun. Husk's the one who got all hissy when I asked for another drink. You asked for 6, Husk muttered, wiping the counter without enthusiasm. Angel Dust smirked. Yeah, well, you were slow. Charlie stood nearby, trying to ease the tension, her smile fragile but persistent. Okay, let's just take a breath, everyone. We can talk this out. Husk, maybe a break. Her words trailed off as I entered the room. The floor creaked under my steps. All three of them turned immediately. Charlie straightened, her hands clasped nervously in front of her. Vaggy's expression tightened. Husk's ear flicked once. Angel Dust grinned, though his grin faltered slightly when he saw my face. "Morning, big guy," Angel said. "Sleep well?" "Oh, wait, you don't sleep, right? Must be nice." I stopped in the center of the room. "Your noise carries through every floor," I said. My voice was level, clear, and deep. "Control it." Angel Dust raised both hands in mock surrender. "Hey, don't look at me, I was just..." "Enough," I said. The sound of the word alone was enough to still the room for a moment. Then Angel exhaled and leaned back against the counter. "Sheesh. Someone's cranky today." Charlie moved quickly between us. "He didn't mean anything, Michael. We're just having a bit of a rough morning." I looked at her, but she lowered her gaze almost immediately. Her tone stayed polite, though uncertain. I could sense she was trying to defuse the moment. Angel Dust's grin returned. "Don't mind him, Charlie. I'm sure OL Wings here's just mad that heaven doesn't serve coffee." Husk groaned. "You really don't know when to stop." "I'm kidding," Angel said, laughing. "Man, you people take everything so seriously." The sound grated against the walls. I could feel the thin pulse of demonic energy building in the air, the same constant disturbance that made this place chaotic. I could end it easily. Charlie opened her mouth again, likely to speak, but I moved first. I took one step forward, then another. My wings unfolded slightly, not fully spread but wide enough to change the air pressure in the room. The golden light that lay dormant in my grace surfaced, faint but visible. Angel Dust's grin froze. Vaggy's hand went instinctively to her weapon before she caught herself. Charlie's expression shifted from concern to wide-eyed focus. The air thickened instantly. The glow from the ceiling lamps flickered. I let a controlled pulse of authority roll through the space, precise, measured, not destructive. It wasn't light or sound. It was weight. A command, woven into the very energy around us. The glass on the counter trembled, then cracked down the middle. Angel Dust flinched and took a half step back. Husk's feathers bristled. Charlie gasped softly but didn't move. "Silence," I said. The word carried outward through every corner of the hotel. The sound of arguing from upstairs stopped instantly. The old pipes creaked once and fell quiet. Even the neon sign outside dimmed for a moment before steadying. Angel Dust stared at me. His usual smirk was gone, replaced by something closer to disbelief. "Whoa, okay," he said quietly. "Message received." Charlie's hands trembled slightly. She took a step closer, her voice low but steady. "Michael, it's okay. They understand. Please ease up a little." I turned my gaze to her. Her tone was calm, polite, but her pulse was quick. She wasn't afraid in the way the others were. Hers was tension born of worry. "They cannot improve amid disorder," I said. "I know," she said quickly. "You're right, it's just some of them need more time to learn that." "They will learn," I said. Angel Dust raised a hand slowly. "Can we, go back to the part where we're not about to be vaporized?" I looked at him once. "You will not speak again unless spoken to." He lowered his hand instantly. "Right. Got it." Husk muttered something under his breath, but it wasn't loud enough to carry. Vaggy stayed tense, though she didn't speak either. Charlie took a slow breath. "Okay. Let's all just stay calm, all right?" "Thank you, Michael. I think everyone got the message." I folded my wings back into place, the air returning to normal pressure. The golden light receded from the edges of my form. The room stayed quiet, completely still. Charlie smiled weakly, though relief showed in her shoulders. There. That's better. I looked around the room once more. No one moved. The silence was complete. I turned toward Charlie again. Maintain this level of order. She nodded quickly. We will. I inclined my head slightly and stepped back toward the hallway. The others parted without being told. The air behind me stayed subdued. As I walked through the corridor, I could still sense the faint hum of power lingering behind. It wasn't destructive, it was correction. Every presence in the building adjusted to it. I could hear whispers start after I passed the quiet kind, not defiance, only nervous agreement. By the time I reached the staircase, the hotel was silent again. I ascended slowly to the second floor, checking the energy balance of the building. The demon's aura had steadied, their excess hostility suppressed by force. It would hold for a time. Halfway down the hall, Charlie caught up to me. Her footsteps were quick but careful. Michael, she said, slightly out of breath. I stopped. Yes. She straightened, trying to find the right tone. I appreciate what you did. It worked. They're quiet now. They will remain that way if they value stability, I said. I know, she said softly. But please try not to scare them too much next time. I looked at her. Fear brings restraint. Restraint brings order. She sighed, rubbing the back of her neck. Yeah, but fear doesn't really help with redemption. It kind of does the opposite. They will adapt, I said. Her lips parted as if to respond, but she stopped herself, then gave a small, uncertain nod. Okay. I just wanted to thank you anyway. They listen better when you speak. That is expected, I said. Her expression softened slightly. Still, thank you. I gave a brief nod. She smiled and turned to head back downstairs. The hall grew quiet again. I could still sense the pulse of heaven faintly above the clouds, steady now, no longer probing. They had seen my restraint. That was enough for the moment. Down below, the sound of Charlie's voice carried through the floor. She was gathering the staff for cleanup, her tone bright again, steady. Angel Dust's reply came muted but compliant, a tone I hadn't heard from him before. Husk didn't argue. Even Vaggy's tone was less sharp. The hotel's rhythm had changed. It was cleaner, sharper, aligned. I remained in the hall for several minutes longer, monitoring. When no further disturbance came, I turned back toward the stairs. The air was still, the light from the hall lamp steady. By the time I descended again, Charlie had managed to coax everyone into the common room. Angel Dust was sitting on the couch, legs crossed, still quiet. Husk leaned on the counter, head in his hands. Vaggy stood with her arms crossed, still watching but not interfering. Charlie looked relieved. She looked at me as I entered. Everything's fine now, she said quickly. They're going to behave. Good, I said. Angel Dust gave a forced smile. Yeah, no more yelling. Promise. Scout's honor. Husk muttered, you were never a scout. Angel shot him a look but didn't answer. Charlie's smile stayed steady. We're all on the same page now. I stood near the center of the room. If order falters again, I will restore it, I said. Everyone nodded. None of them argued. Charlie clasped her hands together and forced a cheerful tone. Okay. Let's get back to work, then. We still have a full day ahead of us. The tension eased gradually as they began to move. Husk cleaned the counter again. Angel Dust went to help Nifty in the hallway. Vaggie followed Charlie toward the office, still watching me out of the corner of her eye. When the room finally emptied, I turned back toward the window. The city outside was loud again, but the hotel itself remained still. The quiet wasn't fragile, it held. Chapter 5, The Radio Demon Arrives. The stillness in the hotel held through most of the day. The air was quiet, the kind of quiet that followed authority. Every voice stayed low, every footstep measured. Charlie's smile returned gradually, but her tone remained cautious. The others avoided unnecessary noise. It was progress. By late afternoon, I stood in the main hall, watching the sun's faint red glow filter through the windows. Dust hung in the air, disturbed only by Nifty's constant cleaning. Husk worked silently behind the counter, tail twitching occasionally. Angel Dust sat on the couch, idly flipping through a magazine he didn't seem to read. Charlie entered from the office with Vaggie beside her. "Okay, everyone," Charlie said, trying to sound bright again, "let's just keep up the good energy, all right? It's been a really productive day." Vaggie gave a small nod, her voice low. "At least no one's yelling." Angel Dust grinned faintly. "Yeah, because the big guy'll smite us if we sneeze too loud." Vaggie frowned. "Angel." He raised both hands. "Kidding." Charlie glanced at me quickly, then back to the group. "Anyway, maybe we can start planning the next guest event tomorrow." Before anyone could reply, the temperature of the air shifted. The lamps flickered. The faint sound of static crawled through the walls. Husk's ears flattened immediately. Angel Dust looked up. Nifty stopped cleaning mid-motion. Vaggie's hand went to her weapon. "Oh, no," she muttered. Charlie blinked. "Wait, what's?" The static rose into laughter. The sound was smooth, old, and distorted. Then the light from the entrance bent faintly, and a tall figure appeared just beyond the doorway. His smile was wide, his movements sharp, every step punctuated by a faint burst of static. "Alastair. Good afternoon, everyone." His tone was cheerful and perfectly controlled. "What a lovely day to stop by my favorite little rehabilitation project." Charlie's expression brightened instantly. "Alastair. Hi. Princess," he said, tilting his head. "Always a delight to see that smile. The atmosphere here seems quieter than usual." His grin sharpened slightly. "Almost unnaturally so." Angel Dust muttered under his breath, "You have no idea." I turned fully to face him. His energy spread through the room like interference, not chaotic but invasive. It moved against my grace in deliberate waves, the frequencies clashing at the edges. Alastair's attention shifted to me the instant I met his gaze. His smile didn't fade, but his tone adjusted slightly. "Ah. So you're the source of this little change." Charlie quickly stepped between us. "Alastair, this is Michael. He's the Archangel," Alastair said before she could finish. "Yes, I've heard quite a bit about our shining visitor. Word spreads fast when heaven's favorite warrior strolls through hell's front gate." "You address me correctly," I said. Alastair's grin widened. "Of course. I do try to show proper respect to visiting royalty." He bowed slightly, the motion smooth and theatrical. "Welcome to my little corner of chaos, Your Holiness." "You call this place yours?" I asked. He straightened, his tone pleasant. "Oh, not mine in ownership, no, no. But influence, perhaps." His eyes glinted red. After all, it's difficult to ignore such an unusual energy signature flooding through the streets. It's been quite some time since I felt something from up there. "Your curiosity is noted," I said evenly. "It will end here." Charlie glanced quickly between us. Hey, let's just all stay calm." Alastair's been a huge help to the hotel. He's not here to cause trouble. Of course not. Alastair said brightly. Trouble is such a strong word. I'm merely curious. One can't blame me for wanting to meet Heaven's top enforcer in person. It's not every day an angel decides to move into my neighborhood. You speak too freely, I said. He chuckled, the sound turning to static for a moment before clearing again. I've always had that problem. Old habits die hard. The tension in the air grew thicker. Charlie sensed it and moved quickly to break it. Alastair, Michael's here to observe the hotel. That's all. Heaven wants to see if redemption can work. Alastair's expression didn't change. Redemption, he repeated slowly. Fascinating concept. And you're truly here to watch it unfold. Yes, I said. Observation is my task. He nodded slowly, taking a few steps closer. The static followed every movement. And if you decide this little project fails, what then? I act as I see fit, I said. His grin sharpened. Of course you do. Charlie raised her voice slightly. Alastair, please. Let's not turn this into a contest. Alastair glanced at her and smiled lightly. Oh, my dear, I wouldn't dream of it. He looked back at me. Still, I must say, it's refreshing to meet someone who can look me in the eye without flinching. Most around here find that rather difficult. I didn't move. Your tricks do not impress me. The grin stayed fixed. Good. It would be such a shame if they did. Vaggie stepped forward, her expression hard. Why are you even here, Alastair? You usually only show up when something's wrong. Curiosity, my dear, he said cheerfully. That's all. Though I must admit, I wanted to see what sort of presence could tame this noisy little hotel so completely. I should have guessed it would be something divine. Angel Dust muttered, yet, he tamed it all right. Alastair's head turned slightly. Did he now? I looked toward Angel. You will remain silent. Angel nodded quickly. Yep. Shutting up. Alastair chuckled again, his eyes narrowing slightly. You've got quite the command presence, I'll give you that. I do not require your approval, I said. Oh, but I give it freely, he replied, amused. Still, I can't help but wonder how long do you intend to stay? Surely heaven won't let you linger among the damned indefinitely. They are aware of my actions, I said. Their permission is not required. Alastair raised a brow, his grin widening. Ah. A free agent, then. How rare. Your interest is misplaced, I said. Leave this place. The air shifted instantly. The static that clung to him flickered. He tilted his head. Now that, he said, sounded almost like an order. It was, I said. Charlie stepped forward quickly. Michael, please, he's not a threat. Alastair just likes to talk. Right, Alastair? He looked at her with an easy smile. Of course, dear. Just talking. His gaze turned back to me. Though I can't say I enjoy being dismissed from my own playground. This is not yours, I said. Perhaps not, he said. But I helped build it. I took a single step forward. The movement was small, but the energy that followed it filled the room instantly. Light gathered faintly at the edges of my wings. The sound of static vanished. The radio tone that usually accompanied Alastair's presence cut off abruptly, as if smothered. His grin flickered for the first time. His shoulders straightened slightly, every trace of his casual stance gone. Leave, I said again. Charlie raised her voice. Michael, please. I looked at her once. He disrupts stability. I know, she said, her voice shaking slightly. But he's still one of us. He's helped us before. Vaggie added sharply, even if he's annoying, we can handle him. Alastair's laughter returned, though quieter this time. There, you see? They want me here. You are tolerated, I said. That is not the same. He tilted his head. You speak like someone used to being obeyed. I am, I said. The air pulsed once, the light around me brightening briefly. Alastair's static pushed back, faint but present. For several seconds, the two forces pressed against each other, mine calm and controlled, his erratic and loud. The sound of it made the lamps flicker again. Then, slowly, he lowered his head, still smiling but with less ease. Very well, he said finally. I'll take my leave for now. No need to make the place any tenser than it already is. Charlie exhaled softly. Thank you, Alastair. He turned to her and gave a small bow. Anything for you, my dear. His eyes slid back to me one last time. Until next time, Archangel. He vanished into static. The sound faded completely, leaving the room in still silence. Charlie stood perfectly still for a moment before speaking. That was intense. Vaggie rubbed her forehead. You think? Angel Dust laughed nervously. Yeah, next time maybe don't stare him down like that, okay? Some of us like not being electrocuted. Charlie turned toward me. Michael, thank you for keeping things under control. I know Alastair can be unpredictable. He understands his limits now, I said. Vaggie crossed her arms. You're not exactly subtle. I do not require subtlety, I said. Charlie smiled awkwardly. Well, whatever works. She hesitated. I think I'll go check on Nifty. She's probably hiding after that. Vaggie followed her toward the hallway, muttering something about chaos magnets. Angel Dust looked at me and shrugged. Guess I'll go, clean something. Husk gave him a flat look. You cleaning? That'll be the day. Hey, I'm inspired, Angel said quickly and left the room. Husk poured himself a drink. Remind me never to piss you off. You would not survive it, I said. He nodded once. Fair. I watched him turn away, then looked toward the empty doorway where Alastair had stood. The air was still again. His presence had left no trace. The quiet returned fully. Chapter 6, The Meeting of the Damned. The hotel stayed quiet for a long time after Alastair's departure. No one spoke above a whisper. The silence spread through the halls like a physical weight. Even Husk kept his head down, glass in hand, while Angel Dust flipped nervously through the same magazine without turning a single page. The tension was steady but bearable. Charlie spent the next few hours pacing between the main lobby and the hallway. Her expression stayed cheerful when she passed the others, but the strain behind her eyes was clear. She wanted to repair the damage left behind by the confrontation. By early evening, she gathered everyone in the lounge. The air smelled faintly of cleaning powder and cheap whiskey. The lamps hummed softly. Charlie clapped her hands together once to get attention. All right, everyone, she said with forced enthusiasm. We've had kind of a rough day, so I think it's time we all take a moment to, reset a little. Angel Dust groaned, leaning back on the couch. Oh boy, here we go. Angel, Vaggie said sharply. Just listen for once. I am listening, he said, smirking. I just already know this is gonna involve feelings. Charlie ignored him and continued, her voice bright. I want everyone to remember why we're here. We're a team, even when things get stressful. That includes all of us. She paused, glancing toward me. Even you, Michael. I looked at her. I am aware. Good, she said, clasping her hands again. So, I thought we could all sit together and talk about what happened earlier, you know, so there's no tension. It's important that we all communicate. Husk muttered under his breath. This again? Charlie turned toward him with a firm smile. Yes, this again. Nifty appeared from the hallway, holding a tray of drinks. I made tea. I think it's tea. Smells like tea. Charlie smiled gratefully. Thank you, Nifty. Nifty placed the tray on the table, her motions quick and precise, then took a seat beside Husk. Husk didn't move, though his tail flicked once in mild annoyance. Charlie gestured for everyone to sit. All right, let's just take turns. Maybe we can start by sharing how we're feeling about the last couple of days. Angel Dust raised an eyebrow. You serious? Yes, she said firmly. He shrugged. Fine. I'm feeling great. Totally calm. Haven't been vaporized once. Gold star for me. Vaggie frowned. Angel. Okay, he said, rolling his eyes. I get it. We're all supposed to talk about our feelings. Sure. I'll bite. Things got weird when Tall, Winged, and Terrifying decided to turn the volume down on everyone. He pointed a finger at me. No offense, buddy, but that was kinda extreme. Your disorder was unacceptable, I said. Angel tilted his head. Yeah, I got that. Loud and clear. Still, maybe next time you could, I don't know, ask before you make the building shake. I do not ask, I said. Vaggie looked like she wanted to smile but didn't. Charlie quickly stepped in. Let's keep this civil. Angel, Michael was trying to help. Angel sighed dramatically. Sure. Help. Got it. Charlie nodded toward Husk. What about you? Husk glanced up, ears twitching. I don't care. As long as no one breaks anything, I'm fine. That's progress, Charlie said encouragingly. It's survival, Husk replied flatly. Nifty leaned forward eagerly. I liked it. Everything's been so peaceful since then. I can actually clean without slipping on broken glass. Angel groaned again. You're impossible. Nifty smiled brightly. Thank you. Charlie took a breath, keeping her tone warm. Vaggie. Vaggie looked thoughtful. I think Michael did what needed to be done, she said. But we can't scare everyone every time something goes wrong. I do not scare, I said. She met my gaze. You do to them. They will adapt, I said. Charlie quickly nodded. That's true. Everyone's learning. This is all part of the process. Angel muttered, some of us would like a smaller learning curve. Charlie pretended not to hear him. Michael, is there anything you'd like to say? I looked around the room. Every pair of eyes was on me, though few met my gaze directly. The demon's energy levels were calm, steady, held in place by authority. It was efficient. Charlie wanted harmony. I would give her structure. You require discipline, I said. Not agreement. Angel blinked. That's comforting. Charlie smiled politely. Thank you, Michael. Maybe we can combine both. Discipline and teamwork. Vaggie nodded. That's what we've been trying to teach them. Angel smirked. Guess the boss just got an upgrade. Charlie pointed gently at him. You're part of that team, Angel. Yeah, he said, waving a hand. Teamwork. Sure thing, princess. Husk drank from his glass. Can we wrap this up? I've got better things not to do. Charlie sighed softly. Almost done. I just wanted to make sure everyone felt heard. They are heard, I said. Now they must listen. Vaggie raised an eyebrow. You don't leave much room for debate, do you? I do not debate with the unready, I said. Angel chuckled under his breath. Man, heaven must be fun at parties. Charlie shot him a quick look, and he fell silent again. The room stayed still for a few seconds before Charlie spoke again, her tone more relaxed. All right. I think that's enough talking for now. Maybe we can end with something positive. One thing each of us appreciates about being here. I'll start. Angel groaned softly, but she continued. I appreciate that everyone keeps trying, no matter what happens. She smiled warmly. Even when it's hard. Vaggie gave her a small smile in return. I appreciate that you haven't given up on any of us. Nifty waved her hand in the air. I appreciate having people to clean for. It's nice having company. Husk sighed. I appreciate the alcohol. Charlie frowned lightly but said nothing. Angel Dust leaned back in his chair. I appreciate that nobody's killed me yet. That's a new record. Keep your tone in check, I said. He raised his hands again. See? Always watching. Charlie turned toward me next. Michael. I looked around the room again. The demons were watching carefully, unsure of what to expect. You are manageable, I said. That is progress. Angel laughed quietly. You're really bad at this. Vaggie gave him a sharp look. Don't push it. Charlie smiled anyway. I'll take that as a positive. It is, I said. The sound of footsteps echoed from the hall before anyone could speak again. Nifty perked up. Is that dinner? Charlie glanced toward the doorway. Oh. It must be the delivery. Husk muttered, about time. Angel stretched lazily. Finally. I'm starving. Charlie turned toward me again. Michael, would you like to join us? It's not much, just takeout, but you're welcome. I do not require food, I said. I know, she said gently. But you're still welcome to sit with us. It's part of the team thing. I paused briefly, then gave a single nod. Very well. The group shifted toward the dining area. The long table was uneven, one leg propped up with a folded napkin, but Charlie arranged everything carefully. Boxes of pizza, noodles, and whatever else Husk had ordered earlier were spread across the surface. Angel grabbed a slice immediately. Finally, something decent. Don't make a mess, Vaggie warned. I'll try, he said through a mouthful of food. Nifty darted around, setting plates, adjusting napkins, and rearranging chairs until everything looked tidy. Husk sat at the far end, already halfway through his drink. Charlie sat near the center, smiling as everyone began eating. The mood eased slowly. Laughter returned in small bursts, light and hesitant. I sat at the end opposite Husk, wings folded tightly behind me. I watched the way they interacted, their energy stabilized but still raw. Angel Dust cracked jokes, Vaggie corrected him, Nifty cleaned up crumbs as soon as they fell, and Husk ignored everyone. Charlie's smile brightened gradually, the stress fading from her shoulders. She looked at me across the table. See? Not so bad, right? I met her gaze. It is tolerable. She laughed softly. I'll take it. Vaggie smirked faintly. That's the nicest thing he's said all day. Angel raised his slice in mock salute. Cheers to that. The meal went on longer than expected. The conversation stayed grounded, casual talk about repairs, new guests, and small frustrations. I listened, speaking only when needed. Charlie noticed and smiled again. You don't talk much, do you? I speak when it serves purpose, I said. That's fair, she said, still cheerful. But sometimes talking is just nice. I do not require comfort, I said. She laughed quietly. I know. But maybe we do. Vaggie nodded in agreement. She's right. Angel grinned. Yeah, come on, big guy, lighten up. You might even like us one day. You overestimate yourself, I said. He laughed. You say that now. Charlie reached for her glass. I think this went really well. Everyone got to talk, and no one yelled or fought. That's progress. It is improvement, I said. Exactly, she said brightly. Vaggie leaned back in her chair. Don't get used to it. Angel pointed at her. Don't ruin the moment. Husk rolled his eyes. You two never stop. Charlie smiled at all of them. Thank you, everyone. This is what I want for the hotel. Just peace. It will last as long as discipline holds, I said. She nodded. Then we'll keep working on that. The table fell quiet again, but it wasn't tense. It was the quiet of people who, for once, weren't fighting. Angel leaned back, finishing his food. You know, he said, for a bunch of sinners, we clean up pretty good. Vaggie gave him a small smile. Don't ruin it. He laughed again, softer this time. Yeah. Charlie looked toward me. Thank you for joining us, Michael. It means a lot. You requested it, I said. I obeyed. That still counts, she said with a smile. Chapter 7, The New Arrival. Morning came slowly, the same dull red glow creeping through the windows of the Hazbin Hotel. The building was quiet again. Angel Dust was asleep on the couch, Husk had passed out behind the counter, and Nifty was already scrubbing the floor with unnecessary energy. Charlie and Vaggie were talking in low voices by the front desk. I stood near the window, wings folded, watching the city beyond. The streets below were alive with noise and movement, demons crowding the walkways, the flicker of neon signs reflecting in the fog. Charlie's tone was bright as always. All right, everyone, listen up, she said suddenly. We have a new guest arriving today. Angel stirred on the couch, yawning. Great. Another lost soul looking for free rent. Vaggie frowned at him. Be nice, Angel. I'm always nice, he said lazily. You're never nice, she replied. Charlie ignored them both. This one actually reached out to me personally, she continued. He said he wants to try for redemption. That's what we're here for, right? Nifty perked up. Do they like cleaning? I don't know, Charlie admitted. But we're going to welcome him the same way we welcome everyone else. Vaggie's expression stayed cautious. Do we know anything about him? Charlie looked down at the letter in her hands. Just his name. Kellen. Angel raised an eyebrow. That's it? No former warlord of the South Ring? No murderer of 1,000 souls? Nothing. Charlie shook her head. He didn't say much. He just said he wants to change. Sounds suspicious, Vaggie said. Charlie smiled softly. Everyone sounds suspicious at first. Husk muttered from behind the counter, because they usually are. Charlie's smile didn't fade. We'll give him a chance. She looked at me. Michael, would you be willing to stay nearby while we greet him? Just in case. Yes, I said. Thank you, she said, relieved. It'll help everyone feel safe. Angel snorted. Yeah, nothing says comfort like the threat of divine judgment. Hanjin in the doorway. Vaggie glared at him. Angel. He shrugged. What? I'm just sayin'. I ignored him. My gaze stayed fixed on the door. The faint trace of demonic energy approached from the street outside, a single signature, low in strength but unstable. It was untrained, unfocused. A knock came moments later. 3 short taps against the heavy wood. Charlie stepped forward immediately. That must be him. Vaggie stood beside her, hand resting near her weapon out of habit. Husk looked up but didn't move. Angel Dust sat up on the couch, curious but cautious. Charlie opened the door. The figure standing outside was tall but thin, wearing a long, tattered coat. His eyes were dull orange, tired but alert. His skin was pale grey, the faint glow of infernal corruption along his jawline. He kept his hands visible, palms open, as if to show he carried nothing. "Hi," he said quietly. "This is the hotel, right?" Charlie smiled brightly. "Yes. Welcome to the Hazbin Hotel. My name's Charlie, and this is my partner, Vaggie. You must be Kellen." He nodded once. "Yet." Vaggie's tone was controlled. "You said you're here for redemption." He looked down briefly, then back up. "That's right." Angel Dust stood and leaned against the counter, smirking. "Well, look at that. Someone else dumb enough to think this joint works." "Angel," Charlie said quickly, "be nice." "Hey, I'm just making conversation," he replied, still smiling. Charlie gestured toward the inside. "Please, come in. Don't worry about him. He's harmless." Angel made a face. "Hey." Kellen hesitated, then stepped over the threshold. The moment he did, I let my grace flare faintly, just enough to scan the energy running through him. He froze instantly, eyes darting to me. "Whoa," he said quietly. "You're not normal." "I am Michael," I said. He blinked. "As in, the Michael?" "Yes." Charlie stepped quickly between us, her tone gentle but firm. "Don't be nervous. He's here to help, too." Kellen nodded slowly, still staring at me. "Didn't think heaven actually came down here." "They do not," I said. "I chose to." He looked away. "Guess that makes me lucky." Vaggie crossed her arms. "We'll see about that." Charlie gestured toward the chairs. "Let's all sit for a minute. You can tell us a little about yourself." Kellen moved cautiously toward the couch. Angel Dust shifted to make room but watched him closely. Husk poured another drink. Nifty darted over with a cup of tea before Kellen could even sit. "Here," she said brightly. "You look thirsty." He blinked at her, confused. Thanks." Charlie sat across from him. "So, Kellen, what brought you here?" He looked down at the floor. "I got tired," he said. "Spent too long running jobs for overlords who don't care about anything. Thought I'd try something different." Vaggie's tone was skeptical. "You just woke up one day and decided to be good." "Something like that," he said quietly. Charlie smiled. "That's a start." I studied him carefully. His energy flickered weakly, no trace of strength beyond what most low demons carried. No hidden weapon, no spell. He was truthful, at least for now. Charlie noticed my silence. "Michael, what do you think?" "He speaks honestly," I said. She smiled. "Then that's all we need." Vaggie frowned. "For now." Angel Dust leaned forward. "So what did you do before this, Kellen?" Kellen hesitated. "Collected debts. Mostly for Valentino." Angel's grin vanished instantly. "Valentino, hey." Kellen looked up, confused. "You know him?" Angel's expression hardened. yet. I know him. Charlie sensed the tension. Okay, let's not. Angel stood suddenly, his voice sharp. You worked for him. I quit, Kellen said quickly. Didn't like the way he ran things. Angel's laugh was bitter. Nobody likes the way he runs things. You still worked for him. Angel, Charlie said softly, please. He didn't move for a moment, then turned away, sitting back down roughly. Whatever. Vaggie glanced at Charlie. We should probably keep an eye on this one. We will, Charlie said. But he deserves a chance. Kellen looked uncomfortable. If it's a problem, I can leave. You will stay, I said. He looked at me quickly. Why? You made a request, I said. It will be honored. You will prove your sincerity here. He swallowed hard and nodded. All right. Charlie's smile returned, bright but steady. See? It's fine. Everyone deserves a shot. Vaggie sighed. I hope you're right. Charlie stood and clapped her hands. Okay. Let's get Kellen a room. Nifty, can you help him with that? Of course. Nifty said cheerfully. Come on, follow me. Kellen followed her up the stairs, glancing back once toward me before disappearing around the corner. The moment he was gone, Angel Dust spoke again, his tone sharp. You know that guy's bad news, right? Charlie frowned. Angel, everyone's bad news down here. That's why they're here. Yeah, but some bad news bites harder than others, he muttered. Vaggie rubbed her temples. We'll keep watch. If he causes trouble, he's out. Charlie nodded. Fair. Husk took a drink. He'll cause trouble. Charlie sighed. Let's give him one day before we start assuming things. I said nothing. I could feel the faint trace of Kellen's energy through the walls above, unsteady but harmless. Later that day, Charlie brought Kellen back down for orientation. She introduced him to each member of the group again, her tone patient. Angel stayed quiet this time, only offering a half-hearted nod. Husk ignored him entirely. Nifty was too busy talking about cleaning schedules to notice anything else. Charlie explained the hotel's structure, the chores, the redemption sessions, the check-ins. Kellen listened closely, nodding at every instruction. His hands fidgeted slightly. He was nervous, but he didn't lie. When she finished, she turned to me again. Michael, would you mind giving him a quick tour? It might help him feel more comfortable. Understood, I said. Kellen hesitated. Sure. I led him through the main hall first, explaining the structure as we walked. You will work during the day. You will not disrupt others. Order is mandatory. He nodded quickly. Got it. We moved through the kitchen, where Nifty was already reorganizing cabinets. She waved as we passed. In the courtyard, the air was still and faintly warm. The smell of sulfur was stronger outside. Kellen looked around. You really think this place can change people? It can, I said. If they follow instruction. He looked at me carefully. And if they don't? They will be corrected, I said. He swallowed again. You're serious? I am, I said. We stopped near the fence that bordered the property. Beyond it, the city noise was louder. Kellen's voice was lower now. You're not like the other angels I heard about. I am exactly what I am, I said. He looked down. Guess that's fair. I studied him for another moment. He avoided eye contact but didn't lie. His fear was not defiance, it was instinct. That was acceptable. Return inside, I said. Charlie will assign your tasks. He nodded. "Yet. Thanks." When we returned, Charlie was waiting in the lobby. Her smile was bright again. "How'd it go?" "He understands his place," I said. "That's good," she said happily. "See, it's not so bad." Vaggie looked skeptical. "We'll see." Angel muttered something but didn't raise his voice. Kellen glanced between them, unsure. Charlie placed a reassuring hand on his arm. "Don't worry. You're safe here." He nodded silently. I turned away, walking toward the window again. The city's glow burned faintly outside. I could already feel the minor shift in energy that came with every new soul's arrival. The hotel adjusted around it like a living thing. Charlie's voice carried behind me. "All right, everyone. Let's make our new guest feel welcome. One step at a time, okay?" Chapter 8, The Broken Night. The night outside the hotel was darker than usual. The red haze over Pentagram City pressed low against the rooftops, and the signs below flickered unevenly. Inside, most of the residents had already gone quiet. Charlie had finally convinced Angel Dust to go to his room. Husk sat behind the counter with an open bottle, half asleep. Nifty hummed softly as she cleaned the last of the dishes. Kellen had been given a room on the second floor, the one furthest from the stairs. Charlie said it was to give him space, but everyone knew it was so she could keep an eye on him from the hallway below. I stood near the entrance, wings folded tightly. My senses extended through the hotel's walls, reading the small fluctuations of demonic energy outside. There was movement in the street, too many signatures for the time of night, and none of them matched the usual wanderers. They were organized. "Kellen's employers have found him," I said quietly. Husk looked up instantly, sober now. "You're serious?" "Yes." Vaggie appeared from the hallway, already tense. "How many?" "6, I said. "Armed?" "2 strong, 4 lesser." Charlie froze in place near the stairs. "Armed? Wait, what?" "Here." "Yes." Angel Dust appeared from the upper floor, half-dressed, voice groggy. "Did somebody say armed? Because I'm not dealin' with that again." "Stay inside," I said. Charlie stepped forward. "Michael, please don't." "I will deal with it," I said, already turning toward the door. "Wait," she said, but I was already outside. The air hit me with the thick, metallic smell of Hell's Street smoke. The ground beneath the hotel's sign was cracked, the faint flicker of neon reflecting off broken pavement. The 6 signatures spread across the street ahead, closing in from opposite sides. The first to speak was a tall demon with spiked shoulders and a jagged grin that didn't reach his eyes. "Well, look at this. Heard a rumor the little runaway checked in here." The others chuckled quietly. One of them adjusted his weapon, a long-barreled infernal rifle glowing faintly red. "Step aside, Feather Boy," the leader said. "We're just here for the kid." "You will not enter," I said. The leader blinked, then laughed. "You serious? What, you think we're scared of an angel playing guard dog in a dump like this?" "I am not here to play," I said. The nearest one lifted his weapon. "Then you'll..." He didn't finish. I moved once. The ground cracked beneath my step. The air compressed sharply. His weapon shattered before he could fire, fragments scattering across the pavement. The others flinched, the sudden force of it shaking the nearby streetlights. The leader hissed and gestured. "Spread out." They tried, but the space around them had already closed. The barrier of grace I summoned was invisible, a perfect ring that locked them in. They felt it before they saw it, the heat against their skin, the pressure on their breath. 2 rushed forward. Their blades ignited with corrupted fire. I let them come. The first struck high. I caught his wrist mid-swing, turned it, and forced the blade downward. It met the pavement, burning a hole through stone before I crushed the hilt in my hand. He screamed, falling to his knees. The other swung from the side, faster, sharper. I pivoted, caught him by the throat, and drove him into the ground hard enough to split the concrete. The leader stumbled back. "What the hell? You were warned," I said. I raised a hand slightly. The ring of light expanded outward. Every demon froze in place, their limbs locked by the force pressing against their bodies. "You trespass under my sight," I said. "You will not be warned again." The one still conscious choked out, "We just came for the debt collector." "Your orders do not concern me," I said. "You will return to your master with this message, he will not interfere again." The leader tried to resist. "Valentino doesn't take orders from anyone." "Then he will take consequence," I said. The glow in my eyes brightened. The weight in the air deepened until every demon was forced to their knees. The street cracked in a circle around them. I let the sound of my voice cut through the distortion cleanly. "Go." The barrier vanished. They didn't wait. The moment their bodies were free, they scrambled backward, half dragging their wounded with them. None dared look back. I watched until their signatures faded into the distance. The street fell quiet again. When I turned, Charlie stood in the doorway, her expression pale. Vaggie was beside her, blade half drawn, and angel dust peered from behind them with wide eyes. Charlie spoke first, her voice small. "Is it over?" "Yes," I said. She stepped forward, still cautious. "Are they alive?" I said. She looked relieved but uneasy. "Thank you for protecting the hotel." I looked past her toward the upper floors. "Where is he?" "Kellen," she asked quickly. "He's upstairs." "He didn't come out." "Good," I said. Vaggie's tone was wary. "You handled that fast." "It was simple," I said. Angel Dust crossed his arms. "You just made 6 of them run for their lives." "Not exactly simple." "They attacked under my watch," I said. "It was necessary." Charlie's voice was soft again. "Still, thank you." She looked down the street where the demons had fled. "They won't come back, will they?" "No," I said. She nodded, but her shoulders were still tense. "I don't like this. Valentino's people don't stop that easily." "Then I will stop them again," I said. Vaggie looked at me carefully. "You really mean that?" "I do not speak without intent," I said. Angel Dust let out a short breath. "Damn. Remind me not to get on your bad side." "You already are," I said. He blinked, uncertain whether I was serious. Charlie stepped closer. "Let's just, all go back inside. It's late. We'll deal with tomorrow when it comes." I followed them back into the lobby. The doors shut behind us. The building was quiet again, though tension clung to the air like residue. Kellen appeared at the top of the stairs, eyes wide. "What happened?" Charlie looked up at him. "You're safe. It's handled." He looked at me quickly. "You did that?" "Yes," I said. He hesitated, then lowered his gaze. "I didn't mean to bring trouble here." "You did," I said, "but it is contained." Charlie stepped in again, her tone gentle. "You're not in trouble, Kellen. You didn't ask for them to come. We'll figure this out." He nodded quietly. "Thank you." Vaggie muttered, "This is going to make things complicated." Charlie sighed. "We'll manage." Angel dropped onto the couch. "Guess the party's over." "Shame, I was just getting comfy." Husk poured another drink. You people are loud even when you win. Charlie gave a small, tired laugh. Yeah, well, that's us. She looked at me again. Thank you, Michael. Really? It was expected, I said. She smiled faintly. Still means a lot. The group slowly dispersed after that. Husk returned to the counter. Angel mumbled something about needing sleep and disappeared upstairs. Nifty cleaned again, humming softly to herself. Charlie lingered near the door for a while. When she finally spoke, her tone was quiet. I don't like that they found him so fast. If they can track guests, it puts everyone in danger. They tracked his signature, I said. It will not happen again. She looked up. You can stop that. Yes, I said. I have already erased his mark. Her expression softened. Thank you. I inclined my head slightly. It is done. She smiled a little, tired but sincere. You make it sound so simple. It was, I said. Vaggie approached from the hallway. You think they'll report this to Valentino? They will, I said. Then what? She asked. He will hesitate, I said. That will be enough. Charlie exhaled. I hope you're right. I am, I said. She nodded, trusting it without further question. Good night, Michael. Rest, I said. I will remain here. She smiled again, faintly, and walked upstairs with Vaggie. When the hall emptied, I stood by the entrance again, watching the city lights through the cracked glass. The air was quiet. No movement outside, no trace of the earlier battle. Above, I could feel Kellen's energy calm gradually, his fear fading. The others' presences steadied as they settled into rest. I stayed where I was, still and alert, until the red haze outside began to dim. Chapter 9, The Broadcast of Faith. The hotel was restless again the next morning. Charlie's steps echoed from one end of the lobby to the other, papers in her arms, a camera tripod dragging behind her. The others watched her with the same wary curiosity they gave every new idea she announced. Husk had not moved from his stool, Angel Dust was sprawled on the couch, Vaggie followed Charlie with the faint look of someone preparing for disaster. Charlie stopped in front of me. We're doing another broadcast tonight, she said quickly, excitement edging into nervousness. The city needs to see that the hotel's still open, that we're not scared after what happened last night. I studied her. You intend to show the public your progress. Exactly, she said. And I want you to stand with us. People need to see that heaven isn't against what we're trying to do. Vaggie frowned. He's an archangel, Charlie. You think that's going to make the average sinner feel comfortable? Charlie turned toward her. It'll make them pay attention. That's all we need right now. Angel Dust laughed softly. Yet, nothing says friendly outreach like a holy executioner on live broadcast. You will keep silent during the broadcast, I said. He raised both hands, still grinning. Sure thing, Wings. Charlie smiled, pretending the tension didn't exist. Perfect. We'll set up in the lounge this evening. Nifty's cleaning the backdrop, Husk will run the sound. She pointed at Husk, who grumbled but nodded once. And Vaggie will handle the notes. Vaggie sighed. You really think people watch these? They do, Charlie said. Some of them even listen. I remained still as the others began moving. The sound of chairs scraping and equipment shifting filled the room. Charlie's optimism was stronger than usual, an energy that pulled the group into motion whether they believed or not. By late evening the lounge was rearranged into a makeshift studio. A banner with the hotel's emblem hung behind a row of mismatched chairs. 2 cameras blinked with red lights. Husk sat behind an old control board, cigarette dangling from his mouth as he checked cables. Vaggie tested the microphones. Angel Dust fixed his hair in the reflection of a dark window. Charlie stood in the center, smoothing her dress, breathing carefully. All right, everyone. Let's try to look presentable. Vaggie muttered something about miracles. Charlie ignored her and looked at me again. Michael, you'll stand beside me when we start. Just be yourself. I am always myself, I said. That's good, she said with a small, anxious laugh. Just maybe, a little less intimidating. I will not change. She nodded quickly. Right. That's fine. Perfect. The red light on the camera blinked twice, then stayed steady. Husk counted down with his fingers. Charlie straightened instantly, her voice bright and clear. Good evening, everyone. This is Charlie Morningstar, coming to you from the Hazbin Hotel. Her tone carried the same warmth she used whenever she spoke about redemption. We're here to remind everyone that no matter where you come from, change is possible. She gestured toward me. And tonight, we have a very special guest, someone who believes in giving this project a fair chance. I stepped forward slightly. The light from the camera hit my armor and reflected in a narrow band across the floor. I met the lens directly. I am Michael, I said. This establishment is under my observation. Order is maintained here. Those who seek restoration will follow the rules given to them. Husk coughed quietly. Angel Dust whispered something that earned him a glare from Vaggie. Charlie recovered quickly. What Michael means, she said with a nervous smile, is that even heaven believes effort matters. We're all learning together. I said what I meant, I replied. She kept smiling, though her hands tightened around the cue cards. Right. And that's why we're still open, because everyone deserves a chance to prove they can be better. The broadcast continued for 20 more minutes. Charlie spoke about their small successes, Nifty's cleaning system, Husk fixing the generator, Angel Dust attending group discussions without leaving early. Each point was delivered with forced cheer but genuine belief. I spoke only when she directed a question to me, giving short, precise answers. The camera light never wavered. When Husk finally signaled that the feed had ended, the tension in the room released at once. Charlie let out a long breath and slumped against the table. Vaggie rubbed her temples. Angel Dust laughed. Well, that wasn't awful. It was fine, Husk said. Stream didn't crash. Charlie smiled weakly. That's progress. She turned toward me. You did great. I spoke, I said. That's more than enough, she replied. People need to see strength. It helps them believe we're serious. Vaggie crossed her arms. Or it makes them think we've got heaven breathing down our necks. Let them think that, I said. Fear enforces stability. Charlie's smile faded for a moment, then returned. Maybe. But I'd rather they feel hope. I looked at her quietly. Hope without control is disorder. Then we'll balance both, she said. Her tone was firm, not defiant, simply resolved. Angel Dust stretched. Can we balance both with dinner first? I'm starving. Nifty appeared from behind the camera with a cheerful nod. I already made sandwiches. The group began to scatter. Husk switched off the lights on the board. Vaggie carried the cables back to the storage room. Angel Dust followed Nifty toward the kitchen. Only Charlie remained near me, still smiling, still running on that same belief. Thank you for doing this, she said quietly. I know it's not really your kind of work. It was necessary, I said. You wanted the city to see control. They have seen it. She tilted her head. Do you think it helped? Yes, I said. They will think before approaching this place again. Her expression softened. That's one way to measure success. I glanced toward the window. The lights of the city flickered faintly in the distance. Your signal reached every ring of this city, I said. You will receive visitors. Then we'll welcome them, she said immediately. Some will not come for redemption, I said. I know, she admitted. But we'll try anyway. She walked toward the hallway, stopping once to look back. Good night, Michael. Rest, I said. I will remain here. She smiled once more before leaving. Her footsteps faded up the stairs, leaving only the low hum of the cameras cooling down. I stayed in the darkened lobby, watching the faint reflection of the city lights through the window glass. The smell of dust and ozone lingered from the equipment. Above me, the residents' voices drifted faintly, laughing, arguing, alive. The building held steady. Chapter 10, Crowds at the Door. The night after the broadcast passed without interruption. I remained in the lobby until the dim red glow of hell's morning pushed through the stained windows. The cameras sat dark now, wires curled on the floor. Husk snored behind the counter, one arm over his face. Nifty had cleaned everything 3 times before finally vanishing somewhere into the halls. I did not rest. I did not need to. The first change came with the air. By mid-morning, an unfamiliar weight pressed from outside. Multiple demonic signatures moved together along the street. Then more joined. Then more. Their presence built in layers, curious, cautious, some hostile, some hopeful. None of them had been here before. The broadcast had reached them. Footsteps sounded on the stairs behind me. Charlie came down with baggy clothes behind her. Charlie's eyes were bright, she still held a stack of papers with rough sketches and notes. Vaggy's arms were crossed, her expression already tight. Charlie saw me and smiled quickly. Good morning, Michael. I nodded once. You have visitors. She tilted her head. Already? Then she paused, focusing, and her smile widened with surprise. Wow! That's a lot of visitors. Vaggy narrowed her eyes. How many? More than 20, I said. And more are approaching. I watched the realization settle over both of them. Charlie's excitement rose. Vaggy's concern deepened. That's good, Charlie said, breath catching a little. That's really good. It's working. Vaggy muttered under her breath. Or we just painted a target on the building. Charlie ignored that. Okay. Okay. We can handle this. We just need to stay organized. She took a breath and turned to me again. Can you help keep it orderly? Yes, I said. I will handle control. You handle speech. She smiled gratefully. Deal. The front door shook with the first knock. Then a second. Then it turned into a steady pounding as more hands joined in. Voices muffled through the wood, laughs, shouts, complaints. Angel Dust stumbled halfway down the stairs, hair messy, shirt undone. What the hell is all that? Husk jerked awake behind the counter, blinking hard. What time is it? Too early for this, Vaggy said. Charlie took a deep breath. Everyone, please stay calm. This is good. This is what we wanted. She moved toward the door. I stepped ahead of her and placed my hand flat on it. Do not open it yet, I said. She stopped. Why not? The space inside is limited, I said. If you open it without order, they will rush in. Angel raised an eyebrow. He's right. Sinners plus free anything equals stampede. Husk grunted. I'm not cleaning up that mess. Charlie nodded slowly. Okay. So what do we do? I turned, walked to the center of the lobby, and extended my arm. A thin line of golden light formed across the floor, stretching from one wall to the other in a straight, steady path. No one will cross this, I said. This will be the boundary. Only those you choose may pass. Vaggie stared at the glowing line. That's convenient. It is efficient, I said. Charlie smiled nervously. That works. Great. Perfect. Let's start there. She moved back to the door, glanced once at me, then pulled it open. The sound hit instantly. The street outside was packed. Dozens of demons filled the space in front of the hotel, some tall, some twisted, some almost humanoid. Their voices overlapped in a constant buzz of questions and jeers. Is this the place? Is the angel real? Redemption my ass, I'm here to see a show. Move, idiot, I was here first. Charlie stepped into the doorway, hands raised. Hi. Hello. Welcome to the Hazbin Hotel. A few voices quieted. Most did not. Back it up, Vaggie snapped, moving to her side. You trample the door and you're out. Some of them listened and took a step back. Many didn't. I stepped forward behind them so I was clearly visible. The effect was immediate. The noise dropped sharply. One demon near the front stared up at my wings and swallowed. Holy crap! It's actually him. It is, I said. The ones nearest the door shifted uneasily. Some glanced away. Others stared harder, pulled in by fear or curiosity. Charlie took the moment. Yes, this is the Hazbin Hotel. We're here to help those who want a chance at redemption. If you're interested in that, we'd love to talk to you. Someone called from the middle of the crowd, you really from upstairs? Yes, I said. That answer rippled through them faster than anything else. Charlie continued quickly. But we can't let everyone in at once. There's a process. If you're here to seriously try, you'll get your chance. A demon near the back laughed. I just wanna see the angel smack someone around. Another added, yeah, show us some smiting. Laughter spread in a rough wave. I let my grace expand slightly. The air thickened, pushing outward in a controlled, even pressure. Their laughter broke off at once. You will not treat this as spectacle, I said. My voice carried down the street, steady and loud. This is not entertainment. You will behave or you will leave. Silence followed. Even the ones at the back felt it. Charlie nodded quickly, using the opening. Right. So, we're going to make a line. Anyone who actually wants help, form a single line starting from the door down the sidewalk. If you're just here to cause trouble, you can go. No one moved at first. Then one shorter demon with uneven horns stepped forward and raised a hand. I'll try it. Can't be worse than the rest of this place. Charlie smiled. Great. Right here, please. She guided him to stand in the doorway just inside the threshold, behind the golden line. Others shifted. A taller demon with 4 arms stepped up next, eyeing me cautiously. If he's really watching, maybe this is worth something. More followed. Slowly, an actual line formed, crooked at first, then straighter as Vaggie walked along the side barking sharp instructions and smacking anyone who tried to cut ahead. Angel leaned along the stair rail, watching. Look at that. We're popular. Husk poured himself a drink. Temporary. Charlie stepped back inside and took her place beside the glowing line. Okay. One at a time. We'll start with names and why you're here. She looked at me. If you don't mind, stand where they can see you. I think it'll keep things focused. I moved to the side of the room, near the far wall, where I could see the entire lobby and the doorway at once. Understood. The first demon stepped in. He was small, jittery, hands fidgeting constantly. His eyes darted to me, then snapped away. "What's your name?" Charlie asked gently. "Rich," he said. "I'm tired of running jobs that get me killed. Figured I'd try something else." "Do you actually want to change?" Vaggie asked, "or are you just hiding from someone?" He hesitated, then answered, "Both." "At least he's honest," Angel muttered. I watched his energy closely. It was unstable, but not malicious. Fear and exhaustion more than cruelty. Manageable. "He may stay," I said. Rich flinched at the sound of my voice but nodded quickly. "Yes, sir. Whatever you say." Charlie smiled brightly. "We'll find you a room." Nifty appeared at his side instantly. "I'll show you. We'll get you some fresh sheets." He followed her upstairs, still shaking. The next came in. Then another. Then another. Some were serious. Some lied. Some thought they could play a game. A tall demon with sharp teeth and a long coat stepped in, smiling too easily. His energy pulsed with barely covered aggression. Charlie gave her usual greeting. "Welcome. What brings you here?" "Thought it might be fun," he said. "Figure if Heaven's guard dog's hanging around, this party's worth something." "Wrong answer," Vaggie said coldly. He looked amused. "Relax. I'm kidding." His gaze slid to me. "So it's true. Michael's in hell. Guess you got bored upstairs." "You presume too much," I said. He spread his hands. "I just want to be close to the action." I stepped away from the wall and toward the line. The golden boundary between us glowed slightly brighter. "You are not here for redemption," I said. "You will leave." He smirked. "Make me." The room's energy shifted. Angel straightened from where he lounged. Husk's hand paused over his glass. I did not repeat myself. I raised my hand. The air between us solidified with a burst of stable force. He was lifted off his feet and thrown backwards through the doorway. He hit the street hard, skidding across the pavement, sparks trailing from his boots. The crowd outside gasped. Several demons took an immediate step back. The line wavered but did not break. They had seen enough. I stepped to the doorway, looking down at him as he groaned, trying to stand. "You received your answer," I said. "You will not return." His bravado was gone. He scrambled to his feet and stumbled into the side street, vanishing into the red fog. I turned back to the lobby. Every demon in line watched me now, much quieter. Charlie swallowed, then forced a smile. "Okay. Next." The process continued. Some were turned away quickly. They laughed, lied, or tried to provoke. Each time, a single word or a small flare of power corrected the situation. A few had enough sense to retreat on their own. Others stayed. By mid-afternoon, the rooms on the second floor were nearly full. Nifty rushed back and forth, dragging sheets and old suitcases, humming with excitement. Husk complained that the bar was going to run out of stock. Angel watched every new arrival with curious annoyance. At one point, Kellen came down from his room and lingered near the wall, watching the line. He approached me quietly. "You brought in this many in one morning?" "Charlie brought them," I said. "I filtered them." He gave a small, unsteady laugh. "You don't make it easy." "It should not be easy," I said. He nodded with a faint, grim smile. "Fair." Charlie continued until her voice began to wear at the edges. Still, she did not stop greeting each newcomer with the same careful warmth. Vaggie stayed at her side the entire time, correcting, clarifying, cutting through weak excuses. By early evening, the line had shrunk. Many had given up and walked away. Those who remained seemed more serious, or at least more stubborn. The last to step in was a demon woman with burned, cracked skin along one side of her face. Her eyes were sharp, not dull. Charlie's tone remained soft. "Welcome. What's your name?" "Drissa," she said. "I saw your show last night. Looked stupid." Vaggy's eyes narrowed. "Then why are you here?" "Because if an archangel walks into hell to stand by this place," she said, flicking her gaze to me, "then either it's the real thing or it's the dumbest con I've ever seen. I want to find out which." "You want redemption?" I asked, "or confirmation?" She met my eyes directly. "Both." I watched her energy. It was hard, worn, but stable. No active malice, only long habits. She was not impressed, but she was not mocking. She was testing. "You may stay," I said. She gave a short nod. "Fine." Nifty hurried forward again. "I'll show you your room too." Drissa followed without comment. By the time the last of the outsiders drifted away from the street, the sun's red disk had begun to sink behind the crooked skyline. The lobby was finally empty of strangers. Only residents remained. Charlie leaned back against the reception desk, shoulders sagging. "We did it," she said, breathing hard. "We actually did it." Vaggy rubbed her forehead. "We're full. We're past full." Husk moved a stack of glasses. "This place can't handle this many at once." "We'll make it work," Charlie said. Tired or not, her eyes were shining. "We have to. This is the most interest we've ever had." Angel folded his arms. "You sure you want to keep them all? Some of them looked worse than the usual ones." "That's the point," Charlie said. I watched them all. Their energies bumped and slid against each other through the building, the new arrivals restless, the old residents wary. It was a lot for this structure to hold. But it held. Charlie turned toward me. "Did you approve of how we handled it?" "You prevented chaos," I said. "You took only those who met the bare minimum. That is acceptable." Her smile deepened. "Good. I didn't want to waste your time." "My time is not your concern," I said. "The result is." "Then the result is good," she said. Vaggy sighed. "We have to plan schedules, chores, sessions. This is going to be a nightmare." Charlie nodded quickly. "We'll work through it. Tomorrow morning we'll have a meeting with everyone. We'll explain the rules again. We'll make sure they understand." "They will understand," I said. "If they do not, I will make them." Angel whistled quietly. "Comforting." Husk leaned his elbows on the counter. "You gonna stand in the middle and glow at them?" "If required," I said. Charlie laughed, even as she winced and rubbed her neck. "All right. I think that's enough for today. Let's all try to get some rest before tomorrow." Vaggy nodded slowly. "You should sleep, Charlie. You're going to run yourself into the ground." "I'm fine," she said automatically, then caught herself. "I'll rest. Promise." She gave me a small, tired smile. "Thank you again. I know it's not easy dealing with this many of us." "It is my task," I said. She nodded. "Then I'm glad you chose to do it here." She and Vaggy headed for the stairs. Angel followed later, stretching his arms above his head. Husk went back to his bottles. Nifty continued to move between rooms, too energized to stop. I stayed where I was as the building settled under the new weight. The haze outside darkened. Noise in the street faded. Inside, separate voices rose and fell, new guests complaining, asking questions, testing limits. I listened to all of it and noted each one. They were many. They were manageable. Chapter 11, The House Under Order. The hotel did not sleep well. All through the night, footsteps moved in the halls. Doors opened and closed. New voices argued in low tones. Beds creaked. Pipes rattled. It was not chaotic enough to be a riot, but it was not calm. It was the noise of too many demons in a space built for fewer. I stood in the lobby until the red light of morning crept in. The building's new weight settled on the beams and the walls. The structure creaked a little more than usual, but it held. By the time the clocks clicked past a late morning hour, Charlie came down the stairs with Vaggie at her side. Charlie looked tired but focused. Her hair was slightly frizzed, her dress wrinkled at the edges. She carried a stack of papers and a pen. Vaggie's expression was set, mouth a flat line, eyes already sharp. Charlie walked straight to the center of the lobby and turned to face the staircase. "All right," she said, raising her voice, "time for the meeting." Her words bounced through the halls. For a moment, nothing happened. Then doors began to open upstairs. One by one, the new residents emerged and drifted toward the railings, peering down over the lobby. Some leaned lazily, some slouched, some watched with clear suspicion. Angel Dust stepped out of his room, adjusting his shirt as he walked. "This better involve coffee," he said, already complaining. "Shut up and move," Vaggie snapped. "Everyone down. Now." Husk dragged himself from behind the bar, bottle still in his hand. Nifty popped up from nowhere near the baseboards, already excited. Within minutes, the lobby filled. Old residents, new residents, staff, and strays now under Charlie's care stood together in a loose half-circle around the center. The room felt small with this many inside it. I stood to the side near the stairs, between them and the door, where I could see every face at once. My wings were folded but not hidden. Charlie swallowed once, then lifted her chin. "Thank you all for coming," she began. "I know we're a little crowded today, but that's a good thing. It means people actually want to try this." A demon near the back muttered, "Or they want a free bed." Laughter rippled. Vaggie glared in the direction of the sound. "You laugh, you clean toilets." The laughter cut off quickly. Charlie straightened her papers. Her hands shook slightly, but her voice stayed steady. "We can't keep going without some structure. So today we're setting the house rules. These aren't suggestions. If you stay here, you follow them." Angel dusted off his sleeves. "Oh, good. More rules." "You already break the ones we have," Vaggie said. "You're not in a position to complain." Charlie continued. "Rule 1, no violence inside the hotel. No fights, no attacks, no weapons, no powers used on each other. If you have a problem, we talk it out or we bring it to staff." A tall demon with a cracked horn raised a hand lazily. "What if someone starts it?" Vaggie answered sharply. "You call us. You don't solve it with your fists." Several demons snorted. One near the front, bulky with jagged armor growing from his shoulders, smirked. "Good luck with that." Charlie pressed on. "Rule 2, no dealing. No running jobs from here. No smuggling, no transactions for overlords, no collections, no side business that hurts others. This place is neutral ground." A few eyes shifted, guilt flashing briefly. Kellen was among them. He looked down at the floor. Charlie's tone softened a little. "If you're here to step away from that life." Rule 3, Vaggie added, voice hard. Curfew. You don't leave after a certain hour without clearing it with us first. If you do, and you bring trouble back, you're done. Dressa stood with her arms folded, burned cheek pulled tight. So we're prisoners now? No, Charlie said quickly. But this place has been attacked before. We can't keep helping people if every careless move gets us shot at. We have to be careful. Dressa nodded once, not fully satisfied but not arguing. And Rule 4, Charlie said, looking around the room slowly. You respect the staff. That means me, Vaggie, Husk, Nifty, Angel. She gave him a pointed look, and Michael. Dozens of eyes shifted toward me at once. If any of us tell you to stop, she said, you stop. If Michael tells you to stop, you definitely stop. Understood? Some nodded. Some shrugged. A few rolled their eyes. It was not enough. I stepped forward from the wall. My footsteps were clear on the old floorboards. The demons shifted aside automatically, making a path without realizing they were doing it. I stopped beside Charlie and turned to face the crowd. You will follow these rules, I said. There is no debate. The room stilled. A younger demon near the middle, with bright yellow eyes and twitching fingers, scoffed. He looked halfway between nervous and desperate. And what if we don't? Vaggie shot him a warning look. Don't be stupid. He shrugged. I'm just asking. You already know the answer, I said. He raised his chin. Yeah, but I wanna hear you say it. I watched his posture. He was pushing on purpose. Testing. This would be the first of many if I allowed it to pass. That could not happen. You will either obey, I said, or you will leave. If you resist removal, I will remove you myself. Nervous laughter flickered at the edges of the group. The bulky armored demon from before snorted. Relax. The angel's bluffing. Heaven doesn't waste real power on trash. I looked directly at him. Step forward. He sneered, folding his arms. Make me. Some of the others oohed quietly. Angel muttered, here we go. Charlie gave me a quick, worried look. Michael. I spoke over her. You want to test this? Come forward. The demon chuckled and pushed through the crowd. He stopped a few steps away from me and squared his shoulders. What, you gonna toss me into the sky? He said. Go ahead. Do your worst. Name, I said. He smirked. Garen. Garen, I said, you will follow the rules of this place or you will no longer be allowed inside it. He took a step closer, invading space on purpose. What makes you think you can throw me out? You think I haven't dealt with angels during an extermination? You're not special. Angel snorted under his breath. He hasn't met you. I did not look away from Garen. You confuse the lesser with the greater, I said. You stand before the latter. He rolled his eyes. Big words. Last chance, I said. Choose your answer. He spat on the floor between us. No. Charlie flinched. Vaggie's hand went to her spear. Several newer demons tensed, already expecting a fight. Some looked excited. Others looked afraid. Rich shrank back near the wall. I did not reach for a weapon. I did not raise my voice. I simply let my grace unfold. The air hardened around Garen in an instant. His body locked in place. His smirk dissolved into confusion as he realized he could not move. His arms stayed frozen at his sides. His legs refused to respond. Only his eyes shifted, flicking around in growing fear. What? His voice cracked. What did you? You are not harmed, I said. You are contained. A faint, controlled glow filled the space around him. Not blinding. Just present. Just enough for everyone to see. Gasps moved through the crowd. Angel straightened, staring. Husk muttered a low curse. Charlie watched, hands clenched at her chest. Michael. He asked his question, I said calmly. I am answering. I turned slowly so my gaze passed over everyone in the room. This is what happens when you test the boundary of this place without cause, I said. I will not debate rules. I will not repeat them. If you gather under this roof, you will obey or you will be removed. I looked back at Garen. He was breathing hard now, jaw tight. Sweat formed on his brow. This is mercy, I said. You are given the chance to stay. Decide. I released the pressure slightly. He staggered as his legs unlocked. His knees nearly buckled before he caught himself. He flexed his fingers, testing. Fear settled into his shoulders. He did not spit this time. I'll follow the rules, he said. His voice was rough now. Fine. You will keep that answer, I said. He nodded quickly. Yet. I stepped back a pace. Return to your place. He moved without argument, retreating to the side of the group. No one clapped his shoulder or smirked at him. They gave him space. The room stayed completely quiet. Charlie took a breath, balanced herself, and forced her smile back into place. Thank you, Garen. That's the right choice. She turned back to the whole group. And that goes for everybody. We're not here to imprison you. But this place needs to stay safe. For you. For all of us. We can't do that if you won't listen. Now, when she spoke, they listened. She stepped through her list again, slower this time. She went over the curfew hours, the chore rotations, the check-in schedule, the therapy sessions for those willing. Vaggie filled in the details with short, crisp explanations. Nifty scribbled names and tasks onto a chart with nervous enthusiasm. While they laid everything out, I focused on the faces. Rich nodded at every rule, nervous but eager to comply. Dressa watched silently, measuring everything without expression. Kellen shifted his weight often, still uneasy but determined not to step back. The ones I was more interested in were the quiet ones at the back. They did not frown or scoff. They did not speak. Their eyes tracked every motion. Those were the ones most likely to test limits later in private. I stored their details in my mind. Charlie finished explaining the last item. And finally, she said, group sessions 3 times a week. Attendance required unless you're assigned to work outside that time. These aren't punishments. They're chances to talk. To recognize patterns. To help each other out. A demon with a long tail groaned. You mean we gotta sit in a circle and share our feelings? Charlie smiled. Sometimes. But there'll also be games, exercises, practice. We can adjust as we go. Angel lifted his hand. Do we get snacks? Nifty brightened. I can make cookies. There, Charlie said. Yes. Snacks. Husk muttered, as long as I don't have to talk. You talk more than you admit, Vaggie said dryly. Charlie looked around one last time. If you can't follow these rules, she said, if you have no interest in trying, then it's better for you to leave now before we all put in more effort. No one moved. A few exchanged glances. None stepped toward the door. I could feel its small shifts in their energy, the grudging acceptance of structure. They did not like it. They did not enjoy it. But they understood now there was weight behind the words. That's everyone, then, Charlie said, sounding relieved. Thank you. Really? Vaggie stepped forward. First chore assignments will be posted in the dining hall in an hour. If your name's not on the list, see me. If you argue with the list, also see me. You won't like the result. Angel whispered, "She's not kidding." Charlie looked at me once more. "Michael? Anything else before we break?" I considered the room a final time. "You have been warned," I said. "You will not receive another demonstration." That was enough. The crowd began to disperse in clumps. Some headed for the stairs, others toward the bar or the dining room. The hum of conversation returned, but lower than before. Jokes were quieter. Complaints were softer. Feet moved more carefully across the floor. Garen avoided my eyes as he passed. That was acceptable. After the bulk of the group left, only the original staff and a few of the newer ones remained. Dressal lingered near one of the pillars. She watched me with a level gaze. "You didn't even touch him and he couldn't move," she said. "That normal for you?" "Yes," I said. "That's higher grade than the extermination types," she said. "Good to know." "It was minimal," I said. She huffed quietly. "Right." Charlie rubbed at her forehead, a small ache sitting in her features. "That went better than I thought." "That went as it needed to," Vaggie said. "We set expectations. They saw what happens if they ignore them." Charlie glanced at me. "You didn't have to go that far with Garen, but it worked." "I went as far as required," I said. "No further." Angel wandered back over, hands in his pockets. "Gotta admit, seeing Big and Ugly get locked up without you even blinking was kind of satisfying." "Do not treat this as entertainment," I said. He rolled his eyes. Yeah. Still fun." Husk leaned against the bar. "You scared them enough that they'll behave for at least a few days." "I'll take it." "It will last longer than that," I said. Charlie smiled faintly. "We'll keep reinforcing it." She turned, looking up at the now empty stairway. You could still hear doors closing in the distance, muffled footsteps as everyone settled into their assigned spaces. "I'm calling this a win," she said softly to herself, then louder to all of us. "Thank you. All of you. I know this isn't what any of you imagined when you came here." Angel smirked. "I came here because I got dragged." "You stayed," she said. He hesitated, then shrugged. "Free room." Husk snorted. "Sure." Nifty skipped back into the lobby with a clipboard almost as big as she was. "Chore list done. Everyone's got something. Except Michael. I didn't know what to give him." Charlie laughed quietly. "Michael already has a job." Nifty nodded rapidly. "Right. Standing and staring. That is effective," I said. "It really is," she said happily, and ran off again. Vaggie shook her head. "You sure know how to pick them, Charlie." Charlie's smile softened. "They're worth it." I said nothing to that. It was not my role to decide their worth. It was my role to weigh their actions. The building calmed over the next hour. The feeling was not peaceful, but it was held. I could sense the new patterns forming, some demons muttering in groups, others already working half-heartedly at assigned tasks. A few tried to slack off until Vaggie appeared behind them and corrected that. One demon left. I felt him before I saw him. A light-footed presence moving down the stairs with clear intent toward the door. No hesitation, no second-guessing. By the time he reached the lobby, I was already there. He stopped short when he saw me waiting in front of the exit. "I'm leaving," he said quickly. "I'm not staying after that show." He was one of the quiet ones from the back, thin with a long neck and small horns. He had not spoken once during the meeting. Charlie came from the side hall as she heard him. "You don't have to decide right away," she said. "You can give it a day." He shook his head. "I don't take orders. Not from overlords, not from you, not from him. He jerked his chin in my direction but did not look at me. Then this place is not for you, I said. You may go. Charlie looked at me in surprise. Michael. He is honest, I said. He will not follow the rules. He will not pretend. His presence here would waste your time. The demon glanced up at me now, uneasy. You're not gonna fry me for walking out. No, I said. You are not mine. You are not under my banner. Your refusal is clear. You may leave as you are. He blinked, then nodded slowly. Good. Then I'm gone. He stepped past me cautiously. I did not stop him. He walked out into the street and did not look back. Charlie watched through the glass, a faint sadness in her eyes. I still wish he'd tried. Vaggie joined us. If he doesn't want it, he'd only make things harder for everyone else. That is correct, I said. Charlie exhaled. I know. It still feels wrong to let someone walk away. You did not let him, I said. He chose. She nodded, then straightened herself again. All right. Time to go make sure the rest are settling in okay. Vaggie. Vaggie nodded. On it. They went together toward the stairs, already talking about schedules and room checks. I moved back to my usual place by the lobby wall. The hotel hummed around me, full but contained. There would be more tests. More pushes. More corrections. For now, they had learned the first lesson. Chapter 12, Weighing the Spider. Heaven called before the day was over. It came as a pressure behind my ribs, a straight line from the higher plane down into my grace. No sound. No voice. Just a command to respond. I stood at my place near the lobby wall. The hotel buzzed with quiet movement. New residents swept floors, wiped tables, fixed banisters. Some only pretended to work until Vaggie found them and made them try properly. Charlie moved from room to room with her clipboard, taking notes no one else cared about. The pressure surfaced again. This time I answered. I let my awareness rise, just enough to brush against the connection. The world around me dimmed slightly. The voices in the hotel muffled. A simple message pressed into my mind. Report. I gave the answer without words. Subject, Hazbin Hotel. Status, stable. Rules established. Population, increased. Order, maintained. Another pulse. Detail. I paused briefly. Heaven never changed. They wanted numbers, categories, rankings. They wanted each soul labeled. Evaluations required, the impression said. I sent back, acknowledged. The pressure faded. The world sharpened again. The lobby came back into full focus. I could hear Husk swearing quietly at a stubborn bottle cap. Nifty humming as she dusted the ceiling light. A new demon further down the hall complaining about his chore. Heaven had made its request clear. They wanted structured findings, not broad impressions. Very well. I would start with the one they would care about most if they knew the details. Angel Dust. He was not in the lobby. His energy signature sat upstairs, on the second floor, near his room. It was restless but not hostile. I moved toward the staircase. As I walked past the front desk, Charlie looked up from her notes. Everything okay? She asked, brows knitting with mild concern. Heaven has requested evaluations, I said. I will begin. She blinked. Oh. Like, reports. Yes, I said. I will speak with each resident. Her expression flickered between curiosity and worry. Are you going to tell them that? No, I said. She gave a small nervous laugh. okay. Yet. That's probably for the best. I will not harm them, I said. I know, she said quickly. I just want them to talk honestly. They will, I said. She nodded. If you need anything, I'll be in the office working on the schedule. I continued up the stairs. The boards creaked under my boots. The hallway on the second floor was dimmer, one light flickering. Peeling wallpaper curled at the seams. Doors lined both sides, some half open, some shut. Angel's room was easy to locate. The energy was familiar now. Loud in its own way. I knocked once. There was a shuffle from inside, then a groan. Yet, hold your feathers, I'm coming. The door opened a moment later. Angel Dust stood there in a loose shirt and shorts, one hand on the frame. His eyes widened just a fraction when he saw me, then he forced a grin. Well, he said. If it isn't the big man himself. You here to check if I made my bed? No, I said. You will come with me. He raised an eyebrow. That's a little forward. At least buy me dinner first. Now, I said. He held up his hands in mock surrender. All right, don't get your halo twisted. He stepped into the hall, closing the door behind him with a lazy kick. So where we going? Execution chamber? Confession booth? The lounge, I said. Sit and speak. He sighed dramatically. You wanna talk? Of course you do. Fine. Lead the way. I walked ahead of him, back down the hall and stairs. He followed with his usual loose stride, tail swaying behind him. He made a few quiet comments under his breath, mostly for his own amusement. We passed Husk, who glanced up briefly, took in the sight of Angel walking behind me, and shook his head. Good luck, he muttered. Angel grinned. Don't wait up, Featherbrain. Husk snorted. Not my problem. We entered the lounge. It was mostly empty. A few chairs were pushed around from earlier. The old couch sagged in the middle. A low, scratched table sat between them. The cameras from the broadcast had been moved into the corner. I motioned to one of the chairs. Sit. Angel flopped down on the couch instead, arms spread across the back. I'm more of a lounger than a sitter. Hope that's not against the rules, boss. I stood opposite him, back straight, wings folded tightly. You will answer my questions. Already feel like I'm in a police interview, he said, rolling his eyes. What did I do this time? This is not about punishment, I said. This is assessment. He frowned. Assessment for what? For heaven, I said. His face went still for a second. Then he laughed, but it was tighter than before. Oh. Great. So you're writing a little report card on all of us now? Yes, I said. Let me guess, he said. Angel Dust, talks too much, disobedient, drinks too much, sleeps around, no hope. Did I miss anything? You will stop assuming and answer, I said. He leaned back against the couch with a sigh. Fine. Ask your questions, holy man. Why do you remain here, I said, instead of returning to your former life fully? He stared at me for a long moment. The joking expression slipped off his face. That's your first question? Yes, I said. He looked away, eyes on the corner of the room. I don't like my options. Explain, I said. He clicked his tongue. You're really not gonna let me dodge this, hey? No, I said. He drummed his fingers on the couch arm, then spoke. You know who I work for? Yes, I said. Valentino. His jaw tightened at the name. Yet. Him. I walk out completely and he makes my life worse than it already is. I go back full time and it kills what little sanity I've got left. This place is the only spot where I get a break and he doesn't own every second. You are not free, I said. He laughed, short and sharp. Welcome to hell, Angel. None of us are. You had the chance to leave this project, I said. Others refused and walked out. You did not. He shrugged. Charlie's annoying, but she means it. Vaggy's scary, but she gives a damn. Husk's a pain, but he doesn't pretend to care. And you, he paused, studying me. You make it harder to pretend nothing matters. It's uncomfortable as hell. That is not an answer, I said. He slumped a little lower on the couch. This place feels different. That's it. You want some big speech, you're not getting it. I'm here because this is the only spot where I'm not just product. I watched his face carefully. His energy flickered in time with his words agitated, but not dishonest. He meant what he said. You would prefer to stay, I said. Yeah, he said. The word came before he could stop it. He winced, realizing how quickly he'd answered, then grimaced. Don't make a thing of it. I already have the information I need, I said. He threw his head back. Great. Next question. You continue to break rules, I said. You push at limits. Why? He raised his brows. Because that's who I am. Because I get bored. Because I'd go nuts if I played nice all the time. Pick one. That is surface, I said. You provoke to see if we will give up on you. He went silent again. His jaw set. Am I wrong? I said. He looked away and muttered, maybe. That is not an answer, I said. He glared at me, frustrated. If you're so sure, why ask me? Confirmation, I said. Heaven does not work on assumption. He snorted. Could have fooled me. You are not calling power that cannot hear you, I said. You are speaking to me. Answer. He dug a hand into his hair, raking it back, and gave a rough exhale. Fine. Yes. I poke at you. I poke at Charlie. I poke at everyone. You wanna know why? Because people in this place talk like they're not gonna snap. And that's a lie. Down here, everyone snaps. I just want to see it coming. You are used to people pretending, I said. Yeah, he said quietly. The nice ones are the worst. Charlie is not pretending, I said. She's the exception, he muttered. You include me in this, I said. I don't know what you are yet, he said. That's the problem. I am exactly what I say I am, I said. I do not perform. I do not hide. He studied me, expression guarded. You're an angel standing in a hotel full of sinners. That's already weird enough. It is not your concern, I said. You only need to know that I will not hit you by surprise. If I decide you are beyond help, you will see it in my face before you feel it in your bones. He flinched slightly at the phrasing, then let out a slow breath. Comforting. It is clarity, I said. His shoulders eased a little. You're really not big on sugarcoating, hey? I do not soften reality, I said. That is Charlie's role. Mine is to judge what she builds. He stared up at the ceiling for a long moment, lips pressed together. So what's your judgment on me so far? I have not finished, I said. He made an exaggerated groan. There's more. Yes, I said. Describe one change in yourself since you arrived here. He narrowed his eyes. You sound like one of those therapy forms Charlie makes us fill out. Answer, I said. He took longer now. His tail curled and uncurled slowly. One leg bounced, then stilled. I go back to Valentino's less, he said finally. I still have to show up. I still have contracts. But I'm not there as much. You sleep here most nights, I said. Not at his studio. Yet, he said quietly. You did not do that before this place existed, I said. No, he said. That is change, I said. He shrugged, dismissing it. So I'm trading one cage for another. At least this one doesn't charge per hour. This is not a cage, I said. You can leave any time. He looked at me, clearly annoyed. You know it's not that simple. It is, I said. You fear what waits outside. That is not the same as being chained. He fell quiet. His energy twisted around itself, tense and uncertain. I continued. You have not used lethal force inside this hotel. You have not sabotaged Charlie's work directly. You complain. You mock. You break minor rules. But when she calls on you, you stand next to her. That is not nothing. His mouth tightened. Don't say it like that. Like what? I said. Like you're impressed, he said. I am not impressed, I said. I am recording. He stared at me, then let out a bark of laughter despite himself. You're unbelievable. Heaven requested evaluation, I said. You are being evaluated. He leaned forward, eyes sharp now. And if they don't like what they hear? Then they will speak to me, I said. Not to you. He frowned. You'd stand between them and us. Yes, I said. He blinked, caught off guard. Why? Because I am the one who chose to be here, I said. Your actions fall under my responsibility. They will address their concerns to me. He looked away again. His throat worked. You make it very hard to hate you, you know that. I do not require your affection, I said. Good, he muttered. You're not getting it. That is irrelevant, I said. He rubbed his face. So what now? You done prying into my brain? For now, I said. Stand. He rose reluctantly. Any chance this stays between us? No, I said. Heaven will receive the essence of this. Not your exact words. Only the conclusion. He grimaced. Hope they like sarcasm. They will receive honesty, I said. He rolled his shoulders. Yeah, well. Good luck writing that up. He started toward the door, then hesitated, glancing back over his shoulder. Hey, he said. You tell them whatever you want. Just, don't make it sound like I'm some lost cause. I get enough of that already. You are not a lost cause, I said. If you were, I would not waste this time. His eyes widened just slightly. For once, no joke came out of his mouth. Right, he said. Guess that's something. He walked out quickly before I could say anything else. The lounge fell quiet again. I stood in the same place and let my awareness rise just enough to send the report. Subject, Angel Dust. Status, unstable. Resistant. Not malicious. Behavior, testing limits to provoke rejection. Has not sabotaged project. Remains by choice when given option to leave. Attached to safe environment despite mockery. Change, reduced time with prior controller. Increased presence in hotel. Response to clear boundaries. Response to honest authority. Judgment, potential present. Far from result. Not to be dismissed. The impression delivered. The connection dimmed. No answer came, but the message had been received. Footsteps approached from the hall. Charlie stepped into the lounge, holding her clipboard to her chest. "How did it go?" she asked. "He cooperated," I said. She smiled in relief. "He didn't give you too much trouble." "He tried," I said. "It was expected." She laughed softly. "Yeah. That sounds like him." Her face turned thoughtful. "What did you think?" "He remains difficult," I said. "But not hopeless." Her shoulders relaxed. "Good. That's what I think too." "He avoids admitting it," I said, "but he prefers this place over the life he had." Her eyes warmed with quiet pride. "That means we're doing something right." "It means you have something to work with," I said. She nodded. "Thank you, Michael. For talking to him. For taking this seriously." "It is my task," I said. "I will speak with the others as well." She glanced toward the hallway. "Starting with who?" "The ones most likely to cause trouble," I said. She smiled. "So, all of them?" "That is accurate," I said. She laughed again, tired but sincere, and left me to it. The hotel moved around us. New patterns continued to form. Heaven had its first detailed piece. There would be more. I turned toward the door, already tracking the next presence I would call. Chapter 13, Cards on the Table. Heaven's pressure faded after Angel's report. The hotel's noises filled the space again. I could hear Nifty scrubbing something she had already scrubbed twice. New demons shuffled along the halls, getting used to their chores. Someone argued quietly over a mop. It was enough for now. The next presence I turned to was downstairs behind the bar. Husk. He stayed in his usual place, leaning over the counter, one wing half open, a glass in one hand. Cards sat scattered across the wood, a half-finished solitaire game abandoned. I walked back into the lobby. He glanced up as my shadow fell over the bar, ears twitching. "Let me guess," he said tiredly. "It's my turn now." "Yes," I said. He snorted. Angel couldn't keep his mouth shut 5 minutes. "He cooperated," I said. "You will sit." He raised an eyebrow. "I am sitting." "Sit and speak," I said. He sighed but put the cards aside, pushing the glass a few inches away. "Fine. What does Heaven want to know about the washed-up drunk cat?" "Everything relevant," I said. "We will begin." He rolled his eyes. "Make it quick." I watched him for a moment, then asked, "Why did you accept Charlie's offer?" He frowned slightly. "You're starting with that?" "Yes," I said. He scratched lazily at the wood with a claw. "She was persistent." "That's it." "Be precise," I said. He tilted his head. "You were there. You saw it. She came to me with that big grin and some speech about purpose. I told her to get lost. She kept showing up anyway." "You could have thrown her out," I said. "You did not." He shrugged. "She talks a big game, but she's harmless." I didn't see a reason to bother. "That is not why you agreed," I said. His eyes narrowed. "You got some theory already." "I have facts," I said. "You had given up on everything that resembled structure. You still agreed to work for her." He looked down at his empty glass. "She needed someone to run the bar. I can run a bar." She offered a deal. I took it. "You had other offers," I said. "You refused them." He stiffened almost imperceptibly. "Yes," I said. "I know." His jaw tightened. "Those weren't offers. Those were chains with nicer labels. You accepted hers, I said. He stared at the wood for a long moment, then spoke, quieter. She didn't want to own me. She just wanted help. There was a difference. That is the reason, I said. You already knew that, he said. Heaven will not guess, I said. They will hear it. He grimaced. Yeah, well, good for them. You complain, I said. Yet you enforce the rules more than most. Why? He let out a small, humorless breath. Because somebody has to. Charlie won't push that hard unless someone's backing her. Vaggie does what she can, but she's busy keeping the idiots from killing themselves. That leaves me and you. You were enforcing long before I arrived, I said. He snorted. Someone had to keep the staff in line. Angel would have turned this place into a brothel without supervision. Why did you care? I said. He shrugged again. You live somewhere, you make sure it doesn't fall apart around you. That is not care, I said. That is obligation. Same thing down here, he said. It is not, I said. He frowned. You really like picking at words. Heaven requires precision, I said. You are here by choice. You could drink anywhere. You could waste yourself anywhere. Yet you remain behind this specific bar. He stayed silent. You care, I said. Admit it. He looked annoyed. She's trying. She's not like the others. That's all. That is not nothing, I said. He rubbed his forehead. What else do you want? A confession. I think the kid deserves better than what she got. There. Write that down. I do not write, I said. I remember. Even worse, he muttered. I continued. You are bound to vice. You know this. Yet you have reduced your intake since I arrived. He glared faintly. You keeping track of my bottles now? Yes, I said. Your rhythm changed. Less in the morning. Less through the day. Why? He clicked his tongue. Because I got more work. This place is fuller. I need my head half clear if I don't want to lose a fight. That is part of it, I said. What is the rest? He stared at me for several breaths, then sighed heavily. You're standing there with 6 wings and a stare that could drill holes through brick. You really think I wanna be face down drunk if something like last night happens again? So you are preparing, I said. Yeah, he said. Somebody's gotta be able to back you up if things go sideways. I can't do that if I'm unconscious on the floor. A faint warmth moved in my chest at that. I did not show it. You do not say this to Charlie, I said. She doesn't need to hear it, he said. She just needs to see the bar running and the bills sort of not getting us killed. You protect her more than she knows, I said. He twitched an ear. That's how I prefer it. I studied his face. What do you think of angel dust? He made a face. Annoying. Loud. Messy. Gets under my skin. That is surface, I said. He scowled. Is that your favorite word? Answer, I said. He drummed his claws on the counter. He's an idiot, but he's not wrong about everything. He pulls more eyes than anyone else. Without him, this place would be empty. He jokes, but he shows up when it matters. He just doesn't know when to shut up. You watch his back, I said. Somebody has to, he said. He doesn't. I held his gaze. You know who owns his contracts. His expression grew darker. Yeah. I know. Heaven has asked specifically about him, I said. They want to know if he is a risk to this project or its residents. Husk scoffed. You can tell them this whole place is a risk. That's the point. I will tell them he is worth the effort, I said. Your assessment supports that. He seemed surprised by the certainty in my tone. You really gonna go to bat for a demon like him? Yes, I said. He eyed me for a few seconds, then huffed. Hey. Silence settled for a moment. I sent the shape of the report upward without leaving the room. Subject, Husk. Status, jaded. Functional. Self-destructive habits reduced under stress. Behavior, enforces rules quietly. Supports Charlie without declaring it. Reduced alcohol use when responsibility increases. Remains because he recognizes difference in her offer. Change, less isolated. Engages in order maintenance. Accepts my presence without open hostility. Judgment, stable anchor. Not a threat. Valuable to project. The feeling of heaven's attention brushed me briefly, then retreated. Husk watched me with a narrowed gaze. You just did it, didn't you? Yes, I said. He grimaced. I hate that I can feel when you do that. You will get used to it, I said. I'd rather not, he said. He reached for his glass. His hand hovered over it for a moment, then he pulled it back and grabbed a rag instead. He started wiping the counter. I noted the choice. Before I could speak again, the air outside the front door shifted. It wasn't subtle like heaven's pressure. It was loud. A thick, oily energy pushed against the boundary of the hotel, announcing itself without shame. It was familiar. I had felt a weaker echo of it from Kellen's erstwhile employers and the ones who came after him. This was stronger. Valentino. He was not here in person. The signature was too small. This was a messenger, carrying his scent like a stain. I turned toward the entrance. Charlie stepped out of the office at the same time, looking up from her clipboard. What is it? Someone has come on Valentino's behalf, I said. Her body tensed instantly. The hand holding the clipboard tightened. For who? Angel, I said. Angel himself appeared at the top of the stairs, as if pulled by the sound of his own trouble. He leaned over the railing. Did somebody say my least favorite pimp? Husk swore quietly. Not again. Vaggie emerged from the hall, already grim. He's not getting past the door. We will see, I said. I moved to the door and opened it before whoever stood outside could knock. The motion was deliberate. A tall, thin demon in a sharp, bright suit stood on the front step. His eyes were hidden behind tinted glasses. A cigarette burned between his fingers. Valentino's sigil was pinned to his lapel. He blinked when he saw me, then smirked. Guess the rumors were true. Heaven's watchdog really is slumming it with the sinners. You will state your business, I said. He took a drag, exhaled smoke into the already bad air, and smiled. My boss sends his regards. He heard you had a little one-on-one with one of his assets. Behind me, I heard Angel swear low. The messenger continued. Seems someone upstairs is taking a special interest in our favorite spider. My boss wants to make sure everyone remembers the terms of the arrangement. He is not here, I said. Send your message. The demon flicked ash off his cigarette. Fine. Valentino says this, angel dust belongs to him. Body, image, work. Contracts signed, sealed, binding. Whatever little redemption game you're playing here doesn't change that. He shows up for shoots and shows on schedule or there will be consequences. Charlie pushed forward before Vaggie could stop her. He's not property, she said sharply. He's a person. The messenger laughed. That's not how the paperwork reads, sweetheart. Angel came down the stairs now, slower than his usual swagger. He shoved his hands into his pockets. Of course he sent a lapdog instead of showing up himself, he said. Coward. The demon's smile widened. He's busy. Some of us have real work to do. I stepped slightly in front of Charlie without thinking. Your employer is aware an archangel stands in this doorway, I said. Yet he sends you to speak for him. He doesn't need to stand here to own what's his, the messenger said. He just wants to be clear. The angel doesn't get to rewrite contracts. You can hover over the princess all you like. Angel dust still dances when we say so. Behind me, Angel laughed without humor. You hear that? Very inspiring. Charlie's fists clenched. He's not your toy. Charlie, Vaggie said quietly. The messenger ignored them. His focus stayed on me. My boss did say one more thing, he added. If heaven's so interested in that little sinner, maybe they should remember where they are. This is hell. Deals stand. Angels don't outrank contracts down here. He tapped his temple lightly with 2 fingers. That's the message. Delivered. He moved a step back, satisfied. I did not let him. You will carry a reply, I said. He stopped. Oh? This I gotta hear. You will tell Valentino this, I said. My tone stayed level. Angel Dust will report to his obligations as required. He will not be prevented from doing so. But harm inflicted as punishment for his time here will not be tolerated. The messenger tilted his head. You're threatening an overlord. I am stating terms, I said. He will leave this hotel untouched. He will not send enforcers into this building again. Any conflict with Angel Dust will happen away from this roof. If he violates that boundary, he will deal with me. The messenger's smile shrunk at the edges. You think you scare him? I do not care if he is afraid, I said. He will understand consequence. The demon stared at me for several seconds. His bravado wavered, then steadied. I'll pass the message along. But if Angel misses a booking because his new guardian angel gives him ideas, you'll see us again. He turned on his heel and walked away without waiting for a response. I watched him until his presence faded into the city's noise. The lobby behind me was very quiet. Charlie was the first to speak. Thank you, she said, voice tight. He doesn't have any right to treat Angel like that. He has a contract, Angel said flatly. Down here, that's almost the same thing. You're not his thing, Charlie said. You're not. Angel looked away. I turned to face them. Heaven cannot annul that contract from here, I said. But I can control what happens within this building. Angel raised his eyes to me slowly. You just told one of the biggest overlords down here to back off his favorite toy. Yes, I said. He stared for a moment, then let out a disbelieving breath. You're insane. Husk moved from behind the bar, ears low. Valentino won't like that. I expect he will not, I said. He will also think twice before sending another group of enforcers into this lobby. Vaggie eyed me carefully. Can you handle him if he comes himself? Yes, I said. Charlie's voice was softer now. You really would stand between them and us. I am already doing so, I said. Angel looked away again, jaw tight. You know, you're making it really hard for me to keep pretending I don't care about this place. You do not need to pretend, I said. He snorted. Old habits. Charlie exhaled, the tension leaving her shoulders slowly. I'm going to make sure everyone knows they're safe inside. I don't want anyone panicking if they hear Valentino's name. Tell them the truth, I said. Tell them he is not allowed past that door. She smiled, small but real. I will. She and Vaggie went to the hallway, already murmuring about how to handle the news. Husk watched them go, then looked at me. You just picked a fight with a maniac who owns half the red light district. I did not pick a fight, I said. I said a line. That's the same thing down here, he said. You'd better be ready. I am always ready, I said. He sighed and went back behind the bar, muttering under his breath as he reached for a glass. His hand paused, then moved to a clean one instead of the bottle. Angel stayed in the lobby a little longer, standing near the bottom of the stairs. He looked thoughtful, which was unusual for him. He glanced at me once more. You know he's not going to forgive that, right? I did not ask for his forgiveness, I said. Angel gave a short, rough laugh. Yet. I figured. He rubbed the back of his neck. For what it's worth, thanks. You are under my observation, I said. That includes your safety here. He shook his head like he couldn't quite believe it, then went upstairs without another word. When the lobby was empty again, I let my awareness rise one more time. Subject, Husk and Angel Dust external threat. Additional, Valentino aware of my involvement. Has issued assertion of ownership. I have countered with boundary terms. Risk, elevated but controlled within hotel. Stance, I accept responsibility. The answer from heaven was distant and cold. Acknowledged. Nothing more. The hotel resumed its usual noise. Demons grumbled about chores. Somewhere upstairs, Angel argued with Nifty over glitter. Husk cursed at a sticky tap. I remained by the door. The line had been drawn. Chapter 14, Questions from Above. Heaven reached for me again before the day was done. It was stronger this time. The pressure pushed straight through my chest, insistent and focused. It was not a simple request for numbers. It was a summons. I stood near the hotel door, watching the street outside. The city moved as usual. Demons crossed in front of the building. Signs flashed. Cars crawled along the cracked road. Inside, the lobby stayed quiet. Husk wiped down the counter. Nifty cleaned the banister. Angel argued faintly with someone upstairs. The pressure tightened. Come. I answered. I let part of my awareness lift upward. The rest stayed anchored in my body. I did not leave. I did not abandon my post. A clear impression formed. Private. Face to face. Now. So they would not be satisfied with silent reports. I turned from the door and walked through the lobby. Charlie stepped out of the hallway at the same time, still holding her clipboard. Her face brightened when she saw me. Oh, Michael, I was just going to. I will be on the roof, I said. Do not follow. She stopped in place. Is something wrong? Heaven requires discussion, I said. This is not directed at you. Her shoulders tensed. Are you in trouble? No, I said. They have questions. I have answers. She looked uneasy, but she nodded. Okay. If you need anything. I do not, I said. Maintain the rules. I will, she said quietly. I went up the stairs. The steps creaked under my boots. The hallway on the top floor was empty. I opened the rooftop access door and stepped outside. The air was still. The sky above Pentagram City glowed red-orange, dimmer at the edges. The hotel sign buzzed faintly. The city stretched out in all directions. For a few breaths, there was nothing. Then the light changed. A pale glow formed in the air ahead, clean and controlled. It grew brighter until it cut through the reddish haze. The space bent and parted. A figure stepped through. Gabriel. His armor shone with white and silver. His wings were folded tight, feathers pristine. His expression was neutral, but his eyes were focused. He looked around once, taking in the rooftop, the sign, the distance to the street. Then he looked at me. Michael, he said calmly. Gabriel, I answered. He inclined his head in brief acknowledgement. You received our summons. Yes, I said. He studied me for a moment. You are still anchored fully in this realm. I remain where I chose to be, I said. He nodded slightly. Then we will speak here. He stepped closer. The light around him dimmed enough for the rooftop to settle in again. The red sky returned, mixing poorly with the glow of heaven on his armor. He clasped his hands behind his back. The council has reviewed your latest reports. I assumed they would, I said. They have questions, he said. They asked me to deliver them directly. They chose me because I have already spoken with you here. Continue, I said. He watched my face carefully. You have gone beyond observation. No, I said. I have enforced the conditions needed for accurate observation. His brow furrowed slightly. You have drawn a direct boundary with an overlord. You have declared yourself the protector of a specific location, containing specific sinners, against outside interference. That is more than neutral recording. I have protected the project, I said. Not individuals for their own sake. You singled out angel dust in your communication, Gabriel said. Heaven noticed. Heaven asked about him, I said. I answered. He is central to the perception of this place. If he fails, it affects the entire project. Gabriel nodded once. That is true. But you did more than answer. You stepped between him and a threat. I stepped between the hotel and external interference, I said. Valentino's enforcers attacked this building. They came for Kellen. They would have harmed others. That was not a simple external matter. It was a direct incursion into the space of the experiment. Your terminology is effective, Gabriel said. The council is not confused by it. They want clarity on motive. My motive is simple, I said. The project must be weighed on its own merit. If outside forces destroy it before it matures, we will not learn anything from it. Gabriel's gaze sharpened. The council has no issue with you preserving the hotel long enough to observe true results. Their concern is with your language. He recited calmly, you told heaven, and I quote the essence, I accept responsibility. You also told Valentino's representative that harm to angel dust inside this building would result in consequence from you personally. That is not the language of detached research. I do not pretend detachment, I said. I am present. I am acting. I am still judging. Nothing about that conflicts with my role. Gabriel's wings shifted slightly. The council is wary of attachment. I am not attached, I said. I am invested in accuracy. There is a difference. He looked at me searchingly. Is there any sinner in this building you would refuse to condemn if heaven ordered it? Yes, I said. He stilled. Explain, he said. If heaven ordered me to condemn them now, I would refuse, I said. The process is incomplete. The test has not finished. Any order that demands premature judgment would be flawed. I do not follow flawed orders. Gabriel frowned. You are treading into dangerous ground with statements like that. I am stating fact, I said. I was assigned as leader of heaven's forces because I follow the law correctly, not blindly. The correct application of law requires correct timing. He studied me with a careful expression. The council will take issue with the tone. They cannot overlook open defiance. I am not defying, I said. I am clarifying. If they wish me to serve as their observer, they must accept the conditions necessary for that service. Gabriel let out a slow breath. You are still as direct as ever. I have not changed, I said. He glanced over the edge of the roof at the city. Hell has changed since the last major purge. Overlords are more organized. Deals are more complex. Contracts like Valentino's are woven into almost every low-level sinner's existence. I am aware, I said. You are dealing with those contracts directly now, Gabriel said. You step into their politics. That is what worries them. I have been careful, I said. I did not attempt to annul the contract. I did not tell Angel Dust to abandon his obligations. I set a boundary only around this building. That is all. It is not nothing, Gabriel said. His tone was not accusing, only firm. News of your boundary will travel. Overlords will test it. Hell will watch. Hell already watches, I said. Alastair came to see me. The overlords talk. They gossip. That does not change my duty. Gabriel gave a small, tight smile. Alastair's involvement is another point on the council's list. I sent him away, I said. He understands his place. He will not attempt to dominate this project while I stand here. He will test you again, Gabriel said. I expect it, I said. Gabriel's eyes moved back to me. The council's main question is this: are you still capable of delivering a verdict that heaven can trust, given your growing involvement with individual sinners and their conflicts? Yes, I said. You answered too quickly, he said. No, I said. I answered correctly. I do not doubt myself. If I thought I could not deliver a clean judgment, I would have returned already. He watched me a while longer. You are serious? I do not joke, I said. He nodded slowly. Then I will bring that answer back. Tell them this as well, I said. Without my involvement, this project would already be compromised. External attacks would have destroyed the staff or scattered them. I have preserved the conditions needed for assessment. That is in heaven's interest. They will argue that preserving conditions is different from defending individuals, Gabriel said. Here those two are connected, I said. The project relies on these specific people. Remove them and you no longer measure what Charlie is building. You measure something else. He fell silent for a moment. The noise of the city below drifted up faintly: horns, shouts, distant laughter. Tell me plainly, Gabriel said. What do you think of her? Charlie, I said. Yes, he said. She is sincere, I said. She believes in her goal fully. She is naive about the depth of corruption in this realm but not blind to it. She pushes forward anyway. She does not lie to them. She does not bind them. She offers a path and insists they walk it. Is she succeeding? He asked. Not yet, I said. But she is not failing. That is not a clear answer, he said. It is the correct one, I said. It is too early for a final judgment. He nodded once. The council knows this. Some of them want you to gather more data and say less. Their main concern is your willingness to threaten an overlord over one sinner. It was not over one sinner, I said again. It was over the sanctity of this place. You repeated that, he said. They will want proof. They will get it, I said. This hotel will function as a contained field. If it does not, they can recall me at any time. Gabriel considered that. You know they do not like being told what they can or cannot do. I am not telling them, I said. I am stating reality. If they pull me out, the project will collapse within weeks. They know this. That is why they have not recalled me already. He gave a reluctant nod. You are not wrong. I am never wrong when it comes to procedure, I said. He almost smiled at that. They also question your judgment of specific sinners, Gabriel went on. Particularly angel dust. Some argue he is too far gone to warrant this level of protection. His record is extensive. I have read it, I said. And yet you defend him, Gabriel said. I defend his role here, I said. He is not a passive piece. He attracts, distracts, agitates. He pulls in souls who would never listen to Charlie or Vaggie alone. Without him, the project loses reach. So he is a tool, Gabriel said. He is a person, I said. And a tool. Both things are true. Would you ever recommend him for true redemption? Gabriel asked. Not now. One day. Yes, I said. He stared. You answered again without hesitation. I have seen his potential, I said. He resists. He hides. He sabotages himself. But when it matters, he stands in the right place. That is the hardest part. The rest can be shaped. Gabriel shook his head slowly, not in disapproval but in thought. The council will not like that answer. They asked for my honest evaluation, I said. They will get it. He sighed softly. You are still the same. That is why they sent me, I said. He looked over the edge again at the hotel sign. You know what some of them are saying about you? Yes, I said. They say you are getting too close, he said. Too involved. That hell is pulling something out of you that heaven does not understand. I met his eyes steadily. I am heaven's will-given form. Nothing in this realm changes that. Then remember it, he said quietly. You stand here alone. No choir. No army. If you fall into error, there is no one to pull you out. I will not fall, I said. He held my gaze a moment longer, then nodded. Very well. I will stand by your statements when I return. I will tell them your involvement is still within acceptable parameters. For now. That is all I require, I said. He adjusted his stance. There is one more thing. Say it, I said. The next extermination is approaching, Gabriel said. The council asks if you intend to participate. No, I said. Not in the standard way. You will not lead the forces, he said. No, I said. My place is here. I will not abandon this station to join the purge. I will coordinate from afar if they require strategy. Nothing more. That answer will anger some of them, he said. I know, I said. They will accept it because they understand that pulling me from this assignment now would waste everything they have already invested. Gabriel nodded again. I will deliver that answer. He took a step back. Light began to build around him. I stopped him with one more statement. Tell them this as well. If they send lower angels into this city, I expect discipline. I will not tolerate random slaughter near this hotel. If they cannot obey clear targeting, they will answer to me afterward. He stared. You are issuing standards to heaven now. I am reminding them of mine, I said. I will not fight my own soldiers because they lack control. He hesitated, then nodded once, slowly. I will relay it exactly. That is sufficient, I said. He looked at me, and for a brief moment, there was something close to respect in his eyes. You have chosen a difficult assignment, Michael. I chose it knowing what it required, I said. He gave a short, sharp nod. Then see it through. The light around him flared brighter. The rooftop washed white for a second. When it cleared, he was gone. Only the red haze remained. The hotel door opened behind me a crack. Charlie's head appeared in the gap, eyes wide. She stepped out carefully, looking around. He left already? Yes, I said. She walked over to the rail, looking in the direction Gabriel had gone, though there was nothing to see. Was that Gabriel again? Yes, I said. Is Heaven upset? She asked quietly. They are cautious, I said. They wanted clarification. She twisted her fingers together. About you being here. About how I am acting, I said. I answered. They will not interfere for now. Relief showed in her shoulders. Good. I was worried they'd force you to leave. Or that they'd shut us down. I will not allow that, I said. She looked at me, uncertain. Can you really stop them? Yes, I said. If they act through force, I will respond. If they act through orders, I will refuse to carry them out if they are flawed. They know this. That is why they sent questions instead of commands. Her eyes softened. Thank you. For standing your ground. For all of this. It is my duty, I said. It's more than that, she said. But I know you won't admit it. I did not answer. She smiled faintly and looked over the city again. I'm going to keep working. We're going to prove this can work before anyone has the chance to shut it down. I am here to see that result, I said. She nodded firmly. Then we'll give you something worth reporting. She headed back down the stairs, humming under her breath, already planning. I stayed where I was for a little longer, watching the skyline and the city's restless motion, then turned and followed her down. The building's sounds rose up again to meet me. Chapter 15, Names on the Scale. The rooftop conversation with Gabriel ended, but Heaven did not leave me long. By the time I reached the lobby again, the weight pressed into my chest a second time. It was not a summons now. It was shaped, precise, already formed. A directive. I stopped near the front desk. The lobby was half busy. 2 new demons were sweeping under Nifty's rapid instructions. Husk was restocking bottles behind the bar. Angel leaned against the stair rail, pretending to watch the work, not helping. The pressure settled and unfolded the message. Rank. I received the rest of it clearly. Provide ordered list of residents by redemption potential. Primary factors: willingness to change, behavioral shift, impact on others. Include staff and guests. Exclude Charlie as subject. She is outside standard metric. They wanted a ranked list. I sent back one word. Acknowledged. The pressure eased. I stood there a moment longer, processing it. Heaven wanted categories now. Not just individual reports. Comparison. A hierarchy of potential. It was expected. They thought in arrays and orders. They wanted to know where to invest attention if this project showed signs of success. Angel noticed my stillness first. Yo, he called. You having a moment over there, or did Heaven just ping you again? Charlie stepped out of the office when she heard that. They did, she asked quickly. Are they angry? They have made a new request, I said. They want a ranking. She blinked. A what? An ordered list of everyone staying here, I said. From highest to lowest potential for redemption. Angel let out a low whistle. Ouch. That's cold. Husk sighed. Figures they'd start grading us eventually. Charlie's expression tightened. That sounds harsh. It is efficient, I said. They want to know who is most likely to benefit if they allow this to continue. She worried her lip with her teeth for a second. Are you going to tell them? Yes, I said. That is what I am here to do. Are you going to tell us? Angel asked, interest clear in his eyes. Because I want to know where I fall on the heaven hot or not list. No, I said. You will not receive that information. He groaned. Tease. Charlie moved closer, voice softer. Will this hurt anyone? No, I said. It is internal. Only heaven will see it. They are not sending any action with the request yet. She exhaled a little. Okay. I guess that's as good as it gets. I will need space, I said. The office. She nodded quickly. Of course. Use it as long as you need. I left them in the lobby and went inside Charlie's office. The room was cluttered, papers stacked on the desk, flyers taped to the walls, old plans rolled up in corners. The air smelled faintly of ink and old glue. A crooked framed photo of Charlie and her parents sat near the far side of the desk. Lucifer's smile in it was wide and easy. Lilith's gaze was composed. I stayed standing. I did not need the chair. I closed my eyes briefly and let the impressions of every resident pass through my mind in sequence. Heaven wanted ranking. That did not require sentiment. It required accuracy. First, define the list. I excluded Charlie as instructed. She was not a damned soul. Her position was different. I excluded Alastair. He was not a resident. He merely drifted in and out. He belonged in a separate category. That left the current set. Vaggy. Angel Dust. Husk. Nifty. Kellen. Drissa. Rich. Garen. And a handful of other minor demons whose presence was too new to evaluate deeply yet. They would be placed at the bottom by default or marked as insufficient data. I went through them one by one. Vaggy, already trying, already sacrificing for Charlie's project, already restraining violence because she believed in this effort. Old sins were heavy, but present conduct weighed strongly in her favor. Angel Dust, I had just spoken to him in depth. Attached to the hotel, reducing contact with Valentino when possible, hiding his own small attempts at change behind sarcasm. Not as stable as Vaggy. Potential high, risk also high. Husk, anchored, reliable, self-destructive but functioning. Loyal to Charlie quietly. He could slip either direction, but with structure, he leaned toward maintenance, not destruction. Nifty, attention scattered, obsessive, but her commitment to cleaning and making things nice was sincere. Her sins were older, buried under behavior patterns she no longer questioned. She followed rules with almost no resistance. Kellen, newly come, running from something, but brought a spark of actual regret with him. He wanted distance from his former boss. He listened easily. His fear pushed him. Drissa, hard, guarded, skeptical. She had come specifically to see if the hotel was real or a con. She watched everyone before she spoke. If convinced, she would commit deeply. Until then, her potential was locked behind doubt. Rich, nervous, eager, honest. Not bright, but willing. Garen, resistant, only convinced when pressured directly by me. He followed now because he had seen what defiance brought. His heart had not changed yet. And the others, mostly uncertain, drifting, too newly arrived to read fully beyond first impressions. Heaven would want them sorted. They also specified, include impact on others. That made the order clear. Vaggy and Husk supported Charlie's structure. Angel pulled outsiders in. Nifty kept the environment functional. Kellen and Drissa affected the newer set of guests by example once they began to shift. Rich and the rest made up the lower tiers. I opened my eyes and sent the pattern upward. Requested ranking. Tier 1 highest potential, currently active. Vaggy consistent stability, active support of project, high self-awareness. Angel Dust strong resistance, but central impact. Demonstrates change in habits. Responds to structure. High risk, high value. Tier 2 strong potential, less influence. Husk reliable enforcer, reduced self-destructive behavior, quiet protection of staff. Nifty consistent cooperation, follows rules, maintains environment. Tier 3 developing subjects. Kellen escaping overlord, sincere fear, willing to distance from past. Dressa guarded but honest. Testing project. If one, could become strong advocate. Tier 4 early stage, unstable. Rich eager, honest, low influence. Garen forced compliance. Little internal shift. Watch closely. Tier 5 insufficient data. Others too recent. Under observation. I added one more line. Note, without the staff core, Vaggy, Husk, Angel, Nifty, the project fails regardless of others' potential. The response came back quickly. Received. No further action for now. The tension eased. I stepped out of the office. Charlie was waiting in the hallway, trying not to look like she had been hovering. Did you finish? She asked. Yes, I said. They have their list. Her eyes searched my face. Are you all right? I am unchanged, I said. Good, she said softly. I know it must be complicated. Judging everyone like that. It is simple, I said. You made this space. They chose to enter. My task is to weigh their choices. She smiled faintly. You really see everything in terms of weight and order, don't you? That is accurate, I said. She nodded. I'm going to check on everyone. Make sure they're settling into their chores. Do that, I said. I will return to the lobby. I stepped out while she turned down the hall. In the lobby, things had shifted slightly. Angel was now sitting on the counter, one leg swinging, bothering Husk while he worked. So? You think he put me near the top or the bottom, he was saying. Husk grunted. Near pain in the ass. That's not a rank, Angel said. For you it is, Husk replied. They both stopped as I entered. Angel leaned forward. So? You done ranking us like test scores? Yes, I said. He grinned. And? No, I said. He groaned loudly and fell back on the bar, draping an arm over his eyes. You are zero fun. My role is not to entertain, I said. Husk snorted. You walked into a hotel full of degenerates. It's a little late to complain about that. Angel raised his head again. Come on. At least tell me if I'm above or below Catbrain over here. No, I said. The ranking is not for you. It is for heaven. Boring answer, Angel muttered. Nifty zipped in from the side with a rag and started wiping an already clean spot. I bet I'm high on the list, she said cheerfully. I do all my chores. Angel rolled his eyes. You scare him more than the rest of us. You do not scare me, I said. She smiled even brighter. Thanks. Before Angel could press more, the pressure behind my ribs pulsed one last time that day. It was small this time. A soft acknowledgement. Report acceptable. Maintain. I gave no visible reaction. It was enough. Charlie came down the stairs a bit later with Vaggy and a small stack of updated schedules. Okay, everyone, she called, her voice steady. We're going to start rotating group sessions. I want each of you to have a chance to talk about how you're adjusting. And before anyone complains, yes, there will be food. Angel perked up. Snacks. Yes, she said. Nifty clapped her hands. I'll make something special. Husk sighed. Charlie turned to me. You'll sit in too. Yes, I said. She smiled. Good. It'll help if they see you there. Keeps them honest. I will not speak unless needed, I said. I am there to observe. That's fine, she said. Just being present makes a difference. She moved to the center of the lobby and began explaining the schedule in detail. Vaggie added warnings. The new demons grumbled but didn't argue much. The weight of my earlier displays still sat in their memories. I listened and noted who reacted how. Some rolled their eyes but agreed. Some frowned, clearly uncomfortable with the idea of talking about themselves in a group. A few looked oddly hopeful at the mention of being heard. While Charlie laid out the next steps for her project, Heaven had its ranked list. Both levels were satisfied, for now. Chapter 16, The Radio's Interference. The hotel settled into a new rhythm after Heaven's ranking request. The residents swept and mopped, complained, and obeyed. Charlie moved like a small center of gravity through every room, checking on each task. Vaggie corrected the ones who slacked. Husk kept the bar running and pretended not to care. Angel floated between groups, joking and pushing at everyone's patience but not breaking any major rule. I remained where I usually did near the entrance, where I could reach anything inside and see everything outside. The city beyond the glass twisted on as always. Neon lights blinked unevenly. Flyers blew across the cracked street. A pair of demons argued loudly at the corner, then wandered off. The air changed before the sound did. A strange pressure slid along the edges of the hotel, thin, almost playful, but invasive. It slipped over walls and under doors. The lighting in the lobby flickered. A faint, old static hum touched the ceiling and crawled down. Nifty paused with her duster in mid-swipe, eyes widening. Ooh, she said quietly. That sound. Husk's ears flattened. Damn it. Angel, leaning on the stair rail, smirked and then tensed a little. Guess who's back? Charlie came out from the office, looking around quickly. What's going on? Vaggie stepped in front of her on reflex. He's here. I already knew who they meant. The signature was clear. It matched one I had recorded earlier. Alastair. The static rose like a curtain and then cleared. He appeared near the center of the lobby, tall and straight, his usual wide smile already in place. The shadows around him bent, not dramatically, but enough that it was obvious he brought his own energy with him. Good afternoon, everyone, he said cheerfully. The old radio echo in his tone buzzed faintly. I do hope I'm not interrupting anything important. Charlie forced a smile, though her shoulders tightened. Alastair. Hi. We weren't expecting you. Spontaneity keeps life interesting, my dear, he said lightly. His eyes slid past her and landed on me. And I heard a delightful little rumor through the static. I did not move from my place. You always hear more than you should. He grinned wider. I do try. The others stayed where they were. Angel watched openly. Husk pretended to focus on the bar but stayed alert. Nifty clutched her rag with both hands. Several newer residents slowed their work and observed from the edges. Charlie stepped forward, keeping her tone careful. Is there something you want to discuss? We're a little busy, but we can make time if this is about the hotel. Oh, it is, Alastair said happily. In fact, it's about our esteemed guest. He tilted his head toward me. Word is that Heaven asked you to weigh all the little sinners under this roof and sort them like cards in a deck. Charlie's eyes flicked to me in surprise. She had not heard that detail. Angel whistled low. News sure travels fast. It does when it's interesting, Alastair replied, still looking at me. I must say, I'm quite intrigued. An Archangel ranking Hell's leftovers. That's not something we see every day. Husk muttered, he really knows everything, doesn't he? Yes, I said. Alastair's smile never moved. So. Is it true, Michael? Did you put our dear friends into neat little lines for Heaven to study? Yes, I said plainly. Heaven requested it. I complied. Vaggy's jaw clenched. What business is that of yours, Alastair? He held a hand to his chest in mock offense. Now. I care deeply about this hotel's progress. If Heaven is turning its eye in this direction, I like to know what they see. His gaze sharpened slightly as he looked at me again. I'm curious which of our charming residents you consider worth your attention. They all receive my attention, I said. If they are under this roof, they are under my sight. That's very inclusive, he said with a faint laugh. But I wonder, did you rank them by virtue, by entertainment, or by which ones you think might actually survive your judgment? Angel scoffed. He's not gonna tell you, Radio Man. On the contrary, Alastair said. I think he might enjoy explaining his little system. Saints love order. I stayed still. The list is between me and Heaven. You are not included. His eyes flashed red for a moment before the pleasant look returned. Denying me already? We hardly know each other. We know enough, I said. Charlie stepped in again quickly. Alastair, this really doesn't affect you. The hotel is still doing the same thing. Michael's just reporting on it. That's all. Oh, I understand, he said lightly. But you see, dear girl, when Heaven starts sorting the damned into neat rows, that tends to shift the balance down here. And balance is something I'm very fond of watching. He folded his hands behind his back. I'd like to know which of your little project pieces they consider most promising. I did not like his tone on that last word. It treated them strictly as toys. You do not decide what they are, I said. I do. He chuckled. Oh, I'm not claiming ownership, my dear Archangel. I'm simply observing. Much like you. Though it seems you and I have slightly different methods. You toy, I said. I do not. He smiled evenly. We both exert pressure. We both guide. We both enjoy seeing how demons bend when pushed. The difference is whose rules we're playing by. Charlie spoke more firmly. Alastair, this is not a game. The hotel is serious. What Heaven does with its information is their decision. All that matters here is that we keep giving people a chance. He looked at her with controlled fondness. And that's exactly why I'm interested. Your little hopeful heart drew Heaven's general into hell. That alone is a delightful anomaly. He looked to me again. Did your masters enjoy your list, Michael? They accepted it, I said. That is enough. And nothing more, he asked. No instructions? No orders? No suggestions on who ought to be prodded a little more strongly? I remained silent for a moment, then answered. They are watching. I choose how to proceed. His smile sharpened. So you claim this project as yours? No, I said. I describe my assignment. He hummed. Tomato, tomato. Husk spoke up, voice flat. If you came here just to stir things, you can leave now. We've got enough trouble. Alastair gave him a brief glance. Your hospitality is as warm as ever, Husk. He returned his focus to me. Tell me this, then. Without names, without details. Did you put any of them at the bottom? Mark them as hopeless. No, I said. His eyes narrowed faintly. Really? Yes, I said. No one here is listed as irredeemable. If they were, they would not be here. Angel's head turned sharply toward me. Husk froze with a bottle half raised. Nifty paused mid-wipe. Charlie's eyes widened. A small smile pulled at the corner of her mouth. It looked like something in her chest loosened. Alastair, however, seemed more interested than pleased. Interesting, he said. So even the worst of them earned a spot on your little board. That's quite generous for Heaven's standard bearer. It is not generosity, I said. It is accuracy. His gaze flicked subtly toward the stairs, where several demons listened just out of sight. Do they know that? That none of them have been written off. They do not need to know, I said. It would change nothing. I disagree, he said smoothly. Hope is a powerful motivator. Or a dangerous distraction. Charlie spoke up quickly. We tell them what they need to hear to keep going. That's all. The rest is not their problem. Alastair spread his arms slightly. But it is mine. Because if Heaven's golden blade is giving every lost soul in this building a maybe, then this hotel has more weight than I previously assumed. That is not your concern, I said. Oh, I think it is, he answered. The static around his shoulders rose a notch. Lamps flickered again. Lines of shadow on the floor twisted. Several of the newer demons near the back started to shift nervously. Garen muttered something under his breath. Dressa watched the exchange in still silence, arms folded. I took one step forward. My grace surfaced in response to his pressure, not flared, not overwhelming, but clear. The air between us steadied. The flickering lights returned to normal brightness. You will not manipulate this building's atmosphere for your amusement, I said. Alastair's smile stayed, but his eyes hardened. I am not here to harm your precious experiment. I merely like to know all the rules of the game. It is not a game, I repeated. To you, he said. To me, everything is a pattern. I enjoy understanding it. He tilted his head. You say none of them are beyond saving. That fascinates me. What, I wonder, would it take for that to change? Angel's voice cut in before I could answer. You trying to get him to say who he'd zap first? That's morbid even for you. Alastair chuckled. Just speculating. You will not test that, I said to him. If you try to break one of them just to see where my line is, you will find it very quickly. He regarded me in silence for a moment, static humming low. Then he smiled wider again, as if nothing had changed. You really are fun, he said calmly. I see now why Heaven keeps you in such a polished position. They keep me because I do my job, I said. And they sent me here because I am reliable. He tapped his chin with one finger. Reliable. That's not the word I've heard used about you from certain sources. I held his gaze. Sources do not matter. Truth does. Then indulge me just a little, he said. You don't have to say who. But tell me this, do you have someone at the top of your list? Yes, I said. And someone at the bottom, he asked. Yes, I said again. He smiled. And you will not share even that much? No, I said. He sighed theatrically. You are very stubborn. I am consistent, I said. Charlie stepped between us again. Alastair, this doesn't involve you. Michael's doing what he was asked to do. That's between him and Heaven. We're still doing the same work we were before you knew about it. He looked at her with that same fixed, almost fond tone he always used. You're very determined today, my dear. I have to be, she said. We're actually making progress. We had more guests stay through last night than ever before. They followed the rules. They helped with chores. They listened. I'm not going to let anything throw that off. Not even you. Vaggie stepped closer, backing her up with a steady glare. She's right. If you're here to help, fine. If you're here to dig into heaven's business, do it somewhere else. Alastair chuckled lightly. You underestimate my ability to multitask. You overestimate your importance, I said. For a moment, the static around him spiked. The shadows stretched. The floorboards creaked. I did not change expression. I simply let my wings shift enough to release a small, controlled wave of pressure. It rolled out from me, pushed the static back, and flattened it. The lamps brightened again. Dust settled. He felt it. His smile did not vanish, but the corners tightened. So we're doing this again, he said quietly. No, I said. We are ending it now. You came, you asked your questions, you got your answer. You are not entitled to anything else. He tilted his head. I could still tinker with the pieces. See how your rankings change when I tap the board. You will not, I said. This hotel is mine to oversee. If you disrupt it, you will deal with me. The room was silent except for the faint crackle of his aura. Angel whispered to Husk, I really wish I had popcorn right now. Husk elbowed him in the side. Shut up. Alastair studied me for a long moment. Then, slowly, the static eased. The shadows smoothed back into place. Whatever unseen strain he had been applying, he withdrew it. Very well, he said, voice light again. I will not interfere with your day-to-day little exercise. I will not break your toys. I will not undermine your groundwork. You will not interfere at all, I said. He laughed softly. Now, that I cannot promise. I do live in this city. But I will not directly sabotage your project. Fair. Charlie exhaled a little. Vaggie did not look satisfied but stayed quiet. That aligns with what I require, I said. Good, he said. He straightened his coat. Then consider this a courtesy visit. I came, I learned, I satisfied my curiosity, for now. He glanced around at the residents. Do carry on with your efforts, everybody. I'm very interested to see which of you climbs our dear guest's invisible ladder. Dressa snorted quietly. Kellen shifted uncomfortably. Garen looked away. Angel muttered, guys obsessed with everyone else's business. Alastair tipped an imaginary hat toward Charlie. Princess. Keep at it. You're getting more attention than you realize. She nodded stiffly. We will. He turned to me last. Archangel. This has been enlightening. It does not change my stance, I said. I never thought it would, he said, smiling. That's why it's entertaining. The static rose one more time around him. Then he was gone. The hum faded. The lights steadied. The air fell still. For a few seconds, no one spoke. Then Angel whistled. He really wanted that list. He will not get it, I said. Charlie turned to me, eyes searching. You meant what you said. Which part? I asked. That none of them are labeled as hopeless, she said. Yes, I said simply. Her shoulders eased in a visible wave. She smiled, small but warm. Thank you. That matters more than you know. It matters more to you than it does to them, I said. Maybe, she said. But it still matters. Vaggie rubbed her forehead. He's going to try something eventually. Yes, I said. But he will not do it openly here. Husk poured himself a drink and then set it aside without tasting it. Every time he shows up, I feel 10 years older. You're already old, Angel said. Look who's talking, Husk replied. Nifty bounced in place, then looked at me. So nobody here is totally doomed. For now, I said. If that changes, I will know. She nodded happily. Then I'll clean extra hard. She zipped off toward the hall. The newer demons began to drift back to their chores. Dressal lingered a moment, giving me a long, unreadable look, then turned away. Kellen exhaled slowly and headed back upstairs. Charlie stood in the center of the room for a few seconds longer, studying me. What? I said. I'm glad you didn't tell him anything, she said quietly. He doesn't need to know how heaven sees us. He will not hear it from me, I said. She nodded. Good. We already have enough eyes on us. She took a breath and straightened. All right, everyone, back to work. Group session later. We're not stopping just because the radio demon drops by uninvited. Grumbling and reluctant acknowledgements followed her words, but they obeyed. I returned to my position near the entrance. The building resumed its new rhythm. Heaven had its rankings. Alastair had his answer. Charlie had her small piece of reassurance. And I kept watch. Chapter 17, The Chosen Subject. Heaven's directive came as soon as Alastair's presence faded. I stood near the doorway again, watching the street. The hotel had eased back into movement. Nifty cleaned the same patch of wall for the third time. Husk rearranged bottles for no real reason. Angel leaned on the rail halfway up the stairs, scrolling through his phone out of habit more than interest. The new residents moved cautiously through their chores, watching each other and watching me. The pressure in my chest sharpened and took shape. Heaven was not sending a question this time. It was sending a decision. Select. More followed, clear and structured. 1 resident. Subject for controlled trial. Heaven guided parameters. Assess direct response to targeted pressure. Primary goal, measure true potential for reformation under focused conditions. They left the rest to me. They added only one more line. You will choose. I answered. Acknowledged. The weight receded, but not the task. I stayed where I was for several moments, watching the lobby without really seeing it. Inside my mind, I called up each name again, each presence. Vaggie, already pushing herself, already acting in line with the goal. Forcing a special trial on her would add strain, not clarity. Husk, solid, but brittle. A forced test could push him into regression. That would be a waste. Nifty, eager, obedient. A trial would be too easy. Heaven wanted resistance, not certainty. The newer demons, too raw. They had barely accepted the rules. A heaven-guided test now would show more about fear than possibility. That left only one logical choice. High impact. High resistance. High visibility to the others. Angel dust. I shifted my gaze to him on the stairs. He hadn't noticed the change in me yet. He was still scrolling with an exaggerated sigh, putting on a show of boredom for anyone looking. Heaven wanted a trial. I would give them one worth reading. I turned away from the door. Charlie came out of the office at that moment, holding yet another stack of papers, but even in that state, she noticed my expression quickly. Her smile faded a little. Was that them again? Yes, I said. She moved closer, eyes searching my face. What did they say? They want an experiment inside your experiment, I said. A focused trial on one resident. Her brows drew together. A trial? Like a test? Yes, I said. They want me to choose one sinner here and apply specific pressure. To see what they do. Her hands tightened on the papers. That sounds cruel. It does not have to be, I said. It can be controlled. Who do they want? She asked. They left the choice to me, I said. She stiffened. Then who are you choosing? I looked up toward the stairs. Angel noticed the attention finally and looked back, lazy grin ready. What are we staring at, big guy? Did I grow a second halo? Come down, I said. He blinked. Again. Now, I said. He sighed loudly, rolled his eyes, and descended the stairs, hands in his pockets. You know, if you keep calling me like this, people are gonna talk. They already talk, Husk said from the bar. Angel reached the bottom and stopped near us. So, what's the holy verdict this time? Charlie glanced between us, nervous. Let's move to the lounge. This is not for everyone right now. Angel's gaze sharpened a little at her tone. He didn't comment, but the jokes shut off. We walked together into the lounge. Vaggie slipped in behind us without being asked, closing the door. Husk stayed in the lobby. He knew enough not to crowd the room, but he watched from his spot. Angel sat on the couch again. Vaggie stood with her arms folded. Charlie held her papers like a shield. I stayed standing. There has been another request from heaven, I said. Angel groaned. Of course there has. They want a controlled test, I said. On one resident. To see how they respond under deliberate pressure. I must choose who. Angel leaned back, already resigned. And let me guess. Lucky winner happens to be me. Yes, I said. He stared at me for a moment, then laughed once, harsh and amused. Yeah. Sounds about right. Charlie spoke quickly. We don't have to do it, Michael. We can say no. I will not obey a flawed order, I said. This one is not flawed. They want more data. The test can be set in a way that does not break him. Angel scoffed. Hey, maybe ask the guy you're talking about before you say whether he'll break or not. I looked at him. I already know you will not. His eyes flickered, seeing the certainty there. He glanced away. You sound confident. I am, I said. Vaggie cut in, wary. What kind of trial are we talking about? I'm not letting heaven turn him into some kind of punching bag just to satisfy their curiosity. It will not be physical torture, I said. They want to know what he chooses when forced to confront his patterns. Angel frowned. That's a lot of fancy words. Put it straight. You are tied to your current life by contracts, habits, and fear, I said. They want to see if, when properly pressured, you choose alignment with this hotel's purpose or your old cycles. Properly pressured, he repeated. You mean you're gonna shove me into a hard place and see which way I jump? Yes, I said. But I will not do it randomly. It will be structured. Charlie stepped closer to him. You don't have to do this, Angel. We can tell heaven that we refuse. I'll take the blame. He shook his head. You can't. It's his job, not yours. She winced. It's my hotel. Everything that happens here is my responsibility too. It is mine now as well, I said. Angel looked between us and then laughed quietly, genuinely frustrated. You two arguing over who has to protect me is the weirdest thing I've seen all week. Vaggie gave him a flat look. You're not making this easier. I never do, he said lightly, then sobered. So. Trial. What's the deal exactly? I will set clear conditions, I said. Over a fixed period. You will be observed. Certain temptations or choices will be placed in your path. You will decide your responses. I will not force the decisions. I will only shape the circumstances. He squinted. You're really trying to make this not sound like a trap. It is not a trap, I said. There will be no trick. You will know it has begun. You will know I am watching. And heaven gets a front row seat, he said. They will see what I send them, I said. Not every detail. He held my gaze for a long time. And if I screw it up? Then we learn your limits, I said. And adjust. He swallowed. Is heaven gonna drop a sword on me if they don't like the result? No, I said. This is not a pass or die trial. This is assessment. If they wanted your destruction, they would not need my input. He thought about that. It clearly didn't comfort him fully, but it quieted one specific fear. Charlie rested a hand lightly on his shoulder. You don't have to do this alone. We'll still be here. The hotel doesn't stop for a trial. I know, he said. Vaggy's voice stayed sharp. I still don't like it. You do not have to, I said. You only have to understand it will happen. Angel let out a breath. How long? One day, I said. Sunrise to next sunrise. Clear start, clear end. That's it, he asked skeptically. That is enough, I said. He leaned back and stared at the ceiling. Fine. Whatever. You want to watch me dance for the almighty focus group, I'll give them a show. You will not perform, I said. You will live your day. The point is to see what you do when the pressure points are arranged differently. Which you're not going to explain, he said. I will explain enough, I said. You will not be blind. Charlie squeezed his shoulder. Angel, are you sure? He looked at her. For once, he spoke without a joke. You want heaven to take this place seriously, right? Yes, she said quietly. Then they're gonna need proof this isn't all talk, he said. That someone like me can actually take a hit and not go running back to old habits. He swallowed again. You're not getting that from anyone else here. Not the way you will from me. That is correct, I said. He shot me a quick annoyed look. Don't sound so certain about that. It is a compliment, I said. It really doesn't feel like one, he replied. Vaggy sighed. We'll keep watch too. If this starts to go too far, I'm stepping in. Heaven or no heaven. I expect you to, I said. Your presence is part of the project. You will not be removed from it. She nodded once. Angel looked back at me. So, boss. When do we start? Tomorrow, I said. At dawn. You will wake in your room. I will come to you and declare the beginning. After that, the day proceeds. But certain conditions will apply. Like, he pressed. You will attend all scheduled sessions, I said. You will not drink or use any of your usual substances for the duration. You will not leave the hotel without permission. And when your external obligations call, you will answer in a way that does not break those rules. He stared. You're asking me to go 24 hours clean, stay in this building, follow every rule, sit through every group talk, and still not get murdered by my boss for missing something. Yes, I said. I will handle your boss if needed. His eyes flickered. You're really serious about that? Yes, I said. He sighed. All right. Let's see how badly I crash. You will not, I said. He shook his head, then pushed himself up from the couch. If I'm getting put through angel school tomorrow, I'm at least getting a full night's sleep tonight. You should, I said. He turned toward the door, paused, then glanced back. Hey! Just so we're clear. You tell them I wasn't trying if I fold. I'll haunt you for the rest of your immortal life. You will not fold, I said. He snorted. We'll see. He left the room. Vaggie watched the door swing shut behind him. You're pushing him right up against the wall. Yes, I said. That is the point. Charlie looked worried. Please don't break him. I will not, I said. He is more durable than he believes. She looked a little relieved, but only a little. If this goes badly, it'll crush him. If it goes badly, I said, we will know what we are dealing with. That is better than pretending. She nodded slowly. I understand. I still don't like it. But I understand. That is enough, I said. She sighed and rubbed her forehead. I'll adjust the schedule to fit the trial. I'll make sure he's on the roster for everything tomorrow. Do that, I said. And make sure the others know he is not to be provoked more than usual. The conditions must be focused, not scattered. Vaggie raised an eyebrow. And what are you planning to do to add pressure? You will see, I said. She frowned but didn't push. Fine. We left the lounge together and returned to the lobby. The building continued its rotation. Chores. Complaints. Small laughs. Small arguments. Night came. The red sky darkened around the edges. Slowly, the hotel quieted. I remained awake. When the faint shift of hell's sunrise came barely brighter than night, but noticeable, I went upstairs. The second floor felt thicker than usual. The air was still. Most doors were closed. Soft snores came from some rooms. Others were silent. I stopped in front of Angel's door and knocked once. There was a groan from inside. Yet. The door opened halfway. Angel squinted out at me, hair messy, eyes still heavy with sleep. You really get off on early mornings, hey? The trial begins now, I said. He stared at me for a second, then scrubbed his face with his hands. Right. That. He stepped back, leaving the door open. Give me, 5 minutes to be presentable. You have 3, I said. He grumbled but moved quickly. In those 3 minutes, he threw on his usual clothes, smoothed his fur, and took a quick look at himself in a cracked mirror. When he emerged, the lazy grin was back, but the stiffness in his shoulders told a different story. All right, he said. Hit me with the terms again. For the next day, I said calmly, you will remain sober. You will not seek chemical help to regulate your mood. You will not leave this building without my explicit permission. You will attend every group or one-on-one session Charlie assigns. You will not pick fights. If provoked, you will step back and call for staff instead of retaliating. He sighed. You really are going for the full package. Additionally, I said, if Valentino or his representatives contact you, you will not respond without me present. His jaw tightened. That's gonna go over great with him. I will handle him, I said. He drew in a breath, let it out slowly. All right. Fine. I agree. Say it clearly, I said. Heaven is listening. He rolled his eyes up toward the ceiling. I, Angel Dust, agree to do this stupid, awful, very sober day to prove to heaven that Charlie's project isn't a complete joke. That will do, I said. He smirked faintly despite himself. Of course it will. I stepped back. The trial is active. Everything from this point on counts. He straightened slightly, face settling into a more serious line. Got it. We went downstairs together. Husk glanced up as we entered the lobby. You look way too awake for this hour. Angel forced a grin. Trial day. Gotta look my best for the Divine Review Board. Husk's eyes flicked to me. He understood enough without being told. You need anything, yell. I will, I said. Charlie came from the side hallway, already dressed, clipboard in hand. Ready? No, Angel said. But here I am anyway. She smiled, nervous but proud. Thank you. Really? Breakfast first, then we start with check-in meetings. Breakfast, he said. Okay. That I can do. We moved to the dining area. The food was simple: eggs, bread, some questionable meat. Angel made a few jokes, but he ate quietly. I watched. No alcohol. No pills. No powders. He did not even look toward Husk's private stash. That was the first measure. As the day went on, I followed. He sat through Charlie's one-on-one. He slouched in the chair, talked in circles, deflected with humor, but he didn't walk out. When she prodded gently at why he stayed at the hotel, he avoided direct answers but did not lie outright. He joined the group session. The circle of chairs, the awkwardness, the demons shifting in their seats. He made a few cutting jokes, but when Rich stumbled over his words trying to explain why he wanted to stop running jobs, Angel didn't tear him apart. He only smirked and said, "At least you're honest, kid." That actually seemed to help. At lunch, Valentino's signal finally brushed the edge of the building. A buzzing at the back of Angel's mind that I could feel through the air like a low tremor. His phone lit up in his pocket. He went still. He looked at me. I nodded once. Answer on speaker. I am here. He pulled the device out, stared at the name on the screen, then tapped it and held it out between us. Valentino's voice oozed through the speaker. Angel, baby. You've been quiet. You missin' me? Angel's lips twisted. Been busy. Busy, Valentino repeated. I hear you got yourself a new routine. Staying in that little dump full-time now, huh? Thought we had an understanding. Angel's grip tightened. I spoke, tone even. He is under my authority inside this building. There was a pause. Then a slow, amused laugh. So it's true. Heaven's attack dog is babysitting my property. How cute. He is not your property, I said. You keep saying that, feather boy, Valentino said. But I've got papers that disagree. Let me make this real clear, I've got a show tonight. He's on the list. If he misses it, I'm not gonna be happy. He is unavailable, I said. Today he will not attend. Angel's heart jumped. He didn't show it on his face, but I felt it in his energy. Valentino's voice chilled slightly. You make a habit of interrupting business deals, you're gonna find yourself short a few feathers. Noted, I said. You will keep your consequences away from this building. You think you own this ground? Valentino said. This is my city. No, I said. It is mine now. Silence. Then a low chuckle. You're bold. I'll give you that. Fine. Let the little spider play redemption for a day. But he will make up the time. With interest. The call cut. Angel stared at the phone, jaw clenched. That's not good. I will deal with him when he tries to collect, I said. Angel laughed weakly. You better. I'm not in the mood to be carved up. You will not be, I said. He put the phone away. His hands shook slightly, then stilled. The day went on. He worked through chores with visible irritation, but he did them. He stayed away from any offered vices. When a new demon tried to bait him into an argument in the hall, he caught himself, turned, and called for Vaggie instead of throwing the first punch. All of it went into my silent report. Subject, Angel Dust. Trial, active. Conditions, sobriety, compliance with schedule, non-violence, refusal of old patterns when pressed. Observation, initial resistance. No actual breach yet. External pressure from former controller increased. Subject chose alignment with hotel instead of immediate obligation. I did not send the full conclusion yet. The day was not over. I watched. I waited. And I waited for the next moment where he might falter. The trial had truly begun. Chapter 18, Pressure from all sides. By afternoon, the trial was showing its weight. Angel had lasted through breakfast, chores, and the first round of sessions without breaking. That was already more than he wanted to admit. But by the time the hotel's dim lights shifted into their evening tone, his body started to protest. I watched the signs. His hands shook when he thought no one was looking. His tail flicked too fast for casual irritation. His jokes came sharper, then fell flat halfway through. He rubbed his arms as if cold, though the lobby was warm. He stared at Husk's bottles for a second too long, then forced his eyes away with visible effort. We gathered for the evening group session. The chairs were arranged in a circle in the main lounge. Charlie stood near the edge of it, papers in hand, smile slightly strained. Vaggie sat beside her, spear propped against the wall, arms crossed. Husk slouched in a seat near the back, bottle absent only because Charlie had asked him. Nifty perched on the edge of a chair, legs kicking. The new residents spread around the circle. Kellen sat stiff-backed, eyes darting. Dressel leaned back with her arms folded, burned cheek angled away. Rich sat smaller than his chair, clutching the edge of the seat. Angel dropped into a chair with more force than usual, exhaling hard. I stood behind the circle, against the wall, where I could see every face at once. Charlie clapped her hands. Okay, everyone. Same as earlier. This isn't a trial or judgment. It's just a place to talk about how today went. What was hard, what went well, what you tried. We listen to each other. We don't mock anyone for being honest. A few demons shifted, uncomfortable. A few rolled their eyes. Angel said nothing. His leg bounced. Vaggie added, anyone who makes this harder for someone else will be cleaning the bathrooms with a toothbrush. That got attention. Charlie smiled. Who wants to start? Silence settled for a few seconds. Then Rich lifted a hand halfway. I guess I can, he said. Charlie nodded encouragingly. Thank you. Go ahead. He swallowed. I did all my chores. Didn't cut any corners like I usually do. I thought about it, but I didn't. He glanced around nervously. It was weird. I'm used to doing the bare minimum and hoping no one notices. But I kind of felt better after I actually finished everything. Charlie beamed. That's great. Really? Rich's shoulders relaxed a little. Dressel spoke next, voice steady. I watched. I listened. I didn't join any side deals when I could have. I still think the whole thing might be a trap. But, less than I did yesterday. Charlie took that without trying to dress it up. Thank you for saying it honestly. One by one, others spoke. Garen admitted he stopped himself from threatening a weaker demon out of habit. Kellen said he stayed away from his old contacts. Nifty proudly listed everything she had cleaned. When they finished, Charlie looked toward Angel. Angel, do you want to share anything? You've had a full day. Everyone's eyes went to him. He leaned back, folding his arms. His fingers trembled. He pressed them harder into his elbows to hide it. Today sucked, he said. Several demons snorted quietly. Charlie didn't want to say more about that, she asked gently. He blew out a breath. I had to do chores I normally ditch. Sat through 2 long talks. Got grilled by Heaven's personal knife rack. Got a phone call from my favorite monster. And I did all of that without 1 drink, 1 pill, 1 hit of anything. His voice dropped a little. I don't remember the last time I did that. Some of the demons looked surprised. Husk did not. He knew. Charlie's expression softened. How are you feeling right now? Terrible, he said honestly. My skin feels wrong. My head is loud. Every time Husk opens a bottle I want to grab it out of his hand. Husk winced slightly but said nothing. Angel's leg bounced faster. He forced it still. I've been playing the same fake role so long that stopping feels exposed. Like I forgot a part of the costume. Charlie nodded slowly. And yet you're still sitting here. Yeah, he said. That's new. He glanced up at me then, just for a second. His eyes asked if that counted. It does, I said. Charlie smiled. Thank you for being honest, Angel. He looked away. The conversation moved. Others shared softer details. Small choices. Little changes. The room's tension eased, then tightened again and eased once more. It was a slow pattern. Halfway through, Angel's breathing changed. He sat forward suddenly, elbows on his knees, digging his fingers into his own arms. Sweat beaded at his temple. His eyes unfocused for a moment. Charlie noticed at once. Angel? Are you okay? He laughed once, sharp. No. Some of the newer demons leaned back in their seats. They recognized the signs of someone on the edge of snapping. He pushed his chair back and stood. I can't do this circle sharing thing anymore. I need a drink. The room froze. Husk frowned. You're not getting one. I wasn't asking, Angel said, tone tight. I stepped away from the wall. The trial is still active. You agreed to the conditions. He spun toward me. I know what I agreed to. His hands shook openly now. His tail lashed hard. His jaw clenched. I'm going outside, he said. I'm not hitting anyone. I'm not blowing anything up. I'm just leaving the circle before I throw this chair across the room and ruin your little session. If you walk out now and go straight to your old pattern, I said, the trial fails. You know that. He laughed again, more like a bark. Maybe that's what is supposed to happen. Charlie stood quickly. Angel, please. Just breathe. Sit back down. We can take a break. I don't want a break, he snapped. I want this noise out of my head. His energy spiked. He turned away from all of them and took a step toward the door. I moved faster. I was in front of him before he reached the threshold, blocking his path. His eyes flashed anger. Move. No, I said. His hands balled into fists at his sides. Get out of my way. You are not leaving this room to throw yourself back into the same cycle, I said. You are stronger than that. He shook his head, breathing too quick. You don't know that. I do, I said. He laughed weakly. You have a lot of faith for someone from upstairs. It is not faith, I said. It is assessment. You have not broken once today. You will not break now. He looked down, shoulders shaking. The room held still. Every demon watched. Charlie's voice came soft but steady. Angel, stay. Please. He squeezed his eyes shut. I can't think like this. That was enough. I took a half step closer and lifted my hand. I am going to help stabilize you, I said. Not control you. Not force your choices. Only steady the part of you that is shaking. He opened his eyes, wary. What does that mean? I will dampen the physical stress, I said. Your mind will stay your own. You will feel clearer. He hesitated, teeth pressed together. You can do that. Yes, I said. You weren't going to mention that earlier, he said hoarsely. It was not needed yet, I said. I do not interfere lightly. He stared at me for a long second, breathing rough. Then he gave a short, sharp nod. Fine. Do it. Before I change my mind. I placed my hand a few inches from his chest, not touching. Grace gathered in my palm and spread out, thin and controlled. A soft glow formed between us, enough for everyone to see. The energy moved into him in a clean line. It did not flood. It did not burn. It pressed down on the wild spikes in his system, smoothing them just enough to let his breathing slow. His heart rate dropped to a more normal pace. The shaking in his hands eased. He stared at my hand as the light faded. Then he took a breath, deeper and steadier. The whole room felt the difference. The tension shifted. That, he said slowly, is weird. Better, I said. He flexed his fingers, testing. They still trembled a little, but not violently. Yet. Better. He looked up at me, eyes clearer. You didn't mess with my head. I will not do that, I said. Your choices remain your own. I only balanced your body's reaction. He nodded once, then exhaled, long and slow. Okay. I can sit. He went back to his chair without argument. The entire circle watched in silence. Rich whispered, "Can he do that to everybody?" No, I said. This was specific. Controlled. It will not become a crutch. Charlie sat down again, still watching Angel. Are you sure you're okay? I'm not okay, he said honestly. But I can sit here without flipping the table, so that's an upgrade. She gave a small, relieved smile. Then we keep going. Slowly. The rest of the session unfolded more carefully. The demons spoke with more caution. They had seen something new, the Archangel's power used not to crush, but to steady. The trial did not break there. It could have. When the session ended, they filtered out in clumps. Some shot Angel new looks curious, measuring. Some avoided his eyes. Dressa studied him a little more openly, then shook her head as if re-evaluating something and left. Angel stayed seated after most had gone. He leaned back and stared at the ceiling. Charlie, Vaggie, and I remained. He spoke quietly. That helped more than I want to admit. It was necessary, I said. He looked at me again. You can do that any time. Yes, I said. But I will not. He smirked tiredly. Of course. Charlie put a hand on his arm. Thank you for staying. Didn't feel like I had much choice, he said, but there was no real bite in it. You did, I said. You chose not to run. He rolled his eyes. Don't make it sound noble. It is not noble, I said. It is correct. He huffed a quiet laugh. We left the lounge and returned to the lobby. The hotel had settled into its usual evening hum. Some demons headed for their rooms. Others stayed in the common areas, talking softly. Husk wiped glasses. Nifty rearranged a shelf that did not need rearranging. The peace did not last long. The front doors shuddered. Not from pounding fists this time. From a sudden, sharp surge of external energy. The glass rattled in the frame. A wave of distorted color slid through the cracks. Charlie flinched. What now? I turned toward the entrance. I recognized the feel. It was not Valentino's direct signature. It was tied to him, though. Velvet. The doors rolled themselves open without anyone touching them. Pink static lines traced along the frame. A harsh, glitching tone played from nowhere. Confetti popped into the air and evaporated before it landed. Velvet stepped through with a bright, wide grin. Her eyes shined like neon screens, flickering at the edges. Her clothes were sharp, stylish, gleaming with synthetic sheen. "Hey, hey," she sang out cheerfully. "Sorry for dropping in without an RSVP, darlings, but a girl's got business to handle." Several demons backed up instinctively. Husk cursed under his breath. Angel's face went tight. Charlie moved forward, smile strained. "Velvet. Hi. Welcome to the Hazbin Hotel." "Oh, I know where I am," Velvet said happily. Her gaze slid around the lobby, taking in the walls, the residents, the lights. "This place has been all over the feeds since your little broadcast. Honestly? Kind of cute. Very scrappy. Very you." Her eyes landed on me. The flickering sharpened. And there he is. The star. Heaven's #1 crossed the border and decided to play social worker. I am obsessed with this. "You will state your purpose," I said. She laughed. "Straight to the point. I like that." She snapped her fingers. A small projection screen blinked into life beside her, showing a static fuzzed image of Angel on stage in one of Valentino's shows. "My darling partner is very unhappy with someone skipping their scheduled performances." Angel's hands curled into fists at his sides. Velvet continued, voice bright. "Val wants his asset back on track. He says you interfered." "He is occupied," I said. "For today he is not available. I told him this already." She smiled wider. "And he told me to come say that's not good enough. He's being very casual about the fact that an archangel thinks he can rewrite contract terms." "I did not touch the contract," I said. "I only set boundaries around this building. He is not to send enforcers inside. He is not to drag Angel from this place while he is under my authority." She tilted her head. "That's adorable." Her voice stayed light, but her eyes hardened. "But here's the thing. That contract doesn't end at your door. You don't get to cancel it with a look." "I am not cancelling it," I said. "I am prioritizing a different obligation for a fixed time." She blinked. "You sound like a lawyer." "I am clear," I said. Angel moved closer to me without seeming to realize it, putting me between him and Velvet. She noticed. Her grin shifted. "Ah," she said. "He's hiding behind you. That's so sweet. I would take a picture, but I left my good camera at the club." Charlie straightened. "He's not hiding. He's staying somewhere safe." Velvet's eyes rolled once. "Relax, princess. I'm not here to toss the place. I just came to deliver a very simple message. When this little, whatever it is over." She gestured loosely at Angel. "He belongs back where he was. No delays. No excuses. No heaven clauses. He is not your toy," Charlie said, voice firm. Velvet's smile thinned. "He is hired property under a binding contract. This is hell. That matters." I took a step forward. "Today, he is mine." Her gaze snapped back to me. There was a pause. The air thickened. Then she laughed, high and sharp. "You really are entertaining. No wonder Alastair keeps talking about you." "Alastair has too much time," I said. "You two would be very fun at a party," she said. "Look. I don't care about your big test or whatever angelic game you're playing. Have your fun for the day. But when Valentino calls again, you aren't answering from that end. You're letting Angel crawl back like he always does. No, I said. The word landed heavy. She blinked once. Excuse me. Things will not continue exactly as before, I said. You will not break him further as passive punishment for trying to be here. Her tone went flat. You think you can tell an overlord how to run his business? Yes, I said. She watched me in silence for several seconds. Then she smiled, all teeth. You're picking fights you can't finish, Angel. This city doesn't run on your rules. It does now, I said. At least within these walls. She flicked her fingers. Several sharp, jagged strings of glitching light shot from her hands, forming looping, digital restraints that snapped toward Angel. I did not let them land. I stepped between them and raised my hand. Grace flared, brighter than earlier, forming a barrier in front of us. The strings hit it and dissolved with a crack of static. The sound made several demons flinch. Velvet's smile faded for the first time. Cute trick, she said quietly. This is restraint, I said. Do not force me to escalate. For a moment, the hotel held its breath. Then, from above, heaven pressed down. Gabriel's presence approached fast. It did not need light or sound to announce itself. It ran straight through my spine. I did not break my stare with Velvet. She noticed the shift anyway. Her lip curled. Really? More winged company? This place is trending. A white glow formed at the top of the lobby stairs. Gabriel stepped out into view, armor bright, expression serious. The demons panicked. Some recoiled. Some ducked. Some disappeared down side halls. Charlie stared wide-eyed. Vaggie tensed, already stepping in front of her. Husk swore. Nifty froze. Angel, caught between Velvet in front and Gabriel above, looked like someone had pulled the floor out from under him. Michael, Gabriel said, voice calm but carrying. His gaze swept the scene. You are in the middle of your trial. Yes, I said. He looked at Velvet next. And this is an overlord's agent? She gave a mocking bow. Nice armor. I'm Velvet. I handle talent and marketing for one of your new favorite problems. I did not call you here, I said to Gabriel. Heaven sensed a surge, he said. They wanted immediate context. His eyes moved back to Angel. And the subject of the trial is at the center of the disturbance. As expected. Angel glared up at him. Thanks for the vote of confidence. Gabriel regarded him. You are not my concern. The integrity of the test is. Velvet laughed. You two talk like he's a lab rat. Angel snapped, maybe because that's how they see us. I watched him closely. His energy was high, but his feet did not move away from the hotel's center. Gabriel stepped down one stair. Michael. Explain. Overlord pressure escalated, I said. Velvet arrived to collect him mid-trial. This is exactly the kind of interference the trial is meant to measure. And your response, he said. I am blocking any physical removal from the building, I said. He still has a choice. He can agree to go with her despite my barrier. I will not restrain him, only the attack. Velvet's eyes gleamed. Now that is interesting. Go on then, Angel. Show the heavenly audience what you want. Doors right here. Silence stretched. Angel looked between her, Gabriel, and Charlie. Then he looked at me. No one spoke for several seconds. Then he inhaled, slow. I'm staying, he said. Velvet straightened. What? He looked at her fully. His voice shook, but he kept it level. I'm staying. I agreed to this stupid trial. I'm seeing it through. I miss your show tonight, I'll deal with whatever you toss at me later. But I'm not walking out of here because you snapped your fingers. Her expression tightened. You think you'll survive the bill for this? Maybe, he said. Maybe not. But if I don't try this, I already know how things end. I'm tired of only having one script. He glanced around at the hotel. At Charlie, who watched him with wide, bright eyes. At Husk. At Nifty. Even at the new demons who peeked from corners. This place is the only thing that feels even slightly different, he said. If heaven wants a test, fine. They get it. But I'm not failing it because I ran back to the same cage. Velvet stared at him, silent now. Gabriel watched too. I could feel heaven taking in every word. I added nothing. It was better this way. Velvet's smile returned slowly, sharper than before. You're making my job very complicated, sugar. That's new, he said with a weak smirk. Thought I'd try something different. She looked at me again. You're enjoying this? I am recording, I said. She clicked her tongue. You win this round, Feather Boy. But the debt's still there. When your little trial is over, he's coming back. If he doesn't, Valentino will make sure we all feel it. She stepped backward toward the door. See you soon, Star. The static flared around her. She vanished in a burst of glitching light and confetti that did not touch the floor. The lobby sat in quiet shock. Gabriel moved his gaze from the door to Angel. You have made a clear choice. Yeah, Angel said, breathing hard. Don't make a big thing of it. Gabriel looked at me. Heaven heard him. I know, I said. The trial continues, Gabriel said. We will not interrupt further. You have free hand until sunrise. Understood, I said. He gave a final long look at the hotel as a whole, then at Charlie, then disappeared in a controlled wash of white light, leaving the space empty again. The lobby was still. Then Charlie let out a breath she had been holding. She moved straight to Angel and grabbed his arms, eyes bright and wet. You stayed. Yeah, he said, voice unsteady. You told them why, she said happily. He looked away, embarrassed. Don't make it a whole emotional speech. She laughed once, relieved. Too late. Vaggie shook her head, somewhere between proud and annoyed. You really like drama. Look who I work for, he said. Husk exhaled. You're insane, but I'll give you this. You committed. Angel looked up at me. Does that bump my grade? Yes, I said. He blinked, then laughed quietly. Good. The day was not done, but the axis had shifted. I lifted my awareness just enough. Subject, Angel Dust Trial Midpoint. Event, Direct Overlord Pressure escalated through Velvet. Subject chose to remain in hotel despite clear warning of increased punishment. Declared attachment to project in front of witnesses and observer. Assessment, True potential confirmed. Continue observation until sunrise. Heaven answered with a steady pulse. Acknowledged. Continue. The trial went on. Chapter 19, The Night Assault. The rest of the day passed without another major hit. Angel made it through dinner. He joked more, but there was strain under it. He stayed on his feet, stayed sober, stayed inside. Every time he looked too long at one of Husk's bottles, he pulled his eyes away by force. That mattered. Charlie watched him carefully. She tried not to hover, but she stayed close enough that he could feel her attention. Vaggie kept an eye on the newer demons, making sure none of them decided to test the trial by pushing him too far. Husk stayed steady at the bar, quiet support under his usual bored tone. Nifty kept herself busy with cleaning to bleed off her tension. The hotel felt braced, like everyone knew they were waiting for sunrise to see if he made it. By the time night settled fully, most of the residents drifted toward their rooms. The noise in the halls softened. Doors closed. The building's old pipes groaned once and fell quiet. Angel leaned on the bar, arms folded, talking low with Husk. I stood near the lobby wall, as always, listening without intruding. You sure I'm not gonna explode at midnight or something? Angel asked, trying to sound light. Trial's not gonna end in fireworks. Husk snorted. If anyone explodes in this place, it'll be because we overloaded the generator again. Angel smirked weakly. Comforting. The feather tank said sunrise, Husk replied. You just have to not screw up until then. You've made it this far. Yeah, Angel said. His tail flicked, a little too fast. Half of me still expects to wake up and find out this is some big setup. Husk gave him a side look. It isn't. You're really doing it. Angel's eyes turned toward me briefly. Yeah. Guess I am. I met his gaze. You have done well so far. He scoffed. That your professional assessment? Yes, I said. He huffed a small laugh. Good to know Heaven's finest thinks I can go 12 hours without getting high. More than 12, I said. You have already passed that. He blinked, then shrugged. Well. Look at that. Charlie came over, holding a mug of something warm. Angel? You should get some rest. The trial ends at sunrise, not midnight. You don't have to stay up and suffer for no reason. He sighed dramatically. You saying my suffering isn't aesthetic? She smiled softly. I'm saying you deserve sleep. His expression twitched. The word hit somewhere underneath his joking layer. He took the mug. Yeah. I guess. Maybe you're right. I'll be on this floor for a while, she said. If you need anything, come find me, okay? He nodded. Sure, princess. She gave me a quick look, a small nod, and went back toward the office. Angel finished the drink slowly, then set the mug down. All right, he said. Here goes nothing. If I wake up in a panic, don't let me kill anyone. You will not, I said. Strong words, he muttered, but there was a flicker of trust there. Night, Husk. Yeah, Husk said. Try not to scream too loud. Angel gave him a half-hearted salute and went upstairs. I remained in the lobby. The hours passed. The hotel descended into quiet. The red light outside dimmed further. The neon signs on the street flickered between brightness and near dark. Distant sirens and howls rose occasionally, then faded away. Inside, only the low hum of the building and Husk's occasional movement broke the stillness. He eventually fell asleep at the bar, head resting on one arm. Nifty had disappeared to some corner to clean something unseen. Charlie's office light burned for a while, then went out. The newer residents' energies shifted into sleep or restless half-sleep. I focused on Angel's room. His presence was restless from the moment he lay down. His body clearly wanted the usual chemical help, he denied it. His energy churned. Even without mental interference, the night would be difficult. For a while, he stayed on the edge of waking and sleeping, rolling back and forth, pulling the blankets off and on again. Then finally, exhaustion pulled him under. That was when Valentino pressed in. It started as a faint distortion at the edge of the hotel's spiritual boundary. Dark, oily threads of energy slipped between the cracks, not as physical intruders, but through the link he already had. Contracts in this realm were not ink alone. They left grips and hooks inside the souls who signed them. One of those hooks twisted. I felt it the instant it tightened. Angel jerked in his sleep, claws digging into the sheets. His breathing hitched. His aura flared with sudden fear. I closed my eyes briefly and extended my awareness further into his room. He was caught in a constructed dream. The energy did not belong to this building. It smelled of Valentino's clubs, of neon, and smoke and chemical haze. Images pressed around Angel, bright lights, stage, crowd, collars, hands that grabbed without asking. Pain coded into the dream, not physical but close enough for his mind to process it that way. Valentino's presence did not fully enter. He did not need to. He only tugged on the contract's tether and poured in reminders. You belong to me. You cannot escape. Any attempt to change will be punished. It was not speech, but it carried those meanings. Angel twisted on the mattress, face contorted. A small sound escaped his throat, half gasp, half plea. His tail lashed against the bed. His hands moved as if trying to push someone away. I watched for a few seconds. The trial was still active. Heaven wanted to see how far he could resist under pressure. Doing everything for him would defeat the purpose. But this was not a neutral test. This was an external attack. I made the decision. I left the lobby and went upstairs. The hallway was dark except for a few dim bulbs. The air felt heavier near his door. I could see the outline of Valentino's influence pressing around it like a stain. I knocked once and then opened the door without waiting for an answer. Privacy was less important than control here. Angel lay tangled in the sheets, breathing rough, eyes shut tight. His claws had torn small rips into the mattress. Sweat dampened the fur at his brow and neck. He whispered broken fragments, shifting between curses and choked begging. I stepped inside and closed the door behind me. He did not wake when I said his name. The hold on him was deep. I moved closer to the bed. The air near him was thick with the foreign energy. It clung to the edges of his aura, threading through his mind, feeding him experiences he did not choose. This was not simple memory replay. Valentino was pushing current pressure. Promises of what he would do later. Threats disguised as reminders of normal. I put my hand out, hovering it above Angel's chest again, as I had earlier in the lounge. This time, I did not target the body. I targeted the links. My grace moved through him in a different pattern, threading along the cords of connection that tied him to Valentino's control. I did not break the contract. That was not something done lightly, and not something done from this position. But I could sever the active channel, close it for now. I followed the hook into the dream and cut off the flow at its source. The images distorted. The stage lights in his mind flickered and went out. The voices blurred and then fell silent. The pain signals dampened. Valentino's energy snapped back against my resistance, testing the new barrier. I reinforced it. Calm, controlled, absolute. Enough. He could not fully reach me from his seat of power without committing far more of himself than he would risk for one night's torment. He pulled back with clear irritation. The room's air lightened. Angel gasped and jolted upright halfway, eyes wide, then fell back, panting. His gaze darted around the room until it found me. He froze. "You're in my room," he said hoarsely. "Yes," I said. He swallowed. "That's new." "You were under attack," I said. "Valentino reached through your contract link and pressed into your dreams." He swallowed again, throat working. It felt real. "It was not fully real," I said. "But your body does not know the difference." He shivered. His arms wrapped around himself without him seeming to realize it. "Great. So now he can get me even when I'm trying to follow your stupid rules. Not now, I said. The channel is closed. He stared. You can do that? Yes, I said. Temporarily. I blocked his access to your mind for the rest of this night. The relief that hit him was immediate and sharp. He hit it, but I saw his shoulders drop a few degrees, his jaw unclench. What's the catch? He asked quietly. No catch, I said. This does not annul the contract. It only stops him from using dreams as a weapon while the trial is active. He looked away. That's still more than anyone's done before. He is interfering with Heaven's test, I said. That is not acceptable. He gave a rough laugh. So I got lucky because I'm a science project. Yes, I said. He snorted weakly. Honest. I'll give you that. He lay back properly, staring at the ceiling. His breathing slowed until it steadied. You can sleep now, I said. He will not touch you until sunrise. You sure? He asked. Yes, I said. My barrier holds. He let out a slow exhale. Okay. Then I'm going to try this whole rest thing again. He glanced at me. You watching? Yes, I said. He rolled his eyes. Of course. But the complaint was softer. He settled back under the blanket. His eyes closed. His aura slowly loosened, no longer under direct attack. Exhaustion took him almost immediately this time. His body needed it. I remained standing at the side of the bed. I extended my awareness a little farther than before, resting a thin layer of grace around his mind to catch any new intrusion attempts and deflect them. It was more than I had originally planned for this trial, but not more than I was willing to do. Heaven felt the difference. The pressure brushed the back of my mind in a question. Intervention? I answered plainly. External tampering through contract. Blocked access only. No alteration of subject's will. Trial conditions still valid. The presence weighed my statement. Then eased. Accepted. No reprimand. No correction. They agreed. I stayed in Angel's room until his sleep settled into a deeper, dreamless state. No new hooks tried to press in. Valentino had retreated for the night. I left the room silently and closed the door. The hallway remained empty. Most of the residents slept. A few agitated souls turned over in their beds, but none were under direct attack. I went back down to the lobby. Husk had shifted in his sleep behind the bar, one wing half spread like a blanket, but he didn't wake. Nifty had curled up in a corner with a rag in her hands. I resumed my post near the entrance. Hours moved slowly. There was nothing to mark them except the way the red dimness outside shifted gradually toward a slightly lighter red. Time in this realm did not cut cleanly, but sunrise still existed as a marker. I watched the sky. Inside, the hotel remained intact. Above, heaven waited. When the faint change finally came, the almost imperceptible brightening of the sky, I felt it clearly. The trial's scheduled endpoint had arrived. In Angel's room, his aura stirred. He shifted, rolled onto his back, and blinked awake. Confusion passed over his face, then memory, then a quiet, tired realization. He had made it. I moved upstairs once more. He was sitting on the edge of the bed when I opened the door, rubbing his face with both hands. He looked up at me, eyes ringed with fatigue but clearer than they had been the previous night. So, he said. Did I pass? The trial has ended, I said. The verdict is not yet spoken. But the conditions were met. He let out a long breath of relief and fell back onto the mattress. Thank whatever's listening. Heaven is, I said. He groaned. Yeah, that tracks. I stayed by the door. How do you feel? Like I got hit by a truck, he said. But I'm here. And I'm sober. And I didn't run. That's new. Yes, I said. He looked at me again, more serious. Thank you. For stopping the nightmare. It was necessary, I said. He does not get to sabotage the test in the last hours. It still helped me, he said. Yes, I said. He shrugged slightly. Then I'll take it. He lay back again, eyes closing for a moment, just breathing. I did not push more conversation. That was enough. I left him to rest and went to deliver what heaven wanted next. Now they would ask for the verdict. Chapter 20, Fire on the House. Sunrise passed. The trial ended. Heaven waited. I did not speak my verdict yet. There were still things to observe before I sent it upward. Angel needed to stand on his own feet after the test. The hotel needed to adjust to what had been done. By mid-morning, the building was awake again. Residents moved through the halls, slower than usual. The news of what happened the previous day had spread in fragments. Some new velvet had come. Some new an angel had appeared upstairs. Some new angel had refused to leave. None had the full picture. Angel came down from the second floor later than usual. He moved carefully, not sluggish but exhausted. His eyes were ringed, but clearer. He walked toward the bar out of habit and then stopped short when he saw Husk's bottles. He smirked at himself, then veered toward the couch instead. Husk watched that small change. He said nothing, but his ears flicked. Charlie came out of the office with a bright smile already on her face. She stopped the moment she saw Angel sitting there, upright, empty-handed. "You're awake," she said happily. "Observant," he replied, but there was no bite. "Still in one piece too. Big accomplishment." "More than that," she said. "You made it." He shrugged. "Guess so." She walked closer. "How do you feel?" He thought about it. Terrible. But, a different kind of terrible. Not all the same as usual. "That's something," she said. He glanced at me, standing by the door. "Heard I owe you more thanks." "That is correct," I said. He rolled his eyes. "You're really enjoying having the moral high ground, aren't you?" "I always have it," I said. Charlie looked between us. "What happened last night, exactly?" I felt something, but I didn't want to intrude. Angel hesitated. Then he sighed. "Valentino tried to get in while I was asleep. You know how he likes to remind me who owns what." Charlie's expression tightened. "He hurt you?" "Not physically," Angel said. "But you know how those dreams feel." His face darkened. "Didn't feel like dreams." She softened. "I'm sorry." He waved it off weakly. "Nothing new." I spoke. This time it was new. I closed his access. Charlie blinked. "You did what?" "I severed his mental channel for the night," I said. "The contract stays, but his grip did not reach him while he slept." Charlie stared at me, startled. "I didn't know you could do that." "You did not need to," I said. "It is not something I use lightly." Angel snorted. He reached anyway. Michael slammed the door in his face. "First time I've slept without that constant background noise in a long time. Even if I still dreamed, it wasn't his." Charlie's eyes filled with quiet relief and anger at once. "He shouldn't be able to do that at all." "He should not," I said. "But he can." So I blocked it. Husk whistled low. "You messing with overlord channels now? That's going to go over great." "It was minimal," I said. He will know something stopped him. He will not know exactly how. Angel leaned his head back against the couch. He'll be pissed enough. Let him be, I said. His anger changes nothing. Charlie looked worried. It might. He could target the hotel. Or the others. He's petty. He already did, I said. He escalated by sending Velvet. That did not work either. Yeah, that was satisfying, Angel said faintly. That is why he will push again, Husk muttered. He will, I said. And I will answer. Charlie folded her arms. You shouldn't have to do it alone. I am not asking for help, I said. She frowned. That's not what I meant. Before she could continue, Dressa approached from the hallway. She looked between us, eyes fixed first on Angel, then on me. So it's true, she said. You reached into his head last night. Angel tensed slightly. Rumors travel fast. Walls here are thin, Dressa said. And some of us don't sleep heavy. Rich peeked around the corner behind her, nervous. I heard you stopped a nightmare. I blocked the sender, I said. Not the mind. Dressa studied me. What does that mean for the rest of us? You going to crawl into our dreams too if you think it'll help your reports? No, I said. He was under direct attack from an overlord through a contract. That is different from ordinary nightmares. So you can pick and choose, she said. You can decide when to change what happens in our heads. Angel frowned at her. He didn't change me. He just cut the wire. She gave him a look. It's still a wire, most of us don't have someone to cut for us. Rich shifted. I wouldn't mind that, honestly. Dressa shook her head. You don't know what you're asking for. Once you let someone in there, it's hard to know where they stop. I did not enter his thoughts, I said. I shaped the field around them. There is a difference. I will not alter your minds. That is not my task. She held my gaze, testing if I believed what I said. You're strong enough to do it, though. Yes, I said. And heaven's okay with you playing mind shield for a sinner? She asked. They accepted the action, I said. They care about the integrity of the trial and the project. An overlord tampering with a test subject in the last hours would have made the results worthless. She snorted. You talk like we're numbers. In this context, you are data, I said. That is what heaven wants. But you are still people. Those two facts are not opposed. That's cold, she said. It is correct, I said. Charlie stepped in. He protected him, Dressa. That matters. Angel had a right not to be tortured in his sleep. Dressa looked at Angel again. The hardness in her eyes softened slightly. You asked for it. Angel grimaced. I asked him to stop it when he told me what was happening. If you're worried he's going to go poking around just for fun, don't be. He'd tell you to your face first. That is true, I said. She huffed. I'll remember that. She turned and headed back toward the hall, but not before giving Angel a small, almost respectful nod. He noticed. Rich lingered. If we ever needed that kind of help, would you do it? If an overlord is attacking you through an active link while you are under this roof, I said, yes. I will stop it. Rich let out a shaky breath. Okay. That helps. He hurried after Dressa. Charlie watched them go. They're scared. They should be, I said. This place changes some of the rules. That is unsettling. She looked up at me. You change the rules. I enforce them, I said. Angel lay back on the couch. Well, this day is off to a fun start. You have done what was required, I said. The trial is complete. What follows now is reaction. He frowned. Reaction to what? To you refusing to play your old part, I said. Angel's mouth tightened. Right. Him. I felt the shift before the others did. The air outside the building thickened. Noise on the street dimmed. People and demons still moved, but their signatures took on an edge wariness, nervous curiosity. The light through the front windows flickered with a subtle pink sheen. Valentino had noticed his blocked access. He was replying. Charlie stiffened, feeling it now. Michael. I know, I said. Angel sat up straight, every joking trace gone. He's coming himself. No, I said. Not yet. He is sending more than words this time. But he will not step in personally. Not while he can still pretend this is a minor incident. His idea of minor and ours don't match, Husk muttered. The building shook as something hit the street outside. Not close enough to break the wall, but close enough to rattle the windows. The demons in the hall shouted, scattering. I moved to the door and opened it. The street was crowded with Valentino's enforcers again, but this time the group was larger and better armed. Infernal weapons glowed with sickly light. A vehicle idled at the curb, music blaring low from inside. Neon signs farther down the street flickered in sync with a beat that carried Valentino's signature. At their center stood an image. Not his full form. A projected avatar built from light and smoke, tall and sharp, wearing his usual glasses and fur. The projection flickered at the edges but held shape. He smiled when he saw me. Morning, sunshine, Valentino's voice drawled through the projection. Heard you've been poking holes in my property rights. You have been misusing your contract, I said. You attempted to reach him through his mind while he was under my protection. That's called a wellness check, he said with a grin. I like to make sure my star is still shining. You were pushing threat and pain, I said. Not wellness. He shrugged. Same thing, in my experience. The enforcers laughed. Angel came to stand behind me, just inside the door. His posture was tense, but he didn't retreat. Valentino's projection tilted its head as he spotted him. There he is. My pretty boy. You've been busy. Ignoring calls. Letting strangers mess with our connection. Standing behind Heaven's darling like he's your new shield. Angel's jaw clenched. You're not subtle. I don't have to be, Valentino said. This is my city. You're my product. Everyone here knows it. Even that angel of yours. They know you own papers, Angel said. Ownership is up for debate. Valentino's expression cooled. You're getting bold. I had a long day, Angel said. Gives you time to think. Valentino ignored the comment and looked back at me. Let's get something clear. You're strong. You've made that obvious. You scared a few of my boys and slapped Velvet's little tricks out of the air. Impressive. But you don't get to sever my access to what I paid for. I did not break your contract, I said. I closed a channel that was interfering with Heaven's work. The trial is over now. The block will fade. Valentino smiled slowly. I know. I felt it loosen. But you crossed an important line. You told me my property had a space I couldn't reach. That doesn't stand. He is not your property, I said. You keep saying that, Valentino said mildly. It's not true. And I'm here to remind you that there are consequences when you spit on deals in this ring. He snapped his fingers. The enforcers raised their weapons. Bolts of condensed infernal energy shot toward the building in a wide spray, aimed not at us but at the facade sign, wall, windows. I lifted one hand. My grace flared outward, forming a dome around the hotel. The bolts hit it and dissolved, leaving only heat and a faint ring in the air. The building didn't take any damage. The sign flickered once, then steadied. Inside, demons screamed and ducked. The sound carried down the halls. Doors slammed. Charlie grabbed the nearest railing, eyes wide. Valentino watched the bolts vanish with narrowed eyes. "You're making this expensive." "You have made it expensive by choosing this response," I said. "You bring war tools to a rehabilitation site. That is inefficient." He laughed. "You're worried about efficiency in hell? That's cute." He gestured again. The enforcers adjusted their aim, this time focusing on the dome itself, trying to overload it with constant fire. The air heated more, but the barrier held. Bit by bit, their weapons drained themselves. I watched with no expression. "Are you finished?" Valentino's mask slipped a fraction. He snapped his fingers again. The enforcers stopped firing, breathing hard. Heat steamed off the barrels. He stepped closer in his projected form, studying me. "So that's your game," he said slowly. "You can keep a building safe. You can block some mental lines. You can stand in the way and let the little sinners huddle behind your feathers. That's probably very comforting to them." Enemy demons shifted around him. Some looked uneasy now. Others glared at the hotel with more hatred than before. "But here's what you can't do," Valentino continued. "You can't follow them everywhere. You can't cancel everything they signed up for before they met your princess. And you can't be in 10 places at once when everyone who has something to lose here decides to test your patience." "You are correct," I said. "I cannot be everywhere at once. But I can be here. And here is enough." He stared at me, then laughed, low and dangerous. "We'll see. I'm not going to break your bubble today. You'd like that too much. Instead, I'm going to let the city watch while I squeeze everything else around this hotel. Deals. Suppliers. Side jobs. Friends. Family. Whatever they have out there that isn't nailed down to your floor." He looked at Angel. "You, especially. You think you had it bad before? You step outside that door, I'm waiting. Not with bullets. With what hurts you more." Angel's mouth pressed into a thin line. Valentino smiled. "Enjoy your daycare, boys and girls. The field trip ends eventually." The projection flickered and dissolved. The enforcers withdrew, weapons cooling, retreating down the street with mutters and dark looks. None of them dared to fire another shot at the barrier. When they were gone, I let the dome fade. The lobby was silent for several seconds. Then voices erupted. "What the hell was that? He's going to kill us. Does this place attract overlords now?" Charlie moved quickly to the center. "Everyone, please." They talked over her, fear feeding itself. Dressa stepped into the lobby, expression tight. "So that's the level of people who care about Angel's leash. Good to know." Kellen leaned against the wall, face pale. "If they choke off everything around us, how are we supposed to live here?" Rich looked close to panicking. "Are we safe anywhere?" Vaggie strode in from the hall, face set. "Hey! Calm down. No one got hit. The building's intact." "For now," Garen muttered. "If you're not committing to this place, you can leave," Vaggie snapped. "No one is forcing you to stay." "Some of us don't have somewhere else to go," Dressa said. Charlie looked at me. "Say something." I stepped forward. "You are safe under this roof," I said. "You have seen that. His weapons cannot touch you here while I am present." That's not what they're afraid of, Drissa said. It's everything outside. You heard him. He'll go after our supplies. Contacts. People we know. You have already left most of that behind, I said. Those who stay here fully will have a smaller target outside. That is the point of committing. A smaller target isn't no target, Kellen said. No, I said. But it is more manageable. Charlie lifted her voice. We knew there would be pushback. Trying to change anything in this place always gets attention. But the hotel is strong. We're together. We have rules. We have structure. We have Michael. Some of the residents calmed slightly at that. Others stayed tense. Drissa looked at Angel. You're the one he's angriest at. Do you still think staying here is worth it? Angel met her eyes. He looked tired. He looked angry. He didn't back down. Yeah, he said. I do. She watched him, weighing that, then gave a short nod. Then I guess I'll keep watching. She walked away, but with less distance than before. The noise gradually faded. The chaos settled into a new, uneasy normal. Heaven pressed against me again. Verdict. They had seen enough. They wanted my spoken judgment. Not just the data. The decision. This time, they added something new. Speak it aloud. Let subject hear. They wanted him in the room. Charlie saw the change in me. Is it them? Yes, I said. They want my verdict now. On the trial. With Angel present. Angel stiffened. What, like a grade in front of the class? Yes, I said. We will move to the lounge. Vaggie frowned. We're not invited, are we? They did not specify, I said. You may attend if you wish. This concerns the project as a whole. Charlie nodded quickly. Then we're all going. We went to the lounge. The chairs from the last session were still there, in a loose circle. Angel took the same seat as before, almost by habit. Charlie and Vaggie sat opposite him. Husk leaned against the far wall with his arms crossed. Nifty hovered near the doorway. Drissa and Kellen stood in the back, watching. I moved to the center. The pressure from above tightened. Heaven listened. Angel dust, I said. He looked up. Yet. You completed the trial. You remained sober. You attended every required meeting. You did not leave the hotel. You did not seek violence as your solution. You refused both Velvet and Valentino's calls to return in the middle of the test. You accepted assistance without surrendering your agency. He swallowed. Sounds pretty good when you say it like that. It is good, I said. But heaven does not want recounting. They want evaluation. They want to know if I mark you as a true candidate for redemption. The room went still. Angel stared at me. And I met his eyes. My answer is yes. He blinked slowly. Yes, he repeated, as if testing the word. Yes, I said. You are not a hypothetical anymore. Not a theory. Under direct pressure from your old life and from heaven, you chose in alignment with this hotel. You did not do it once. You did it repeatedly. That is the foundation of redemption. It is not a feeling. It is action. His throat worked. He looked away, then back. And they're just going to take your word for it. They will review my report, I said. But my judgment carries weight. I state this with full authority, you are a viable subject for actual change. You are not a lost cause. He laughed once, rough, like the sound hurt. No one's ever said it that clear before. I do not waste words, I said. Charlie's eyes shone. Haven't heard that. Yes, I said. They cannot pretend otherwise now. The pressure from above shifted. Acknowledged, came the clear response. Candidate status, flagged. They had accepted it. Angel looked at me with an expression I had not seen on him before. It was not full trust. It was not disbelief. It was something between cautious acceptance. Don't regret it later, he said quietly. I do not regret, I said. Husk shook his head from the wall. Well, look at that. Spider-Boy finally got something official in his favor instead of against him. About time, Angel said, trying to slide back into humor. His voice still shook slightly. Dressa watched him, then looked at me. If he's a candidate, what does that make the rest of us? Observed, I said. We will see who joins him. Rich whispered, so it's possible. Yes, I said. Charlie stood, energy bright. Then we keep going. Harder than before. We have proof now. Not just for us. For them. She jerked her chin upward. I felt heaven's attention narrow on the entire room, not just on me. Report complete, the impression said. Continue project. They were satisfied, for now. I looked at Angel once more. Your trial is over. You are free to return to your usual patterns. Heaven will still count your next choices. He paused, then exhaled. I think I'll stay clean a little longer. That is good, I said. Don't get used to it, he added automatically. I almost smiled. We will see. The hotel stood under new pressure from outside and new awareness from above. The residents had seen more of what I could and could not do. Heaven had their verdict. The work continued. Chapter 21, The Weight of Comparison. Word spread fast. Angel tried to pretend he did not care. He shrugged off the whispers, leaned back on couches, made more jokes than usual. But the hotel was small, and demons watched each other closely. It did not take long for Heaven marked Angel Dust as a candidate to turn into something larger in their minds than it actually was. By the next morning, the atmosphere had shifted. Not violently. Not with shouting. Just with small changes. Too many eyes on Angel. Too many small, tight conversations in corners that went quiet when I walked by. Too many glances at me that did not carry simple fear anymore, but calculation. I stood in my usual place near the door. The lobby hummed with motion. Nifty zipped around wiping surfaces, as always. Husk stood behind the bar, tail twitching as he polished a glass. Charlie moved between the reception desk and the dining room with her clipboard. Vaggie checked a chore chart with a narrow gaze. Angel lounged on the couch, flipping through channels on a small television with the sound very low. He smirked at the screen, but his tail moved in uneven flicks. Kellen walked past the couch with a stack of folded sheets. He slowed when he got close. Angel noticed. You want something, kid? He asked lazily. Kellen hesitated, then said, so you're officially on Heaven's list now, hey? Angel rolled his eyes. You make it sound like I won a prize. Kellen shrugged. Kind of did. None of us thought any of this was real. Now they graded you. Yeah, Angel said. Gold star for the reformed sinner. I'm very proud. His tone was sharp, but there was a faint twitch at the corner of his mouth. Kellen swallowed. What did you do to get that? Angel blinked. Nothing you didn't see. Stayed sober. Sat through lectures. Didn't let my owner drag me out. He gave a lopsided smile. Apparently that's all it takes for the big guy to say maybe. It was more than that, I said from the wall. Angel sent me a brief annoyed look. I know. Let me undersell it. Kellen glanced between us, thinking. If you can get that far, then... Then what? Angel said. Then maybe the rest of us can too, Kellen said. Angel snorted. Or maybe I'm just the special freak experiment. You are not, I said. Angel huffed. Thanks, boss. Kellen looked down at his sheets, then squared his shoulders. I'll go work harder, he said, almost to himself. He walked off quickly. Angel watched him go and frowned. That sounded ominous. It will be fine if he keeps it simple, I said. It was not simple. The first incident came mid-morning. Charlie had just started her check-in rounds. The lobby was calmer. I still tracked every presence in the building. Kellen's energy moved from the laundry area toward the back door. That was allowed within certain hours. But the pattern of his movement was wrong, too quick, too focused, pointed outward. A few seconds later, there was shouting from the alley behind the hotel. I left my post and moved to the back. The alley was narrow, filled with trash bins and discarded boxes. The air smelled of smoke and something sour. Kellen stood halfway between the door and the street, arms spread, facing two demons in patched jackets. They carried crude weapons and had the look of low-level thugs, sharp smiles, twitching eyes, more bravado than power. Back off, Kellen said, voice shaking. You're not shaking down this place anymore. One of the thugs grinned. Look who grew a spine. You doing security for the little redemption shack now? We told your people already, the other sneered. We get our fee or we start taking it out of their hides. I knew them. Small-time collectors linked to a minor overlord. They had tried to get protection money out of the hotel early on. Vaggie and I had discouraged them. They had not stayed long. Kellen stepped closer instead of backing up. There isn't going to be a fee. You touch this building, he'll come out. He jerked his thumb toward the door. You saw what he did to Valentino's crew. You want that? They exchanged a look. They did not like that reminder. But they did not leave. One lifted his weapon. We ain't scared of your boss, kid. We just take you and leave a note. Kellen's fists clenched. Try it. His energy spiked, unstable. He was scared, but he pushed through it with stubbornness. He was trying to act like Angel. I stepped out. Enough, I said. They all turned. The thugs froze. Their weapons lowered a fraction. Inside, I said to Kellen. He flinched, then shook his head. I can handle. You cannot, I said. Inside. He swallowed and obeyed, backing up toward the door, shame flushing over his face. The thugs looked between him and me. One tried to recover his bravado. We're just here to collect what's owed. This place used to pay up. That deal doesn't just vanish. There is no deal, I said. We already ended that. You were told not to return. That was before you started offering Heaven's attention as a bonus, the demon said angrily. You attract this kind of heat, you pay extra. No, I said. They were not like Valentino's people. They were smaller, weaker. Killing them was pointless. They were opportunistic, not core threats. You will not approach this building again, I said. You will not look at it. You will forget it exists. There are easier marks in this city. Take those and leave. The one with the weapon snarled. You think you can just... I let a small portion of my grace slide forward. It did not flare. It simply pressed. The alley floor cracked in a straight line between my feet and theirs. The wall behind them groaned. Their bodies stiffened as the pressure settled over their shoulders. You are insignificant, I said evenly. You are not worth my time. Do not try to make yourself worth it. Leave. Their eyes went wide. Their bravado melted. They stumbled backward without another word, bumping into each other as they turned and ran for the street. The feel of them vanished into the city's noise quickly. I turned back to Kellen. He stood just inside the doorway, staring at the cracked line on the ground. His hands shook. Inside, I repeated. He stepped aside and let me pass, then followed. Charlie was already in the back hall. Her expression was tight. I heard shouting. What happened? Idiot tax collectors, Husk called from the bar. He had probably heard most of it through the thin walls. They're gone. Charlie looked at Kellen. Are you okay? He looked down. I'm fine. No, you are not, I said. He flinched, then bristled. I was trying to help. Isn't that what we're supposed to do? You were trying to show off, I said. There is a difference. His jaw clenched. No. I was tired of waiting for someone else to handle it. If Angel can get noticed for taking a stand, why can't I? There it was. Charlie's expression softened. Kellen. He continued, words spilling out with barely contained frustration. He gets to be the candidate. He gets the attention. He gets the shield. The rest of us are just background. I wanted to prove I could do something too. You picked the wrong way to prove it, Vaggie said as she came up from the side hall, spear in hand. She must have heard the commotion and been ready. Those idiots would have gutted you. I know how they work, Kellen said. I worked with worse. Then you should know better, she said. He looked like he had been slapped. I stepped closer. You are not angel dust. He frowned at me. I know that. You do not act like you know, I said. His trial was based on his patterns. His contracts. His weaknesses. Yours are different. If you copy him without understanding, you will break yourself for nothing. He looked away, frustrated and ashamed. Charlie spoke more gently. You are allowed to want to grow. You are allowed to want to show us that you're trying. But it has to match where you're actually at. Running alone into something you can't handle doesn't make you more redeemable. It just gets you hurt. I'm not scared, he muttered. You were, I said. I felt it. You did it anyway. That's better than nothing. But you aimed it wrong. He exhaled, shoulders sagging. What was I supposed to do? Exactly what you were already doing, I said. Follow the chores. Follow the rules. Show up. Stay away from your old employers. Those simple acts matter more than dramatic gestures. He made a face. That's boring. Yes, I said. That is the point. He let out a weak laugh despite himself. You're really consistent. I am correct, I said. Charlie touched his arm lightly. You don't have to compete with anyone here. We're not racing each other. We're fighting ourselves. That's enough. His face tightened. I just want to be seen. You are, she said. He swallowed and nodded, eyes wet but held back. Okay. Return to your assigned work, I said. You will not go outside again without permission. He nodded. Yes. He walked away more quietly. That was the first reaction. The second came from a different corner. Dressa did not run into danger. She watched. Over the next day, I noted each small behavior. She followed chore lists more precisely. She spent longer in the common areas when Charlie held talks, even when she said nothing. She paid more attention whenever I spoke. At one point, she cornered me in the hallway. You told heaven you're looking for more candidates, she said. They asked if others could reach that status, I replied. I said yes. If they show enough change. And now everyone is trying to be noticed, she said. Some are, I said. She studied my face. What if some of us don't want your attention yet? You already have it, I said. You walked through the door. That is enough. She exhaled through her nose. Then answer me straight. Am I on your list, or not? Yes, I said. As what? She asked. Potential, I said. She did not show much reaction outwardly, but her aura tightened slightly. What does that even mean? That I stand still and hope you decide I'm useful enough for a trial. No, I said. It means you keep doing exactly what you are doing, watch, test, choose small better actions instead of old ones. You do not need a dramatic test to prove anything to them. That is not the only path. She crossed her arms. So Angel gets the grand show. We get the quiet grind. That is the most accurate way, I said. The show was for heaven. The grind is for you. She looked irritated, but the irritation aimed at herself as much as at me. You really are all about the long game. Yes, I said. She shook her head and walked off. But the line of her shoulders was a little straighter. The third reaction was worse. It came from Garen. He had already been forced into submission once, during the rules meeting. The memory of being frozen still sat badly in him. He followed orders now, but with resentful compliance. When he heard that Angel had been marked as a candidate after a flashy trial, something sour twisted in him. He did not come to me. He did not ask questions. He simply decided to prove himself in his own way. I noticed his absence from his afternoon chores. His energy signature was not in the kitchen, where he was assigned, or in the halls. It was outside. At the side of the building. I went there. He stood with 3 other demons, all new arrivals, near the outer wall. In his hands was a crude homemade weapon, half pipe, half explosive core. He had stripped parts from broken appliances to build it. The others looked uneasy. You sure about this? One asked. If you blow a hole in the wall, the angel will kill you. I'm not blowing the wall, Garen said angrily. I'm blowing the junk behind it. Showing I can control something stronger than the little tricks he's seen so far. One of them scratched his head. Why? Because that spider freak gets a halo sticker for staying sober one day, Garen said. If I show I can handle real power without wrecking the place, maybe the Feather General will look at me the same way. That is foolish, I said. They all jerked and spun around. The device in Garen's hands glowed faintly at the core. It was unstable. If it misfired, it would damage the wall and likely injure all of them. He glared at me. I wasn't going to hit the building. The shockwave would still damage it, I said. And injure everyone near you. I wasn't going to do it inside, he said. You are at the wall, I said. That is inside. He tightened his grip on the device. I'm tired of being the one you froze. I want to show you I'm not just a coward. You were not a coward, I said. You were stupid. This is also stupid. One of the demons beside him took a step away. Maybe we should put that down, man. Garen ignored him. His energy roiled with bruised pride and frustration. I can control it, he said. I used to do jobs like this for fun. Then you know how many times they go wrong, I said. This is not a battlefield. This is a home. You do not set explosives against walls you live behind. He bared his teeth. You think I can't change just because I blow things up? No, I said. I think you are still confusing drama with growth. Angel's trial did not make him a candidate. His choices did. You trying to imitate the Flash without the core will not impress anyone. His jaw worked. If I set it off out there, he gestured toward the empty lot beyond the alley, and it doesn't hurt anyone, will that prove something? No, I said. It will prove you like explosions. Heaven already knows that. The others shifted nervously. You will put the device down, I said. Now. He stared at me, stubbornness and fear fighting in his eyes. The glow at the core pulsed. I did not give him another chance. I extended my hand. The weapon lifted out of his grip as if pulled by an invisible chain. His fingers opened despite himself. The device floated between us, spinning slowly. I contained the unstable energy with a shell of grace, compressing it until it flickered and went out. The demon who had backed away let out a shaky breath. That would have blown a big hole. Yes, I said. Garen clenched his fists. You keep making me look weak. I keep stopping you from getting yourself killed, I said. If you want to look strong, follow the rules and don't break anything for a month. That will impress me more than any explosion. That's boring, he spat. Yes, I said again. That is the point. He glared, then finally looked away. Fine. Whatever. You will report to Vaggie, I said. You will take the worst chores for the next week. No arguments. He grumbled, but he did not refuse. He stomped back toward the door. The others scattered quickly, murmuring among themselves. I crushed the inactive shell of the device in my hand until it turned to dust. Back inside, Vaggie listened to my brief explanation, turned to Garen, and assigned him to the dirtiest tasks without sympathy. He didn't like it, but he accepted. By the end of the day, the pattern was clear. Some were inspired. Some were jealous. Some were reckless. Heaven nudged at the back of my mind. Report variance. I sent the summary. Post-trial effects, comparison between subjects increased. Some demons attempting dangerous displays to gain attention. Others choosing smaller improvements. Project stable but under new social pressure. They sent back only one word. Observe. Charlie approached me in the lobby that evening, rubbing her forehead. This is getting complicated, she said tiredly. First, nobody believed we could change. Now they believe it so much they want it fast. Fast is not real, I said. You know that. She nodded. I do. They don't. Not yet. She glanced toward Angel, who was talking quietly with Husk, then toward the hall where Kellen and Drissa had gone, then toward the side where Vaggie was lecturing Garen over a mop. We need to remind them, she said. That they're not competing. You should, I said. If they try to race, they will trip. She gave me a faint smile. You and your straight lines. I do not twist, I said. I know, she replied. She straightened. We'll have another group talk tomorrow. This time, we make it clear, no stunts. I will stand behind you, I said. She relaxed slightly at that. You always do. I returned to my place near the door. The hotel now held not just sinners and their habits, but expectation. That was heavier. It made their movements sharper, their eyes more restless. It was still manageable. For now. The day after Garen's stunt, the hotel was tense again. Not loud. Not chaotic. Just tight. The air felt thick with unspoken nonsense. Demons moved a little faster than usual, trying to look busy when Charlie or Vaggie walked by. They stared more at Angel, then pretended they weren't. They watched me and then looked away. I stayed near the door. Angel sat on the couch, flipping through channels without watching any of them. Husk wiped the same glass with slow, annoyed circles. Nifty scrubbed a spot on the ceiling that did not need it. Dressal leaned against a pillar with her arms folded, pretending to rest but actually watching the others. Kellen dragged a mop across the floor with more force than needed, jaw clenched. Charlie came down the stairs holding her clipboard. She had written more notes than were necessary. That usually meant she was stressed. "Okay," she said, raising her voice slightly to carry across the room. "We're going to have another group session later today. This time, we're going to talk about what's been happening since Angel's trial. And before anyone starts guessing, no, there is no competition. No rankings. No second trial." A few demons shifted uncomfortably. Angel sighed. "You say that now. Heaven might get bored again." "Heaven can wait," she said firmly. "I felt the change before anyone saw it." Static crept along the edges of the building. The lights flickered. The radio on the corner shelf turned on by itself and hummed with low noise, even though no one had touched it. Husk's ears flattened. "Great." Angel rolled his eyes. "Fantastic." Charlie stiffened. "Oh no." The static grew. The air in the center of the lobby blurred. Lines bent. A tall silhouette formed, then sharpened. Alastair stood there, coat straight, smile already in place. "Good day, everyone," he said cheerfully. His voice carried that old radio buzz under each word. "I do hope I'm not being rude." "Yes," Vaggie said flatly as she stepped in from the hall. "You are." Charlie forced a polite smile. "Alastair. Hi. We weren't expecting you." "True courtesy is always a surprise," he said lightly. His eyes schemed the room and finally settled on me. "And I do so enjoy visiting places where interesting things happen." I did not move. "State your purpose." He chuckled. "Always direct." "Very well." He spread his arms a little, addressing the room. "I heard that Heaven has begun handing out little labels. One of our dear friends has been marked a candidate." Angel grimaced. "Rumor mill's working overtime." Alastair continued, delighted. "Naturally, such news creates ripples. Ambition. Jealousy. Curiosity. You can feel it in the walls. Some of you have already tried to prove yourselves in creative ways." His gaze flicked briefly toward the back of the hotel, where Garen had tried his explosion stunt. Garen, half hidden near the stairs, looked away quickly. Alastair smiled. "So I thought, why not give this energy somewhere safe to go?" "Your idea of safe is broken," Husk said. "On the contrary," Alastair replied. "I can be quite orderly when I wish." Charlie frowned. "What are you suggesting?" He turned fully toward her and bowed his head slightly. "A structured challenge, my dear. Something contained. Something designed. A chance for several of your residents to demonstrate their progress at once, under clear rules, instead of running off into alleys or building bombs." "That was one time," Garen muttered. "It was one time too many," Vaggie snapped. Alastair's eyes gleamed. "I propose a series of tasks inside this very building. No outside threats. No overlords invited. Just you, your guests, our friend Michael, and a few well-chosen scenarios to encourage growth." He said it pleasantly. I did not like his tone. "What kind of tasks?" Charlie asked cautiously. He spread his hands. "Simple ones, in appearance. Difficult in execution. For example, a day where those prone to violence must solve problems without a single punch. A shift where liars must tell only the truth. A cooperation exercise between residents who normally avoid each other." "That sounds like therapy," Angel said dryly. Just with more static. And better hosting, Alastair replied. I watched him closely. His energy was controlled. He was not pushing as hard as during previous visits, but he was testing again. What do you get out of it? I said. He looked at me, eyes bright. Entertainment. Information. I am very curious to see how demons behave when both hell and heaven are watching them and the game is clearly defined. This is not entertainment, I said. It can be instructive and entertaining, he said. You watch them for heaven. I watch them for myself. Everyone wins. Charlie glanced at me, then back at him. You're not talking about making them fight, are you? Not at all, he said. In fact, I would exclude combat from the rules entirely. That would defeat your purpose, no. He looked around the room. Many of them only know how to show value by hurting something. I propose challenges where that path is forbidden. Dressa shifted. She was listening more carefully now. Vaggy's eyes narrowed. What's the catch? Alastair said. My reputation precedes me. Because you earned it, Angel muttered. Alastair ignored him. The catch, if you must call it that, is simple. I would like some say in the structure. The design of the tasks. The staging. Perhaps a broadcast or two to show the wider city what your little rehabilitation experiment looks like when it is tested. No, I said. He smiled at me. Too fast, my friend. At least let the princess hear the full terms. No broadcast, I said. You will not turn this hotel into your show. Charlie exhaled, relieved at my answer, but she still looked torn. We don't need the whole city watching. That usually backfires. Alastair tapped his chin as if thinking. Very well. No live broadcast. How about a private recording for your records? For heaven's research? For my curiosity? No, I said again. You will not take images of them for later use. He studied me for a moment. The smile stayed, but his eyes cooled a little. You are very protective. I am their judge, I said. Not their exploiter. He chuckled. What a serious man you are. Charlie stepped forward, thoughtful. A challenge with rules could help. If it's done right. Some of them are already trying to prove themselves in dangerous ways. If we gave them tasks that actually match what we're trying to teach, it might focus that energy. Vaggy looked at her. You're not actually considering letting him run games in here. Not run, Charlie said. Help design. Maybe. If Michael approves it. She turned to me. We're struggling to keep them from doing reckless things. A structured exercise could give us a safer arena. We can set limits. We can say what's off limits. We can say no. You already can, I said. I know, she said softly. But they're already pushing. If we offer something, maybe they stop improvising. She was not wrong. Heaven nudged at the edge of my awareness. Evaluate proposal. They had heard. Alastair watched me closely, sensing the internal exchange even if he did not know the details. You cannot deny it has potential, dear Michael. Heaven loves trials. This is simply a set you can see from all angles. What you want is access, I said. You want to insert yourself into the structure. Of course, he said without shame. I already invested time in this place. I would like a front row seat to its more interesting experiments. You will not alter the staff's authority, I said. He gave a small bow. I would not dream of it. Charlie leads, Vaggy enforces, you loom. I simply add a bit of flavor. Husk snorted. You add trouble. Alastair smiled at him. Only the useful kind. Angel eyed him. If we agree, you're not gonna turn this into some twisted obstacle course and laugh when people panic. Alastair placed a hand over his heart. I promise you, Angel Dust, I will not cause lasting harm to anyone inside this building as part of these challenges. That is not enough, I said. Be specific. He chuckled, then sobered slightly. Very well. No physical maiming. No killing. No permanent curses. No forced bargains. No mind control. No summoning extra threats into the building. I work only with the people and objects already here. And no recording, I said. He sighed. You are determined on that point? Yes, I said. Very well, he said. No recording. I will only watch with my eyes. As will you. Charlie looked at me. If we control the rules, it might help. We choose what behaviors to target. We can make sure it fits the program. She almost smiled. And you can shut it down if it goes too far. That is already true, I said. Then you lose nothing, Alastair said smoothly. Except a bit of boredom. I ignored him and considered it. Heaven wanted data. A structured set of tasks would provide it. Multiple residents in one controlled environment, making clear choices under limitations, would show more than scattered incidents. But letting Alastair set the tone risked turning this into something else. His idea of a challenge leaned toward spectacle. I set conditions. If this happens, I said slowly, I retain absolute veto. I can stop any task at any time for any reason. If I say a rule changes, it changes. If I say it ends, it ends. Alastair nodded. Of course. No hidden mechanics, I said. No secret traps you do not declare beforehand. You will show all your pieces to me before any challenge begins. He smiled a little sharper. You want to see behind the curtain? Yes, I said. He tilted his head. Agreed. And you will not broadcast or record in any form, I repeated. Visual. Audio. Written transcript intended for entertainment. You will not drag their attempts out into the city to mock them. His smile thinned. You are very insistent. Yes, I said. He let out a soft breath through his nose. Fine. No broadcasts. No recordings. The only audience is whoever stands in this room. Charlie watched him, then looked at me. If you're okay with it under those terms. I am too. Vaggie frowned. Are you sure? We need a way to channel this, Charlie said. If we don't, they'll keep trying to show off in dangerous ways. At least this way we're all in the same room when it happens. She was right again. Heaven's presence flickered an approving note. Allowed under conditions. I gave my answer. We will permit it, I said to Alastair. On a trial basis. One event. If it serves the hotel, we may consider another. If it harms it, this ends. Alastair's smile widened. Excellent. You will not regret this. I do not regret, I said. I stop. He laughed quietly. I look forward to seeing that. Charlie straightened, more energetic now that a direction had appeared. Okay. Then we need to set boundaries. Yes, Alastair said. Let us begin with something simple. Not today, I said. He paused. No. No, I said. You will submit your ideas. We will review them. Nothing happens without preparation. I looked at Charlie and Vaggie. You will both approve each proposed task. I like that, Vaggie said. Me too, Charlie said. Alastair sighed in exaggerated disappointment. You are all very suspicious. You earned it, Angel said. Alastair's eyes slid to him. I am offering you all a chance to shine. You especially. I already shined enough for one lifetime, Angel replied. You can use someone else's spotlight. Alastair chuckled. We shall see who steps into it. He turned toward the dining room. Shall we use that space? It has good lines. Easy to rearrange. We'll see, Charlie said. We still need to talk schedules. And rules. And how many people we even want involved. Of course, Alastair said. I will be nearby if you require my help drafting the event. You will not be unsupervised, I said. He grinned. I never am. The static around him faded slightly as he relaxed his energy. He wandered toward a corner of the lobby, humming quietly, as if the matter were settled. Charlie pulled Vaggie, Angel, and me into a loose circle near the stairs. This could be good, she said quickly, keeping her voice low. If we do it right. It could be, Vaggie said. If we keep him in line. Angel raised a brow. That's a big if. I will keep him in line, I said. Angel smirked. I know you will. I'm more worried about the others trying to impress him. Charlie glanced at the residents. Kellen watched Alastair with cautious interest. Dressa's eyes were narrow, calculating. Garen looked like he was already imagining ways to use this to show off. Rich seemed nervous but curious. We'll limit numbers for the first one, Charlie said. Maybe just a few volunteers. Volunteers, Vaggie repeated. Not forced participants. Right, Charlie said. Heaven nudged at me again. Details later, came the impression. Approach acceptable. I gave a short internal acknowledgement. Alastair drifted back over, hands clasped behind his back. Have you decided on anything yet? No, Charlie said. We're still thinking. He smiled. Then allow me to present a sample. He flicked his fingers. The static in the room rose, then settled. The furniture did not move, but everyone felt the shift. No power is being used here, he said calmly. I am not changing the space. I am only describing. He addressed the residents. Imagine this, a set of tasks over one afternoon. 3 small groups. Each group gets a problem to solve that speaks to their worst habits. The violent must mediate an argument. The liars must convince someone of the truth without any tricks. The selfish must give something up and mean it. He looked at Charlie. You approve the pairings. You choose who goes where. I simply structure the flow. I can set up signals, timers, maybe some small neutral illusions to keep the tension focused. No illusions that alter perception of reality, I said. He inclined his head. Only cosmetic. If you do anything that touches their minds without consent, it ends, I said. Understood, he said. What do you think? Charlie looked genuinely thoughtful. It actually fits what we're already trying to do. Just faster. If the tasks are clear and the stakes are contained, it could show them a lot. Angel crossed his arms. You gonna make me talk about my feelings in front of everyone again? Yes, Charlie said. He groaned. Figures. Dressa spoke up from the back. If we volunteer, what do we get out of it? Charlie turned to her. Practice. Understanding. A chance to see how you react when you can't use your usual habits. That's not a prize, Garen grumbled. You get progress, Vaggie said. Or you get a very clear idea of what's holding you back. Either way, it's something. Alastair smiled at them all. And perhaps heaven will watch this as closely as they watched Angel's trial. if any of you care about that. Several demons looked at me quickly. I will observe, I said. With or without his games. But if we cooperate, we get more points, Garen said. There are no points, I said. I do not use that system. I look at choices. Not scores. Still sounds like points, Angel muttered. Then stop thinking in numbers, I said. He sighed. Can't. Too ingrained. Charlie clapped her hands lightly. Okay. We're not deciding everything right now. We'll take a day to plan. Tomorrow evening, we'll announce how it's going to work and see who wants to participate. Alastair nodded pleasantly. I will prepare suggestions for you. Send them through Michael, Vaggie said immediately. We don't want any surprises. He chuckled. You wound me. You'll live, she said. He looked at me one last time. It seems we are collaborators now. No, I said. We are using you. There is a difference. He laughed. Call it what you like. I am looking forward to our little event, Michael. He tipped an invisible hat and dissolved into static. The lights flickered once, then steadied. The lobby fell quiet. Angel exhaled. Well. We just signed up for a circus. No, I said. We signed up for a drill. He let out a small, reluctant laugh. You really hate fun. I do not hate anything, I said. I prioritize. Charlie smiled faintly. Then we'll prioritize making this work. Vaggie nodded. And making sure no one dies. Or gets traumatized more than usual, Husk added. That too, she said. I watched the residents as they processed it. Kellen looked nervous but determined. Rich looked overwhelmed. Dressal looked interested, which for her meant a lot. Garen looked too eager. Nifty was already muttering something about decorations. Heaven had allowed this under my terms. Alastair was pleased. Charlie was hopeful. The residents were unsettled. That was sufficient for now.